Good afternoon, everyone. Today is 4th of July. My name is Arpita. I am a gynecologist and IVF consultant in UK. And I'm also a trustee of Essex Indian charity. Today is a very special day. It's Doctors' Day. We are celebrating, we are paying tribute to the doctors and to their family and to their life. Last 3 months was an extremely hard time for the doctors in UK and in USA. Our counterpart in India, they are still going through a really hard time. So it's time to reflect. It's time to hear our voice. And that's the whole reason we have started planning for this day, that is today, 4th of July. In UK itself, we have lost near about 50,000 lives. That's no joke, but we have lost them. So today is the Remembrance Day in UK for those lives lost. So it's an appeal. Together, we are in it. In UK, the number of COVID cases are going down, but all of us, we have suffered a lot. We have lost our friends. We have lost our colleagues. Some of us have suffered from COVID. We have been in the ITU as patient, as doctors. We have seen patient, we have reflected, and we have suffered something none of us ever thought of. We have never thought as a doctor that we will be scared to go to the hospital. We will be scared to enter the ward thinking that when I go back home, I might infect my vulnerable loved one. My friends and families, my colleagues, those who are in India, they are facing a huge battle. They are planning. They are trying to make things better at the cost of their own life. They are making a huge amount of sacrifice. So with that, we start our Doctors' Day program. It's by the doctors, for the doctors, and for the community to hear our voice. That we work hard, we play hard, we stay positive, we try to keep community safe. At the same time, we boost positivity, we try to beat the blues. So with that, I am going to request my first guest, whom I have met several times during my visit to Kolkata, whom I do not call with her actual professional name, but today I'm going to call her with the name in the board. So with that, I'm going to invite my first guest, a senior doctor, deputy CEO of Calcutta Rescue, a charity which does an immense work with the street children in the slums of Kolkata, Dr. Olokananda Ghosh. So please welcome Olokananda Di. Hello Olokananda Di, কেমন আছো? শুনতে পাচ্ছো? হ্যালো, শুনতে পাচ্ছো?
হ্যাঁ, শুনতে পাচ্ছি। হ্যালো হ্যালো অর্পিতা, থ্যাংক ইউ। শুনতে পাওয়া যাচ্ছে?
হ্যাঁ, কেমন আছো? হ্যাঁ,
ভালো আছি।
শুনতে পাওয়া যাচ্ছে। তো তোমরা তো সেবার শুনে সেটা ভালো লাগছে যে তোমরা ভালো আছো, সাবধানে আছো, কিন্তু তোমরা তো একটা ইমেন্স কাজ করে চলেছো কলকাতার পুরো ডিপ্রাইভ পপুলেশনের মধ্যে। তো সেটা নিয়ে একটু আমাদের বলো। We all want to hear that. যে আমফান, কোভিড, এবং আমি তোমাদের ক্লিনিকে গেছি দু একবার, কিন্তু সেটা তো একটা সম্পূর্ণ আলাদা সময়, আর এখন এই সময়টা তো সম্পূর্ণ আলাদা, যেটা আমরা কেউ কখনো ভাবিনি। তো একটু আমাদের বলো যে তোমরা তার মধ্যে কিরকম ভাবে কাজ করছো, কিরকম কি চলছে, একটু আমাদের সবাইকে বলো। তারপরে আমি তোমাদের কাজের ভিডিওগুলো আমি পোস্ট করবো এখানে। শুনতে পাচ্ছ?
হ্যাঁ, প্রথমেই আমি সবাইকে ঠিক আছে, প্রথমেই আমি সবাইকে হ্যাপি ডক্টরস ডে বলছি, যারা এখানে এমিনেন্ট গেস্টরা আছে। আর আমি আমাকে ইন্ট্রোডিউস করছি, আমি ডক্টর অলোকানন্দা ঘোষ, ডেপুটি সিইও ক্যালকাটা রেস্কিউ, looking after the medical activities for nearly 25 years. 25 years. So firstly, I would like to thank Essex Indians for inviting me and giving me this wonderful opportunity to interact with my Indian friends from different parts of the world. And first day, আমি একটু ক্যালকাটা রেস্কিউর অ্যাক্টিভিটি গুলো একটু শর্টলি বলে দিচ্ছি। Calcutta Rescue has been founded by Dr. Jack Prager 40 years back. He is popularly known as street medicine doctor, and he started his clinic in the footpath, and he will be 90 years old. এই 25 July he will be 90 years old, and we are going to celebrate birthday all over the world. যারা যারা আমাদের সাপোর্ট গ্রুপ আছে সবাই ইন্ডিয়ান এবং বাইরের দেশের সবাই মিলে আমরা 25 জুলাই ওনার বার্থডে সেলিব্রেট করব। আচ্ছা, আর আমাদের we have now 4 fixed clinics from the different parts of Kolkata and different parts of Bengal patients come, and we have 2 ambulance services which goes to 16 slum communities to give the medical services over there. And we have a handicraft project, our own handicraft project, and 2 non-formal schools looking after catering to 600 plus children. We have an arsenic filtration program in Malda, and we have 12 filters over there to give safe water supply. And we cater to about 16,000 to 17,000 beneficiaries every year. And এবার একটু প্রবলেম গুলো বলি, যখন আমাদের কোভিড এখানে স্ট্রাইক করলো, the West Bengal estimated about 2.5 million live in the streets and slums across the city, and Calcutta Rescue has been working hard for the overall well-being of this population by providing them free medication, education, food, and other basic needs like sanitation facilities, house repairing, and clean water supply. And in the wake of COVID-19, the nation went into a lockdown from March 24, 2020. It was very obvious that the community will be hardly hit, mainly due to loss of livelihood, lack of food and other basic needs. And to face these extraordinary challenges of current COVID pandemic, and knowing that coming few months will be very critical for us, so we internally developed a COVID guideline to continue our supply of emergency medication and food to our needy patients, keeping our staff safe. And our medical team was so dedicated and determined. They fought every day, and they went to different parts of Kolkata and other parts of Bengal, even traveled Murshidabad, 8 hours up and down journey to deliver the life-saving medicines like cancer medicines and other medicines, and also dry rations in their doorsteps. And আমাদের যে বিভিন্ন পেশেন্টরা আসে খুব রুরাল, খুব ইন্টেরিয়র থেকে আসে, রুরাল বেঙ্গল থেকে আসে, আর ওরা প্রায় আমাদের জানাচ্ছে ফোন করে বা কোনোভাবে কমিউনিকেট করে যে they are not getting the primary and secondary care in the hospitals because of this COVID problem, না? So and also আর তারপরে বিভিন্ন সময় crisis of medicines, they are not getting even the basic medicines in the medical shop. ক্রাইসিস হয়েছে। এমনকি আমাদের কিছু পেশেন্ট আমাদের জানাচ্ছে যে দিদি আমরা ইনসুলিন পাচ্ছি না, কোথাও ইনসুলিন পাচ্ছি না। তো ইনসুলিন না পেয়ে আমরা তো ডায়াবেটিক কমপ্লিকেশনসে মারা যাব, আমরা তো কোভিডে মারা যাব না, আমরা তো ডায়াবেটিক কমপ্লিকেশনসে মারা যাব। ইট ওয়াজ ভেরি স্যাড ফর আস। কিন্তু মানে আওয়ার টিম ওয়াজ সো ডেডিকেটেড এন্ড নট এট অল কনসার্নড অ্যাবাউট দিস ডিফিকাল্ট সিচুয়েশন। ওরা বলল দিদি যেভাবেই হোক আমরা ওষুধ ওদের বাড়িতে পৌঁছে দেবো, আমাদের শুধু আপনারা বলুন, ইনস্ট্রাকশন দিন, আমরা নিজেদের প্রোটেকশন করে আমরা ওদের বাড়িতে আমরা ওষুধ পৌঁছে দেবো। তো যতই লকডাউন হোক, মানে আমফান লকডাউন, এই যে পরপর যে ডিভাস্টেটিং আমফানটা হলো, তারপরে এই যে লকডাউন চলছে, তো আমাদের মেডিকেল টিম এভরি ডে কিন্তু কাজ করে গেছে। ওরা ওষুধ তৈরি করেছে, প্রিপেয়ার করেছে, ওরা সকাল থেকে বেরিয়ে বিভিন্ন জায়গায় ঘুরে ঘুরে ওরা ওষুধ ডেলিভারি করেছে, ড্রাই রেশনস ডেলিভারি করেছে, করে ওদের পেশেন্টদের দিতে পেরেছি আমরা। তো এই প্রবলেমটা তো এই
তো মানে এটা মানে তোমরা বলছি যে তোমরা এবং তোমাদের যারা ভলেন্টিয়ার্স আছে তারা যে এই পরিস্থিতির মধ্যেও সমস্ত কিছু একইভাবে চালিয়ে গেছে, মানে হ্যাটস অফ টু দেম। মানে এখানে মানে আর কিছু ভাষায় কিছু বলে বোঝানো যাবে না যে মানে যেভাবে তোমরা কাজ করেছো। তো আমরা তোমাদের যে তুমি আমাদের ভিডিওটা পাঠিয়েছো সেটা আমরা একটু দেখে নিই।
হ্যাঁ,
ভিডিওটা চালাচ্ছি একটু বাদে। অলকানন্দাদি, মানে ভীষণ সুন্দর লাগলো যে তোমাদের এই ভিডিও, তোমাদের কাজকর্ম দেখে। এবং শুধু তাই নয় যে মানে তোমরা যে এই কঠিন পরিস্থিতির মধ্যেও একইভাবে কাজ চালিয়ে গেছো। তো তুমি আমায় একটুখানি বলো যে মানে অবভিয়াসলি তোমরা রেগুলারলি কাজে যে যাচ্ছিলে, তোমাদের যে দায়িত্ব এবং পুরো জিনিসটা, এর মধ্যে ইজ দেয়ার এনি হাই পয়েন্টস অর এনি লো পয়েন্ট? তুমি তো হাই পয়েন্টস এর কথাগুলো আমায় বললে যে এটা নিশ্চয়ই সবসময় তোমাদের খুব ভালো লেগেছে যে ভলেন্টিয়ার্স যারা নন মেডিকেল তারাও একইভাবে মানে তোমাদের কাজের জন্য এগিয়ে এসেছে। বাট ওয়াজ দেয়ার এনি লো পয়েন্টস when you felt কি যে it's not going to happen. What we are trying to do, it's not going to happen. Was there any point where you felt, because আমরা সবাই সেটা মানে ফিল করেছি যে পুরো ঘটনাটাই যা ঘটছিল সারা পৃথিবী জুড়ে বা নিজের নিজের দেশে বা নিজের নিজের এলাকায়, সবসময় আমাদের মনে হয়েছে যে একটা সার্টেন পয়েন্টে না, we can't go on like this. এরকম কি তোমার কখনো হয়েছে? I know you are a very strong motivated person, but was there a particular point when you felt really worried?
হ্যাঁ, মানে দেখো, আমাদের উই আর হেলথ ওয়ার্কার্স, তাই না? আমরা হেলথ ওয়ার্কার্স, আমাদের এই কঠিন সময়ে যখন চারদিকে কোভিড ইনফেকশনের ভয়, রেড জোন, গ্রিন জোন, অরেঞ্জ জোন, তারপরে এই যে কন্টেনমেন্ট জোন, এখানে আসা যাবে না, পুলিশরা বাধা দিচ্ছে, কাজ করতে দিচ্ছে না, হ্যাঁ, তো আমাদের মনে হয়েছিল যে হয়তো আমাদের কাজ বন্ধ করে দিতে হবে। হ্যাঁ, তারপরে আমাদের স্টাফদের একটা সিকিউরিটিও ছিল যে ওরা, যে ওদের মানে লাইফ রিস্ক করেই ওরা আসছে কাজ করতে, মানে ওদের বাড়ি থেকে, যদিও আমরা আমাদের ভেহিকল দিয়েছি, আমাদের ভেহিকল দিয়ে ওদেরকে বাড়ি থেকে তুলে আমরা কাজ করিয়েছি, কিন্তু একটু তো মনে হচ্ছিল যে মানে উই আর পুটিং দেম ইন রিস্ক। প্লাস ওরা যখন ডিস্ট্রিবিউশনে যাচ্ছে, বাড়িতে মানে কমিউনিটিতে যাচ্ছে বলো বা গ্রামে যাচ্ছে ডিস্ট্রিবিউশনে, তখনও একটু আমাদের এজ এ ম্যানেজমেন্ট আমাদের একটু মনেই হতো যে ঠিক আছে, ওরা যাবে, ওরা যেন সুস্থ হয়ে থাকে, ওরা যেন মানে ওদের যেন কিছু না হয় আর কি। যদিও আমরা প্রোটেকশন দিচ্ছি ওদের, এভরিথিং উই আর গিভিং, বিশাল দায়িত্ব। হ্যাঁ, মানে বিশাল দায়িত্ব। হ্যাঁ, আর একটা হচ্ছে যে
একটা মানুষ মানে তার পিছনে একটা ফ্যামিলি রয়েছে, যাচ্ছে কিন্তু তার সঙ্গে তার একটা ফ্যামিলি রয়েছে which is মানে ডিপেন্ডেন্ট অন দ্যাট পারসন।
এক্স্যাক্টলি, হ্যাঁ। কিন্তু আমার মনে হলো যে মানে ওদের সঙ্গে কাজ করে, মানে ওদের ফিডব্যাকে যে মানে দে আর রিয়েলি হিরোজ আর কি, মানে ওদের কিছুই দমাতে পারেনি আর কি। তো বলেছে না আমরা যাব, আমরা আমাদের প্রোটেকশন নিয়ে আমরা যাব। আর একটা যেটা হয়েছে যে আমার মানে পেইনফুল এক্সপিরিয়েন্স, যখন ওরা ডেলিভারি করতে গেছে ওষুধ বা রেশন, দেখেছে যে ওদের পেশেন্টদের কাছে খাবার নেই, মাথার ওপর চাল নেই, ছাদ নেই, ওদের দুমুঠো খাবার জুটছে না, মেডিসিন নেই ওদের কাছে, কাজ নেই। ওরা বলছে দিদি আমরা কাজ নেই, আমাদের কোনো ইনকাম নেই। হ্যাঁ, তো ইট ওয়াজ ভেরি পেইনফুল যে মানে ওদের কাছ থেকে যখন এই কথাগুলো আমরা শুনেছি। তো মানে কোভিড ইজ ডেফিনেটলি এ প্রবলেম, কিন্তু কোভিড এর জন্য যে প্রবলেমটা, মানে আরো যে প্রবলেমটা হয়েছে, লস অফ ওয়ার্ক, হ্যাঁ, তারপরে ডিভাস্টেটিং আমফানের জন্য সমস্ত যেটা ডিস্ট্রাকশন হলো, তো সব মিলিয়ে ওয়াজ রিয়েলি এক্সট্রাঅর্ডিনারি চ্যালেঞ্জেস ফর আস আর কি। তো
মানে
এর মধ্যে দিয়ে আমাদের কাজ করতে হয়েছে। হ্যাঁ,
মানে কলকাতা এখনো প্রচুর কেস বাড়ছে, সেটাও একটা বড় রিস্ক। মানে জিনিসটা ইজ নট ইয়েট কন্ট্রোলড, আফটার 3 মান্থস ইটস স্টিল অন দ্য পিক। কিন্তু মানে
একদম না, তার জন্য হ্যাঁ, তার জন্য আমরা যে গাইডলাইনটা করেছি অর্পিতা, যে আমাদের স্টাফদের এবং সেফ রেখে যে কিভাবে আমরা কন্টিনিউ করতে পারবো উইথ মিনিমাম স্টাফ, ডক্টরসদের রোটেশনে করে দিয়েছি, রিমোট কনসালটেশন শুরু করে দিয়েছি, অ্যাজ মানে তোমরা করছো এখন ওখান থেকে। তোমরা জানো নিশ্চয়ই যে আমাদের প্রচুর ইউকে সাপোর্ট গ্রুপের ডক্টররা আছেন, তো ওনারা আমাদের হেল্প করছেন যে হাউ ডু উই ডু রিমোট কনসালটেশন, মানে পেশেন্ট না দেখে কনসালটেশন করাটা মানে চ্যালেঞ্জিং, এটা আমাদের কাছে নতুন আর কি। হ্যাঁ, তো আমরাও স্টার্ট করেছি রিমোট কনসালটেশন, পেশেন্টদের ফোনে ফোনে আমরা যোগাযোগ করছি, ফুটফলটা কমিয়ে দিয়েছি পেশেন্টদের, স্টাফেদের রোটেশনে আমাদের কাজ করাচ্ছি, উইথ অল প্রোটেকশন আমরা গ্রিন জোন, রেড জোন এগুলো করে দিয়েছি। তো সেই জন্য আমরা এইভাবে ট্রাই করছি আর কি।
না না, থ্যাংক ইউ,
একটা প্ল্যান করে আমরা কাজ করছি।
না মানে থ্যাংক ইউ, কলকাতায় যখন যাব নিশ্চয়ই দেখা হবে।
আর আরেকটা কথা দিয়ে আমি একটু ডক্টর জ্যাকের একটা কোট আমার খুব ভালো লাগে, মানে এটা দিয়ে আমি একটু শেষ করতে চাই। ফার্স্টলি আমি একটু যারা স্যালিউট করছি টু দ্য ওয়ারিয়ার্স হু হ্যাভ পাসড অ্যাওয়ে ফর দিস কোভিড ইনফেকশন সার্ভিং দ্য কমিউনিটি, আমার স্যালিউট তাদেরকে। এবং ডক্টর জ্যাকের একটা খুব সুন্দর কোট আছে, সেটা দিয়ে আমি আমার বক্তব্য শেষ করছি, যে ইটস বেটার টু লাইট এ ক্যান্ডেল দ্যান টু সিট ইন ডার্ক।
অ্যাবসলিউটলি, অ্যাবসলিউটলি। মানে মানে ইটস ভেরি পজিটিভ। এবং মানে আমাদের তো খুব ইচ্ছা আছে মানে ওয়ান ডে when everything settles and gets better we will go and meet him, because আমরা তো ইউকে তেই রয়েছি and it's not very far where he lives. তো মানে খুবই ইচ্ছে আছে। তোমরা সাবধানে থেকো, ভালো থেকো, আর
Absolutely.
যোগাযোগ তো ডিজিটাল টেকনোলজির দৌলতে তো যোগাযোগ থাকবেই, এবং আমরা যতটা পারবো এখান থেকে সাহায্য করার চেষ্টা করব, এবং যখন যাব তখন তো দেখা হবে, একসাথে কাজও হবে।
একদম
ভালো
ভাইয়া,
থেকো,
একদম।
সাবধানে
তোমরাও ভালো থেকো, সাবধানে থেকো।
হ্যাঁ, ঠিক
থ্যাংক
আছে,
ইউ।
ভালো থেকো অলকানন্দাদি,
হ্যাঁ,
দেখা
তোমরাও ভালো
হবে।
থেকো। হ্যাঁ,
ক্যালকাটা রেস্কিউ এর মানে অসংখ্য ভালো কাজের সঙ্গে সঙ্গে আমরা একটা জিনিস সবসময় মনে হয় যে ইচ্ছে থাকলে উপায় হয়। আর আজকের দিনে ডাক্তাররা সারা পৃথিবী জুড়ে সেই জিনিসটা দেখিয়ে দিয়েছেন। এবং শুধু তাই নয়, তারা শুধু হসপিটালে পেশেন্ট দেখেননি, শুধু তাই নয় যে তারা হসপিটালে দেখছেন, কমিউনিটিতে দেখছেন, নানা ধরনের অনুষ্ঠান করে লিখে নানাভাবে তারা মানুষকে একটা পজিটিভ নোট পাঠানোর চেষ্টা করছেন যে let's not give up, let's continue, and there will be light at the end of the tunnel. Yes, কিন্তু তার সঙ্গে আমাদের সবাইকে কিন্তু মনে রাখতে হবে, আজকে আমরা যে পারিপার্শ্বিকে দেখতে পাচ্ছি, what a lot of times people think, okay, it will not happen to me. That's not correct. Until it hits you, you don't know how bad it could be. এবং প্রথমে যখন এই পুরো জিনিসটা ঘটতে চলেছে, মেডিকেল ফ্রেটার্নিটি ইজ দ্য অনলি ফ্রেটার্নিটি যারা বুঝতে পারছিল যে হোয়াট গোইং টু হ্যাপেন, যার জন্য আমাদের নিজেদের ডাক্তার মহলে নিজেদের বন্ধু বান্ধবদের সাথে একটা কথাই বারবার হচ্ছিল, হসপিটাল ইজ ভেরি কোয়াইট, বাট ইটস কাইন্ড অফ calmness before the tsunami. Or it was like something is going to happen, we don't know. It was that uncertainty, that worriness which we never experienced in our life, and we have never thought about that we will ever experience this kind of emotions at all. So with that, I'm going to call and invite one of my very junior friends who is from Calcutta, and not only that, she is a writer, she writes science fiction, she's a pulmonologist, and before I call her, I'm going to play something which is within my heart, and then we are going to get our special guest, Dr. Dolun Champa Dachitto, in the stage.
জুন রবিবার। ঠিক যখনই রোববারের দুপুরে ডাল, সবজি আর এক টুকরো আলু মুখে পুড়তে যাচ্ছেন অজস্র ভারতীয়, থেমে যাচ্ছে তাদের মুখের ক্রাশ। ঠিক যখনই একটা 17 বছরের ছেলে কাই পৌঁছে দেখে ভাবছে সুশান্ত সিং রাজপুত হবে, থেমে যাচ্ছে তার স্বপ্ন। ঠিক যখনই একটা বায়োপিক ফিল্ম বানাবেন বলে এক বলিউড পরিচালক ধোনির বায়োপিক দেখছেন, খবরটা পেয়ে শিউরে উঠছেন তিনি। ঠিক যখনই অজস্র মেয়ে নিজেকে শ্রদ্ধা কাপুরের জায়গায় বসিয়ে ছিঁচড়ের সুশান্ত প্রেমিককে দেখছে, গুঁড়িয়ে যাচ্ছে ওদের হৃদয়। ঠিক যখনই ব্রেকআপ হওয়ার পর 30 বছরের তরুণ ভাবছে এতদিনের সম্পর্ক শেষ হয়ে গেল, না হয় আরেকবার ফোন করা যাক আজ দুপুরে প্রাক্তনীকে, কেঁপে যাচ্ছে ওর মোবাইল ধরা হাত। মাত্র 34 বছর বয়স, আজ খান খান হয়ে যাচ্ছে বলিউডের প্রেম পাগল কত তরুণের হৃদয়। 25 বছর আগে এমনই অনেক যুবককে হাউ হাউ করে কাঁদিয়েছিলেন আরেকজন, দিব্যা ভারতী। দিওয়ানার দিব্যা আর ছেঁচড়ের সুশান্ত একই প্রেমিক সত্তার এদিক ওদিক। এবছরে অনেক মানুষকে আমরা হারিয়েছি, অনেক প্রতিভাবানকে। ইরফানের মতো জননায়ক, ঋষি কাপুরের মতো কাপুর ঘরানার আভিজাত্য, অনেক সঙ্গীত শিল্পী, প্রবাদ প্রতিম চিকিৎসকরা, কোভিড শহীদ স্বাস্থ্যকর্মীরা। কিন্তু এভাবে চলে যায় নাকি কেউ? একটু কথা বলুন, বকুন হাবিছাবি, যা খুশি নাচুন, কাঁদুন, ছবি আঁকুন, যেমন খুশি তেমন সাজুন। প্লিজ পালিয়ে যাবেন না জীবন থেকে। আমি আছি অন্তত, আমার মতো অনেক চিকিৎসক আছেন, মনোবিদ আছেন, সাহিত্যিক আছেন, শিল্পী আছেন, সংবেদনশীল মানুষ আছেন। আমরা শুনতে চাই। বলুন না কিসের কষ্ট, একবার বলেই দেখুন না। যারা হাওড়া ব্রিজে ওঠা মহিলাকে নিয়ে হাসি তামাশা করছিলেন, এখন একটু ভাবুন তো, কত কষ্ট বুকে চেপে রাখেন সুশান্ত সিং রাজপুতরা। এভাবেই কি রাজকাহিনী শেষ হয়ে যায়? প্যান্ডেমিক কেটে যাবে, একদিন এই ঝড় কেটে যাবে। কেউ সুশান্ত সিং হবেন না প্লিজ। দেখুন তাকে আশেপাশে, কেউ হয়তো আপনার জন্য অপেক্ষা করছে, কেউ নিশ্চয়ই আপনার কথা শুনতে চায়, কেউ নিশ্চয়ই আপনার হাত দুটো ছুঁবে বলে অপেক্ষা করছে কবে কেটে যাবে এই ক্রান্তিকাল। ভালোবাসার ভাইরাস ছড়িয়ে দিন হু হু করে। মাস্কের বাইরে চোখে চোখে কথা হোক, অনলাইনে কথা হোক, সংক্রামক হোক ভালোবাসা, হোক ছোঁয়াচে। আপনারা এভাবে পালিয়ে যাবেন না প্লিজ।
আর কিন্তু ভিডিওটি দেখার পরে আমি দেখে নিচ্ছি তরুণ চাপা হ্যালো তরুণ চাপা, কেমন আছো?
হ্যাঁ, ভীষণ ভালো লাগছে। হ্যাঁ, শুনতে পাচ্ছি। আমার গলা শোনা যাচ্ছে? হ্যালো।
হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ, একদম একদম খুব সুন্দর
আচ্ছা।
হচ্ছে, খুব সুন্দর স্ট্রিমিং
আচ্ছা।
হচ্ছে, তোমার কথাও শুনতে পাচ্ছি, ভিডিও কোনো প্রবলেম নেই। কেমন আছো বলো?
খুব ভালো আছি অর্পিতা দি, ভীষণ ভালো লাগছে আমাকে এখানে আমন্ত্রণের জন্য। এত বড় একটা প্ল্যাটফর্ম যেখানে একটা কোণা থেকে পৃথিবীর আরেকটা প্রান্তে এইভাবে কথা বলতে পারছি, এবং ডক্টরস ডে উপলক্ষে পৃথিবীর এরকম একটা বিপদের সময় সবাই আমরা একসঙ্গে, সব ডাক্তাররা। তো সমস্ত আমার সহযোদ্ধাদেরকে আমার আন্তরিক অভিনন্দন জানাই। আর তার সঙ্গে তোমার প্রতি আমার কৃতজ্ঞতা, আর আমার বন্ধু ডক্টর মধুশ্রী মিত্র ঘোষ, যে কিনা আমাকে এখানে আনার জন্য তোমার কাছে বলেছে, ওর প্রতিও আমার ধন্যবাদ এবং ভালোবাসা রইল।
অসংখ্য ধন্যবাদ তোমার সাথে আমাদের আলাপ করিয়ে দেওয়ার জন্য। মানে আমি শুধু একটা কথাই বলতে চাই যে তুমি তো রেসপিরেটরি ফিজিশিয়ান, তার সঙ্গে তুমি যে এত সুন্দর লিখছো, তোমার আনন্দ মেলায় তোমার সায়েন্স ফিকশন আমি পড়েছি, তখন তো জানতাম না তুমি আমার জুনিয়র, বাট আই রিয়েলি লাভড ইট। 2018 তোমার যে বেরিয়েছিল এবং খুব সুন্দর, আমার খুব ভালো লেগেছিল। তুমি আমার একটা জিনিস অবশ্যই এই কোভিড প্যান্ডেমিকে, এটা যেহেতু রেসপিরেটরি ট্র্যাক্টের ডিজিজ, মানে আমরা নিউমোনিয়া হিসেবে জিনিসটা পাচ্ছি, কাশি সর্দি, তো মানে তুমি তো অবভিয়াসলি এই ধরনের পেশেন্টের অনেক সংস্পর্শে আসছো ইচ্ছে না থাকলেও, তো মানে অবভিয়াসলি তোমার ওয়ারিজ, অ্যাংজাইটি, মানে ডাক্তার হিসেবে আমাদের অনেক কাজ করতে হচ্ছে, পিপি পরে সমস্ত কিছু প্রিকশন, বাট তার সত্ত্বেও আর কি, মানে হোয়াট ইজ ইউর ফিলিংস? তো মানে এটা হচ্ছে, ধরো আজকের অনুষ্ঠানটা হচ্ছে বাই দ্য ডক্টরস ফর দ্য ডক্টরস টু দ্য কমিউনিটি। তো তোমার, এবং সঙ্গে সঙ্গে আমরা দেখছি যে মানুষ মানছে না, নিয়ম কানুন মানছে না, অনেকেই বলছে আরে আমার হবে না। হ্যাঁ, সেটা তো ঠিক নয়, কারণ সব থেকে বেশি মানে হার্ড হিট হচ্ছে এই প্যান্ডেমিকে প্রবাবলি দ্য মেডিকেল ফ্রেটার্নিটি অ্যান্ড দ্য হসপিটাল অ্যাসোসিয়েটেড পিপল। তো তোমার নিজের অনুভূতিটা যদি তুমি একটু আমাদের সাথে শেয়ার করো, হাই পয়েন্টস, লো পয়েন্টস ডিউরিং দিস হোল জার্নি ফর লাস্ট 3 months। কলকাতায় তো এখনো কেসের সংখ্যা অনেক বাড়ছে, তো সেই আর কি।
হ্যাঁ, কলকাতাতে অ্যাকচুয়ালি আমি যেটা দেখছি এখানে ভীষণ ভীষণ সচেতনতার অভাব প্রচন্ড। ইনফ্যাক্ট ডাক্তারদের মধ্যেও কিন্তু সেটা রয়েছে। হ্যাঁ, তো সেক্ষেত্রে একটা ভীষণ সবসময় একটা যে চোরা টেনশন হয় না তা নয়, তবে অনেকটা এখন ধরেই নিয়েছি যে বোধহয় আমাদের এর মধ্য দিয়েই যেতে হবে। আর কিছু করার নেই, এই ফেজটাকে সামহাউ উই হ্যাভ টু কাম আউট। তো সেই জন্য কিছুটা জীবনের সঙ্গে ওতপ্রোতভাবে জড়িত ভেবেই কাজ করতে হচ্ছে। আর বিশেষ করে আলাদা করে কিছু বলার নেই, যেটা হচ্ছে যে দেখছি ডাক্তারদের প্রতি কিন্তু এই মুহূর্তে কমিউনিটির একটা যে অ্যাগ্রেশন সেটা কিন্তু এখন একটু কম, কিন্তু সেটা আমার মনে হয় বোধহয় এই মুহূর্তটা খুব সংকটে পড়েছে বলে, হয়তো সংকটটা কেটে গেলে আবার কমিউনিটি সেই আগের জায়গায় ফিরে যাবে। তো সেই জন্য আমি মানে আমি বলবো অন্তত আমার কলিগদেরকে যে খুব খুব মানে কশাসলি এই জায়গাটা ওভারকাম করতে, যে কখনোই যেন আমাদের যে হিপোক্রেটিক ওথটা বদলাচ্ছে সেখানে কিন্তু বদলিয়েছে যেটা নিজেদের প্রতি কেয়ারটা যেন আমরা অনেক বেশি নিই। তার কারণ আমাদের লাইফটা কিন্তু অনেক বেশি প্রেশাস। আমরা এক একজন বাঁচলে আমাদের ফ্যামিলি, এক্স্যাক্টলি সেটাই আমি সবাইকে আগে বলবো, কারণ আমাদের কেয়ারটা কিন্তু আমাদেরই নিতে হবে, কারণ আবার প্যান্ডেমিক এই বিপদ ওভারকাম হয়ে গেলে আবার কিন্তু কমিউনিটি আগের জায়গায় ফিরে যাবে, কারণ মানুষের মেন্টালিটি আমরা চেঞ্জ করতে পারবো না। তো সেখান থেকে
এখনো প্রচুর হয়েছে যে ডাক্তার কাজ করে বাড়ি ফিরছে, বাড়িতে ঢুকতে দেবো না বিকজ তুমি কোভিড এফেক্টেড এরিয়া থেকে আসছো।
এক্স্যাক্টলি
যেটা হয়েছে নার্সরা হয়তো রেন্টেড অ্যাকোমোডেশনে আছে, যে সাডেনলি মানে প্রপোর্শন কম, কিন্তু তার সত্ত্বেও এই ঘটনা ঘটেছে। রেন্ট যে ওনার, হাউস ওনার হ্যাজ ক্যান্সেলড দ্য টেনেন্সি। But at the same time, people could be very reckless. যারা বাইরে ঘুরছে, they are not maintaining social distancing.
একদম
তো I think so these message from যেটা তুমি বলছো যে ডাক্তারদের নিজেদের সচেতনতা, নিজেদের সাবধানতা নিজেদেরকেই নিতে হবে, because there is nobody to honestly speaking. মানে we have to be safe, we have to be healthy for our family only.
এক্স্যাক্টলি, আমার ফ্যামিলি অ্যান্ড ফর আওয়ার ফ্রেন্ডস অ্যান্ড ফর আওয়ার ফ্র্যাটার্নিটি। কারণ আমাদের এই জায়গায় পৌঁছতে যে পরিমাণ পরিশ্রম, যে পরিমাণ কষ্ট, এবং এখনো আমাদের আক্ষরিক অর্থে বলতে গেলে মাথার ঘাম পায়ে ফেলে, কারণ পিপিইটা পরার পরে জাস্ট 15 মিনিট পরে নিঃশ্বাস নেওয়া যায় না। তো সেই জায়গাটা আমরা কেন বোকার মতন, এটা তো একটা বোকামি না, কারণ আমরা একজন বেঁচে থাকলে অন্তত 100 জনকে আমরা সার্ভ করতে পারবো, তার মধ্যে আমাদের ফ্যামিলি মেম্বাররা ভীষণভাবে ডিজার্ভ করে আমাদের। তো সেখানে আমার মনে হয় যে আমাদের অনেক বেশি যত্নশীল হতে হবে আমাদের ফ্যামিলির প্রতি এবং আমাদের নিজেদের প্রতি, কারণ এটা তো বদলাবে, কোনো একটা জিনিস তো ফিক্সড হয় না। হিপোক্রেটিক ওথ যখন তৈরি হয়েছিল তখনকার সামাজিক পরিকাঠামো অন্যরকম ছিল, এখন আমাদের সামাজিক পরিকাঠামো, অর্থনৈতিক এবং রাজনৈতিক পরিকাঠামো অন্যরকম। আর ডাক্তার ফ্র্যাটার্নিটি সব সময় সর্বযুগেই এখনো অব্দি দাবার বোড়ে। তো সেটা খুব যে একটা বদলাবে বলে মনে হয় না, যদিও আমি আশাবাদী যে আমার নেক্সট জেনারেশন বদলে যাবে, বাট ওই আর কি, পুরোটাই স্বপ্ন। তো আমি সবাইকে বলবো টেক কেয়ার করতে।
নিশ্চয়ই। তো তুমি তো এর মধ্যে প্রচুর লেখালেখি করেছো, তুমি তো প্যান্ডেমিক ডায়েরি নিয়ে তুমি আনন্দবাজারে লেখালেখি করছিলে। তো তোমার একটা কোনো ঘটনা যদি আমাদের সাথে শেয়ার করো, যে মানে যেটা ধরো তুমি যে গল্পগুলো লিখেছো সেটা কি আমরা একটা শুনতে পারি? আমাকে একটা পাঠিয়েছো।
নিশ্চয়ই
ঠিক আছে, তাহলে সেটা আমরা শুনে নিয়ে আমরা ফেরত আসবো। ঠিক আছে।
আমার লেখা প্যান্ডেমিক ডায়েরির একটি গল্প, গোঁফ। আমার লেখা প্যান্ডেমিক ডায়েরির একটি গল্প, গোঁফ। ছানার জিলিপি খাওয়াবে আজ? মোবাইলে অর্পণের গলায় আবদার। চমকে গেল সুপর্ণা। সন্ধ্যাবেলা কস্মিনকালেও ফোন করে না অর্পণ। পিপি পরে একবার আইটিইউতে ঢুকে পড়া মানে মোবাইলের সঙ্গে সম্পর্কহীন, অতএব বিনা কারণে ফোন করেনি অর্পণ। আন্দাজে ঢিল ছুড়ল সুপর্ণা। কি ব্যাপার, 4 নম্বরের ফিমেল পেশেন্ট স্টেবল হলো বুঝি? ওদিক থেকে এক কলি গান ভেসে এলো অর্পণের গলায়। গোঁফ ব্যাপারটা ডাক্তার অর্পণ চক্রবর্তীর নেশা থেকে শ্লাঘায় পরিণত হয়েছে। সুপার স্পেশালিটি হাসপাতালের ডাক্তার সরকারের টিমের অন্যতম সদস্য সে। কৈশোরে বাবাকে হারিয়ে শুধুমাত্র মায়ের আগ্রহে মেধাবী অর্পণ আজ পৌঁছেছে এই জায়গায়। যেসব রোগীদের হৃদয় ফুসফুস কাজ করতে চায় না, অর্পণরা তাদের বাঁচিয়ে রাখে যন্ত্রে, দেখভাল করে। তারপর একদিন কৃত্রিম শ্বাস প্রশ্বাসের যন্ত্রকে ঠেলে শরীর নিজেই সচল হয়ে ওঠে, ভেন্টিলেশন থেকে বার হয়ে আসে। কাজটা প্রচন্ড কঠিন, কারণ এটা টিম ওয়ার্ক। সেই বোঝাপড়া পরিবারেও থাকতে হয় বইকি। সমস্ত রোগীর মনিটরিং করে রাত দুপুরে বাড়ি ফিরে অর্পণ। সুপর্ণা খাবার বেড়ে বসে থাকে, হাতে পছন্দের বই, ক্লাসিক থেকে শুরু করে হালফিলের বাংলা ইংরেজি সাহিত্য সব প্লেটের উপরে সাজিয়ে দেয়। সুপর্ণা সুগৃহিণী, ঘরকে কিভাবে স্বর্গ করে তুলতে হয় তার ফর্মুলা জানে। অর্পণের ব্যাংক থেকে ফেসবুক অ্যাকাউন্ট সব শক্ত হাতে দেখাশুনো করে। হয়তো সেই সুখাবেশের প্রেক্ষিতেই অর্পণ গভীর মনোযোগ দিতে পারে রোগীদের এবং নিজের গোঁফকে। ভেন্টিলেশনের রোগীরাও ঠিক গতানুগতিক রোগী নয়, একেবারে নিষ্পন্দ। সারা শব্দ নেই, চোখের পিটপিটানি নেই। যে কোনো মানুষ হঠাৎ দেখলে ভাববে মৃত। গুজব ছড়ায়ও খানিকটা সেই কারণে, মৃত মানুষকে ভেন্টিলেশনে ভর্তি করে রেখেছে, ইত্যাদি ইত্যাদি। জীবন মৃত্যুর মাঝখানেও যে একটা অতীন্দ্রিয় সময় আছে, সেটা ইসিএমও স্পেশালিস্ট অর্পণের মতো গুটি কয়েক ডাক্তার উপলব্ধি করেন। কি সূক্ষ্মাতি সূক্ষ্ম সেই লক্ষণ রেখা! কখন যে মৃত্যুর দিকে ঢলে পড়বে স্বয়ং ভগবানও বোধহয় জানেন না। জানেন জম। ইদানিং জমের সঙ্গে আঁতাত করেছে নতুন এক শ্যাঙাত, কোভিড। ফটাফট ভরে যাচ্ছে ভেন্টিলেটর বেড। সদ্য মা হওয়া এক তরুণী 4 নম্বর বেডে, কোভিড পজিটিভ। বাচ্চাটা নিওনেটাল ওয়ার্ডে, মায়ের দুধ পায়নি, কিচ্ছু না। তরুণীর স্বামী, বাবা, মা নিয়ম মাফিক কোয়ারেন্টাইন সেন্টারে। হিমশীতল আইটির ভিতরে আজ নিয়ে 5 দিন হলো রোগিণীর জন্য সবকিছু এক হাতে করে চলেছে অর্পণ। কি এক অদ্ভুত আতঙ্কে ভুগছে গোটা পৃথিবী। এই বুঝে এলো কোভিড, হবে কিন্তু সবারই, কেউ পার পাবে না। আইটিউ এর কিছু কিছু ট্রেন্ড স্বাস্থ্যকর্মীও আতঙ্কের আবহে কাজে আসছে না। স্যালাইন পাল্টানো থেকে কৃত্রিম শ্বাসনল বদলানো, এমনকি রোগিণীর মলমূত্র সাফ সব করতে হচ্ছে অর্পণকে। আইটিউর পৃথিবী একদম আলাদা, অসম লড়াই জমে চিকিৎসকে। প্রেমিকা থাকতেই সুপর্ণার দাবি ছিল গোঁফ ছাটা চলবে না। অর্পণ আগাগোড়া বদলেছে এই 20 বছরে, বদলেছে তার চিকিৎসক সত্তা, পিতৃসত্তা। মেয়ের বাবারা বোধহয় একটু বেশি সংবেদনশীল হয়, কিন্তু বদলায়নি তার গোঁফ। চন্দনদস্যু বীরাপ্পানকে আজও মনে রেখেছে অর্পণ। গোঁফ আসলে একটা আইডেন্টিটি, তার ক্ষেত্রে দাম্পত্যের প্রশ্রয়। কিন্তু 4 নম্বর পেশেন্ট ইমপ্রুভ করছে না কেন? দুদিন ছায় দাঁড়িয়েও ঠাহর হয় না অর্পণের। সে ফেল করলে বাচ্চাটা চিরদিনের জন্য মা হারা হবে। সব পরীক্ষায় পাশ করা মুশকিল। এই সময়টা ডাক্তারের জন্য নিদারুণ অসহায় মুহূর্ত। নিজেকে না মানুষ এক ভিনগ্রহী মনে হয়। উন্নতির প্যারামিটারগুলো এক জায়গায় দাঁড়িয়ে। তরুণীর বর রোজ ফোন করে স্ত্রীর খোঁজ নেয়। সেই কাতর প্রশ্নের কি জবাব দেবে বুঝতে পারে না অর্পণ। কোভিড রোগীদের থেকে সংক্রমণ ছড়ানোর সম্ভাবনা অনেক বেশি, তাই পিপি পড়তেই হয়। কিন্তু আজ মেয়েটার চোখের মনি যেন বেশি নড়ছে, কিছু বলতে চায়। তরঙ্গ খেলে গেল অর্পণের বুকে। 20 মিনিট ধরেও কিছু বুঝতে না পেরে অধৈর্য হয়ে মাস্ক খুলে ফেলল অর্পণ। মিরাকেল ঘটল তখনই। রোগিণীর 2 হাত হঠাৎ নড়ে উঠল। ঠোঁটের ফাঁকে মৃদু হাসি। দ্রুত খাতা পেন এনে দিল অর্পণ। কাঁপা কাঁপা হাতে কয়েকটা অক্ষর। ডাক্তারবাবু, বাদিকের গোফটা ছোট কেন? সকালে দাড়ি কামাতে গিয়ে বাদিকের গোফ অসাবধানে ছোট হয়ে গেছিল। সেটাই যে তো রূপের তা সবে ভাবতে পারিনি। সুপর্ণা জানালো রোগিণী নাকি অর্পণের ফেসবুক ফ্রেন্ড। অনেকবার লাইক মেরেছে ডাক্তারের প্রোফাইল ফটোতে। হয়তো গোফের তারতম্য রোগিণীর অবচেতন মস্তিষ্কে উত্তেজনা এনেছে। ছানার জিলিপি এগিয়ে দিয়ে সুপর্ণা সেই 20 বছর আগের হাসি হাসল। অর্পণও ভবিষ্যৎ ছবি ভেবে স্বস্তির নিঃশ্বাস ফেলল। তরুণী মায়ের কোলে নবজাতক। বাদিকের গোফে তা দিতে গিয়ে নিজেই হেসে ফেলল হো হো করে। নমস্কার।
গোফের আমি, গোফের তুমি, গোফ কি কারু কেনা? তোমার গোফ খুব ভালোভাবে এলো, কিন্তু গোফই করলো। ভীষণ ভালো লাগলো, ভীষণ।
থ্যাংক ইউ, থ্যাংক ইউ।
আমাকে একটা জিনিস বল, এই কোভিড বাদ দাও, তোমার জীবনের এমন কোনো মেমোরেবল ঘটনা আছে যেটা তুমি আমাদের সাথে শেয়ার করতে পারবে? আমি কোনো প্রাইভেট ঘটনা জানতে চাইছি না। এনিথিং which is really memorable and which you can share with the friends.
হ্যাঁ, মেমোরেবল বলতে আমার যেমন ছোটবেলা থেকে খুব ইচ্ছে ছিল যে আমি লেখালেখি করব, কিন্তু সেটা কখনোই মানে ভাবিনি যে প্রফেশনালি করব। তো আনতাবড়ি হাবড়ি জাবড়ি এদিক সেদিক লিখে রাখতাম। কোনোদিনও কোনো পত্রিকাতে দেওয়ার কথাও ভাবিনি। এদিক সেদিক চুটকো ছাটকা বেরিয়েছে। তো আমি হঠাৎ করে 2015 সালে কয়েকটা পত্রিকায় দেওয়ার চেষ্টা করেছিলাম, তো কোথাও তারা সেরকম খুব একটা পাত্তা দিল না আমাকে। তার কারণ আমি তো কখনো সেইভাবে লেখালেখি করিনি, তো সেই জন্য যেখানেই লেখা জমা দিই লেখা ফেরত চলে আসে। তারপরে হঠাৎ আমাকে আমার এক বন্ধু বললো যে তুই কেন আনন্দবাজারে জমা দিচ্ছিস না, আনন্দ মেলাতে দিচ্ছিস না। আমি আনন্দ মেলার কথাটা শুনে ভেবেছিলাম সর্বনাশ, সে তো বিরাট বড় একটা জায়গা, সেখানে আমি কি জমা দেবো, আমি বরাবর ছোট থেকে পড়ে এসেছি, আনন্দ মেলা আমাদের স্বপ্নের সঙ্গী ছিল। আমি ভয় পেয়ে বললাম না 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 ওইসব আমাকে বলিস না। কিন্তু তারপরে যাই হোক, সে বন্ধু এবং শুভাকাঙ্ক্ষী বন্ধু এবং আরো 2-3 জন আমার শুভাকাঙ্ক্ষী, তাদের কথায় শেষ পর্যন্ত জমা দিলাম। এবং আমি কিন্তু ভুলেই গেছিলাম সে ঘটনাটা। হঠাৎ মাস 6 বাদে আমার একটা ফোন এলো। ফোনের ওদিকে যিনি রয়েছেন তার গলাটা শুনে আমি চমকে গেলাম, মানে তিনি আরেক স্বপ্ন আমার কাছে। তিনি হচ্ছেন স্বনামধন্য সাহিত্যিক শীর্ষেন্দু মুখোপাধ্যায়। তিনি আমাকে বললেন যে তোমার নাম দোলনচাঁপা দাশগুপ্ত। আমি বললাম হ্যাঁ, আমি শীর্ষেন্দু মুখোপাধ্যায় বলছি। আমি তো মানে পড়ে যাবো বোধহয়। প্রথমেই বললেন আনন্দবাজার দপ্তর থেকে এবং শীর্ষেন্দু মুখোপাধ্যায়, মানে আমি ভীষণ ভীষণ মানে কি করব আমি বুঝে উঠতে পারছি না, আমি কি বলবো। তখন উনি বললেন যে তোমার একটি উপন্যাস আমরা এরকম আনন্দ মেলার জন্য মনোনীত করেছি। উপন্যাসটি ধারাবাহিকভাবে প্রকাশিত হবে। সেটার নাম চন্দ্রতালের পরীরা। সেটা একটা সায়েন্স ফিকশন কাম ফ্যান্টাসি। তো সেই দিনটা আমার কাছে মানে অসম্ভব একটা আনন্দের, যে সেটা আমার ছোটবেলার যে একটা ড্রিম, যেটা পড়তে পড়তে আমরা বড় হয়েছি, সেই জায়গায় আমার লেখাটা বেরোবে এবং আমার কল্পিত চরিত্রগুলো তারপরে ধারাবাহিকভাবে বেরোতে শুরু করলো। কিন্তু সেই প্রথম দিনটা আমি কিছুতেই ভুলতে পারি না, এবং আমার যখনই কেউ আমাকে এটা জিজ্ঞেস করে তখনই আমি এটা বলি, এবং প্রথম দিনটা আমাকে ভীষণ আনন্দ এনে দেয়। তো আমি হয়তো একটু জ্ঞানই দিয়ে ফেললাম। আমি এখানে এসেক্স ইন্ডিয়ানের অনেকেই আমার ফেসবুক ফ্রেন্ড আছেন, অনেকে। তো আমি সবাইকে বলবো স্বপ্নটাকে ছাড়বেন না, প্লিজ প্লিজ স্বপ্নটাকে ছাড়বেন না, কারণ কোথাও আমরা গিয়ে কিন্তু উই উইল বি।
স্বপ্ন যদি না দেখো সেই স্বপ্ন কোনদিন সত্যি হয় না। অনেক
ঠিক তাই,
অনেক
একদম তাই।
দোলন চম্পা, আবার পরে অনেক গল্প হবে। আজকে তুমি অনুষ্ঠানটি দেখতে থাকো যদি সময় থাকে, যদি ব্যস্ত না থাকো। আমাদের সাথে আরো অলমোস্ট 30 থেকে 35 জন ডাক্তাররা রয়েছেন সারা পৃথিবী জুড়ে। আমরা অনেক কথা বলবো, অনেক গল্প, অনেক অভিজ্ঞতা শেয়ার করব। সঙ্গে থেকো, খুব ভালো লাগলো। তো আজকের মতো বিদায় নিচ্ছি, সাবধানে থেকো।
নিশ্চয়ই নিশ্চয়ই, সবাইকে ধন্যবাদ। অর্পিতা দি, তোমাকেও ধন্যবাদ।
দোলন চম্পার সঙ্গে গল্প করার পর আমরা চলে আসছি ইউকেতে। ইউকের যাকে আমি ডেকে নেব, তার কাছ থেকে অনেক কিছু শোনার আছে। তো আমি ডাকতে চলেছি কনসালটেন্ট ডার্মাটোলজিস্ট মৌমিতা চট্টোপাধ্যায়কে। সঙ্গে থাকুন, আমরা এক্ষুনি ফিরে আসছি। হ্যালো মৌমিতা।
হ্যালো
শুনতে পাচ্ছি? হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ, একদম সব ঠিক আছে। কেমন আছিস?
একদম দারুণ, থ্যাংক ইউ ভেরি মাচ। প্রথমেই নমস্কার ডাকার জন্য।
নমস্কার করতে হবে, এখন তো হ্যান্ডশেকের বাজার নয়, এখন নমস্তেই হচ্ছে সবকিছুর জায়গায়, তাই সবাই শিখে গেছে।
না, থ্যাংক ইউ ভেরি মাচ। ডক্টরস ডে তে জয়েন করতে পেরেছি এত এমিনেন্ট সব ডক্টরসদের সাথে, and as you know that all of them are doing an incredible job all around the world, and thank you very much Essex Indians for giving me this wonderful opportunity.
You are part of Essex Indian, so thank you to all of us essentially.
Thank you.
So
we work. We rock. Yeah. That's the bottom line.
So we are together in it essentially. বিপদে হোক বা আনন্দে হোক আমরা সবাই একসাথে রয়েছি। তো তুই আমাকে বল, অবভিয়াসলি ডার্মাটোলজিস্ট হিসেবে তো মানে রিস্ক ওয়াইজ যদি কেউ মানে সোফার আমরা তো সব জায়গায় এখন রিস্ক অ্যাসেসমেন্ট হচ্ছে, পিপি সেই হিসেবে অ্যালোকেটেড হচ্ছে। তো ডার্মাটোলজিস্ট হিসেবে তোর মানে এই কোভিড প্যান্ডেমিকের হাতে গরম কি অভিজ্ঞতা?
কোভিড প্যান্ডেমিকের হাতে গরম অভিজ্ঞতা মানে অ্যাজ আ ডক্টর, তুমি অ্যাজ আ ডার্মাটোলজিস্ট তুমি জিজ্ঞেস করছো তো?
As a person.
Oh,
and the person who is inclusive of a doctor, a mother, a wife, a friend, everything. So as a person, হাতে গরম কি অভিজ্ঞতা?
it has been a roller coaster ride. So essentially, from a doctor's, I will start off in chronological order, কারণ আমি ফার্স্ট মানে ডিউরিং দ্য ইনিশিয়াল স্টেজেস আমি নিজে পেশেন্ট হয়ে গেছিলাম কোভিডের, and the way I contracted it at that time, most possibly একটা পেশেন্টের থেকে, কারণ আমাদের ডার্মাটোলজিস্ট হিসাবে তোমার খুব ক্লোজলি এক্সামিন করতে হয় পেশেন্টের লিজনস লাইক দ্য স্পটস। তো সেটা করতে গিয়ে তখন আমাদের কোনো রকম প্রোটেকশনই নিতে বারণ করা হচ্ছিল। তখনও at that stage যখনও তোমার পিপি গাইডলাইন্স সেরকম ভাবে ফর্মুলেটেড হয়নি। So আমি একদম without any protection, I went very close to a patient and had to examine a spot on their nose. পেশেন্টটা কাশ ছিল, তো আমি জিজ্ঞেস করেছি, তো as everybody of course like বললো যে একটা ড্রাই টিকল হচ্ছে, মানে it's nothing. I believe, of course I can't be sure that is how I contracted it. যেরকম হয় তো ইনিশিয়ালি তো আমি তোমার মানে মনে হয়নি যে কোভিড, মানে শুনছি চারদিকে হচ্ছে, আমার যে কোভিডই হয়েছে এটা মনে হয়নি। সো অ্যাবাউট থার্ড ডে থেকে আমি বুঝতে পারলাম যে দিস ইজ নট লাইক অ্যান অর্ডিনারি ডিজিজ। অ্যান্ড তারপরে তো বুঝতে পারলাম যে আমার কোভিড হয়েছে। তো তার ধরো দিন 7 পরে আমার মেয়ে ঋতিশা, ও she also got affected, সেটা আমি বুঝতে পেরেছিলাম। আর আমার she was showing all those signs but to a lesser degree. আমার হাজব্যান্ড very interestingly 2-4 বার কাশতে টাশতে শুনেছিলাম, এবং তখন ও প্যারাসিটামল খাচ্ছিল ফর অ্যানাদার রিজন, কিন্তু আমার মনে হয়েছিল হলেও হতে পারে, বাট মানে হি জাস্ট পুপুড ইট, মানে নাও আমার কিছু হয়নি। তো যাই হোক, এই সময় আমার এক্সপেরিয়েন্স বলতে আমার দুটো জিনিস এখনো আমার ভীষণ মনে আছে, বাট সবকিছু ছাপিয়ে আমার যেটা মনে হয়েছিল তখন, ফার্স্ট অফ অল ইজ আমার মেয়ের কাছে আমি যেতে পারছি না। আমার মেয়ের যখন আমাকে সব থেকে দরকার, উই আর ইউজিং সেপারেট বেডরুমস, আমি আমার মেয়ের একটা কপালে হাত রাখতে পারছি না, আমি তার মাথায় হাত বুলিয়ে দিতে পারছি না। মানে I was really feeling guilty as well যে আমি কোভিডটা পাস অন করে দিয়েছি টু মাই ডটার, and that is a very overwhelming feeling I would say, যে আমার মেয়ে যাকে কিনা আমার প্রোটেক্ট করার কর্তব্য, আমি I have brought COVID from the hospital and passed it on to her, so which is a kind of like devastating feeling. তারপরে তোমার আর একটা জিনিস যেটা at the back of my mind যেটা আমার মনে হচ্ছিল, আরো দুটো জিনিস অ্যাকচুয়ালি মনে হচ্ছিল, আমার হাজব্যান্ডও vulnerable just like me, তো আমি যেন আমার হাজব্যান্ডকে পাস অফ না করে দিই, কারণ আমাদের দুজনেরই যদি হয়ে যায় তাহলে চাইল্ড কেয়ার ইস্যুস নিয়ে প্রবলেম হবে, social services perhaps involved হয়ে যাবে, we have to be taken to the hospital etc. আর একটা জিনিস যেটা মনে হচ্ছিল যে তোমার যে cytokine storm generally it comes on later in the course of the disease, like 7 to 10 days এর মধ্যে ম্যাক্সিমালি তোমার লোকজন ডিটোরিয়েট করে। সো তখন ওই ব্যাক অফ মাই মাইন্ড একটা স্কেয়ার ছিল যে what if I deteriorate, what if I don't make it, what if I have to be taken to the hospital, তাহলে কি হবে। তো আমি জেনারেলি খুব ব্রেভ, বাট আমি বলবো যে there have been sleepless nights, মানে night after night I had felt worried, not about me, কারণ আমাদের সবাইকে কিছু না কিছু কারণে কোনো না কোনো দিন মরতে হবে, but more about my family, what will happen.
Absolutely.
তখন
আমি just English switch করছি just because I'm suddenly got a message that everything is happening in Bengali we do not understand. মানে so that's why I just thought, but because initially I thought হ্যাঁ বাংলায় আড্ডা গল্প, but then মেসেজটা দেখে I just thought best that we all switch into English and we use Bengali.
As long as you don't ask me to speak in Hindi, which is terrible.
Oh, no, not me either.
I'm very sorry. I apologize to the people who haven't been able to understand what I have been saying. Yeah, so I'm not repeating in the interest of time.
No, don't repeat at all. No, we are proud to be Bengali.
Absolutely. So there I was. So that's from a patient's perspective. And yes, I developed complications later on during the course of the illness. But by God's grace, we have come around and I have recovered. as you can see, faring quite well.
Which is fantastic.
Yes,
But
and
yes,
later on we came to know Jay, my husband, is also COVID antibody positive. So he lost it.
more power.
Successfully have created a herd immunity, you can say. Within the confines of the house, I have created a herd immunity. So there we go. Now, from a doctor's perspective, yes, after that initial fight, so I was off for about about 4 weeks. 4 weeks I was off. Okay, and then I returned. Now I must say I'm really proud of my department, my skin department, because we are perhaps the only skin department in the region, i.e. in Birmingham, who have actually successfully maintained our skin cancer services full-fledged during the course of the illness, even seeing face-to-face patients. So what we were doing is we were doing remote consultations, of course. So that was kind of like a matter of triaging them. So the GPs will refer these patients, and there have been like really, it was really problematic to get it right, because the patients were in charge of sending their photographs. And which had to be uploaded on the system. So initially, when when the system started, we were actually in the middle of the clinic ringing the patients up saying, you haven't sent photographs, or your photographs are horrid. We can't actually make any kind of diagnosis looking at the photographs, because, skin dermatology is not only about seeing, it's also about feeling as well. So, and it's kind of like a 3D thing, which we can't do. And trust me, they're appalling pictures. Patients, they with the full light falling on their skin lesion, they would send it, actually thinking that the doctor is definitely going to make it. A wisp of hair around a lesion on we have got everything on a lesion on the head, etc. So we faced really lots of teething problems, and it was after a lot of trial and error that actually we got it right. And then if we couldn't make a diagnosis, we would refer them in a face-to-face consultation, and if it was felt that it was necessary, then we would continue perform surgeries as well. So we had actually been successful in maintaining an absolutely fantastic skin cancer service and also an emergency dermatology service. Because, as such, patients have been really feeling scared at home, away from everything. And loads of times they got like saying like, okay, God, we have got a rash here, we've got a little skin lesion there. And they have been terribly scared, and this is an overwhelming feeling. And to hold their hands, they had been so very indebted and grateful to us. It's really, we can't really measure it. So, so that's from a doctor's perspective, and there were patients who were on medications which will suppress their immune system. So we deal with those kind of medications a lot. So these were also the kind of patients, and we had to draw out separate SOPs and send it out to the patients, asking them to shield and all these kind of things. So yes, it has been
a roller coaster, isn't it? Like it is something which we have never ever thought in our wildest dream, but we were in it. It's like you are more inside a science fiction story where things are happening which we have never imagined. তার সঙ্গে you have sent a beautiful recitation, সেটা এখন একটু শুনে নিয়ে তারপর আবার আসছি, ঠিক আছে?
কিসের মানে? ও নেপোটিজম। নেপোটিজম মানে হলো নেপোয় মারে দই। নেপোটিজম মানে হলো নেপোয় মারে দই। রামের খাবার শ্যামকে রেখায়, রাম পেল আর কই। তবু আচ্ছা, উকিল বাপের উকিল ছেলে নেপোটিজম নয়? স্টারের ছেলে স্টারটা হলেই নেপোটিজম হয়? কিরে বাবা, স্যারের ছেলে স্যার হয় না? নেন না কারো হেল্প? সিনেমাতেই সব ঘটনা। Talk to yourself. নেপোটিজম মানে হলো স্বজন পোষণ কাকা। নিজের লোকের দাও গুছিয়ে, বাইরে সাজো নেকা। এই ভিড় লাইনে দাঁড়িয়ে শেষে কাউকে চেনা পেলে, ওই তো ভিড় লাইনে দাঁড়িয়ে শেষে কাউকে চেনা পেলে দে লাইনের নাওনি সুযোগ থ্যাংক ইউ টা বলে। আমার ছেলের চাকরিটা স্যার দেখুন না হয় যদি, বলছি মানে বলছি আমার ছেলের চাকরিটা স্যার দেখুন না হয় যদি। সোর্স খুঁজে ল্যাঙ্গা মারেন নাকি নান্নি কেড়ে গদি? কম বেশি স্যার আমরা সবাই সুযোগ নিয়ে ফেলি, অন্য কেউ কেসটা খেলি নেপোটিজম বলি। নেপোটিজম চান্সটুকু দেয়, মানুষ বানায় স্টার, ফ্লিপফ্লপেতে বগল বাজাই যোগ্যতা চুরমার। নেপোটিজম ছিল, আছে, থেকেও যাবে কাল। এসব ছাড়াও বেশি মানুষ নাম করে চিরকাল। যদি নেপোটিজম সিনেমাতে এতই বড় হতো, এই নেপোটিজম সিনেমাতে এতই বড় হতো, অমিতাভের ছেলে আজ সুপারস্টারই হতো। হয়েছে কি? মাঝির ছেলে রাষ্ট্রপতি এদেশেতেই হয়, মাঝির ছেলে রাষ্ট্রপতি এ দেশেতেই হয়। নেপোটিজম একাই জয়ী? একদমই তা নয়। রাজনীতি তো নেপোটিজম, এই দেন না কেউ ভোট। রাজনীতি তো নেপোটিজম, দিত তবু ভোট। নিজের স্বার্থে ঘানা খেয়ে হয়েছে কি একজোট। সব জীবিকায় আপনি আমি একটু আধটু নেপো, মানে ভুল বুঝবেন না, খারাপ নেবেন না, মনে করবেন না, কিছু না। ওই সব জীবিকায় আপনি আমি একটু আধটু নেপো, তাই গালমন্দ করার আগে নিজের ভেজাল মেপো। নেপোটিজম নিয়ে দাদা কদিন টাইম পাস, দুদিন পরেই গুলিয়ে যাবে কার ঘরে কার বাস। নেপোটিজম দেশের অসুখ, আপনি আমি রুগী দাদা। নেপোটিজম দেশের অসুখ, আপনি আমি রুগী, এর মধ্যেই বাঁচার লড়াই, এর মধ্যেই ভুগি। তবু নেপোটিজম ভাগ করে দেশ, স্বাধীনতার ক্ষয়। তবু নেপোটিজম ভাগ করে দেশ, স্বাধীনতার ক্ষয়। আয়না ধরে চলুন পড়ি সেই ইতিহাস বই। থ্যাংক ইউ।
সাংঘাতিক বলেছিস, সাংঘাতিক বলেছিস। আর মানে খুব সত্যি কথা, সত্যিই খুব সত্যি কথা। আজকালকার এই সোশ্যাল মিডিয়ার দিনে সবকিছুতেই ঝড় ওঠে, আর যে মুহূর্তে অন্য নতুন একটা খবর এসে যায় তখন সেই ঝড়টা পাল্টে আবার একটা নতুন ঝড় উঠে যায়। তো যাই হোক, কালকে আমি জানি তোদের একটা স্পেশাল দিন, ইটস আ স্পেশাল ডে ফর ইউ। সো অ্যাডভান্স very 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 happy 20th marriage anniversary.
Thank you.
তার সঙ্গে আমি আসবো any memorable incidents which you would like to share with us, non-COVID.
Non-COVID. Okay. The most memorable incident in anybody's life, any mother's life, I would say, is the birth of their child, possibly. So, yes, I've got only one daughter, one child actually, whose name is Ritisha, as you know. And Yes, I had a lot of complications when I was pregnant with her, and I had diabetes. I had insulin resistance and had to take insulin during the time. And then I became hypoglycemic. So actually, I had some cardiac complications as well, for which I had to have a delivery where there was a very specialized center with a cardiac anesthetist present, which was in UCL in London. So, as I tell you, I was diabetic, and in the true spirit of NHS, well, I was meant to be done first thing in the morning, but it got delayed and delayed and delayed and delayed, and nobody bothered to put up any drip or anything. So till it was around like 3:30 p.m. So I was fasting, of course, because I was going to have an elective CS. So I was fasting, and at 4 p.m., around 4 p.m., no, around 3:30 p.m. ish, we still didn't know. And I had become so very hypoglycemic by that time that I started to talk gibberish, really. My husband was there, and of course, it didn't make any kind of sense whatsoever. So when they came and checked my BM, it was 1 point something. So I was going to die if something wasn't done. Anyway, they put up a dextrose drip, and then she was born, I think, around 4:20. 4:20, a very, very memorable time. Yeah, and that moment changed the world for me. From a very go-getter careerist person, I kind of completely changed. And most precious possession. She was hypoglycemic, of course. You know, diabetic moms have got, well, they have their kids are born hypoglycemic. So she had to be fed and all. So she was fed, her nappy was changed, and everything was done, the ambient temperature, etc. And I had kind of like read before giving birth, like what are the reasons why babies can cry, and she was still crying. So I kept on calling the nurses and saying, see, I have done this, has been done, this has been done, this and this, but she's still crying. And that was in the middle of a night. And they were like, babies cry. Learn that, mom. Babies cry in spite of the fact that you do everything for them. Babies will cry, and take that as a life lesson. Anyway, yes. Yes. So yeah, she still cries for no reasons at all. So yes,
Ritisha is like, will say her share of story when I meet her. But thank you very much, Momita, for sharing a few moments despite preparation for tomorrow. খুব ভালো থাকিস, সাবধানে থাকিস, আবার দেখা হবে।
Thank you.
ভালো থাকিস।
Thank you. You keep safe.
Thank you.
Everybody out there. Thank you.
Momita গল্প শোনার পর, now I'm going to go back to India. So stay with me for a little while, because I'm going to get a specific friend.
মন মাতাল সাঁঝ সকাল কেন শুধুই ডাকে, মন মাতাল সাঁঝ সকাল কেন শুধুই ডাকে, নিত্যকাল স্বপ্ন জাল মায়ায় কেন বাঁধে, মন মাতাল সাঁঝ সকাল কেন শুধুই ডাকে, সব অচেনার আগে মনে হয় কিছু চিনি না যে, কে আপনার কে বাজে পর মোর মন লাগে না কাজে সুর বিনা প্রাণ বিনা কেন মিছে সাজে মন মাতাল সাঁঝ সকাল কেন শুধুই ডাকে নিত্যকাল স্বপ্ন জাল মায়ায় কেন বাঁধে মন মাতাল সাঁঝ সকাল কেন শুধুই ডাকে ভুলে যাওয়া ভুলে গেছে মন কেন মনে রাখে অস্তাচলের পথের পাখিকে কেন সে পিছে ডাকে সান্ত্বনা কিছু না আমার প্রেমের ফাঁদে মন মাতাল সাঁঝ সকাল কেন শুধুই ডাকে নিত্যকাল স্বপ্ন জাল মায়ায় কেন বাঁধে মন মাতাল সাঁঝ সকাল কেন শুধুই ডাকে
That was my friend, very old friend from college days, Dr. Mallu Banerjee. I think he has got some problem with the screening. So in the meantime, I'm going to call one of the very known face of Calcutta pediatricians, Dr. Ashok Mittal. But before that, I am going to play his song because he has got a beautiful, beautiful voice. And within our friend circle, we call him Ashok the Emperor. So let's listen to his song first. There will be two songs. So the first one, it's about him, a beautiful song.
बड़े अच्छे लगते हैं बड़े अच्छे लगते हैं ये धरती ये नदियाँ ये रहना और तुम बड़े अच्छे लगते हैं ये धरती ये नदियाँ ये रहना और तुम कितने पास कितनी दूर है चांद सितारे सच पूछो तो मन को झूठे लगते हैं ये सारे हम तुम कितने पास कितनी दूर है चांद सितारे सच पूछो तो मन को झूठे लगते हैं ये सारे मगर सच्चे लगते हैं ये धरती ये नदियाँ ये रहना और सबको छोड़ के कैसे कल सुबह जाओगी मेरे साथ इन्हें भी तो तुम याद बहुत आओगी तुम इन सबको छोड़ के कैसे कल सुबह जाओगी मेरे साथ इन्हें भी तो तुम याद बहुत आओगी बड़े अच्छे लगते हैं ये धरती
Hello, Ashok. Where are you?
Yes, I'm right here.
Yeah. You're doing makeup. Your video is
No, makeup.
Yes.
Yeah. There was some technical goof ups. So how are you doing?
No. I'm not asking. I thought you were doing makeup. I'm fine. Kemon achish?
Bhalo achi. Absolutely fantastic.
So, okay. Thank you. Because obviously we always talk in our WhatsApp group. But it is always really nice to see kind of at least virtually face to face because our friendship goes a long way, isn't it? 32 years. So everybody knows our age.
Absolutely. So, they already know.
Yes, we know. So you cannot hide anything from us. From the whole group, everybody knows about everybody. So,
absolutely. But what they don't know is our mental age, which is 26 yet.
No, you are sweet 16 still, or even less. So just obviously in UK, the COVID situation is a little bit better, but not in India. So how things are in the pediatrics. Obviously, in the pediatrics, we know kids are not that high risk, but even then, obviously, they're coming with the family members and things. What are the points or low points during your for last 3 months and few more months to come as well? How things are?
Well, it still seems to me that I'm seeing a bad dream, and maybe this dream will end. Because none of us were taught in medical college in our post graduation how to handle a pandemic, right?
Absolutely.
We never knew. None of our politicians did. None of us did. None of the doctors. Nobody actually experienced a pandemic before this. This was completely unprecedented, and hence we were not prepared, I would say. So my reaction to it was also a combination of being a medical person and as a lay person also, because I have a family to look after. I have my old mother and children also. So so the first reaction was a reaction of denial that no, this cannot exist. So this was a time when people were dying in Italy, and we were having very intense discussion on our group about how UK was planning to kind of target for herd immunity, and later on they changed their gear. So we were watching the globe, how they are reacting, and suddenly the influx came to India, and then we came to know no, this really exists. So we went through the stages of denial, and then anger, frustration, and then acceptance. So right now we are in the acceptance phase, and I think we are doing pretty good as a country. We are in with the kind of population density we have.
Yeah, no, as a country, because obviously, yes, though we are settled in UK, 90% of our friends and family, they are in India. So we like sort of like with our body, we are in UK, but mentally we are always in India. So yes, we have to say, like, despite being a country of more than 1 billion people, India is doing extremely well, and that's reassuring in the sense. But I think it's still not. We are not still out of the woods. So Toda, what do you do when the kids come? If you need to admit any kids, do you allow parents to stay? Because obviously for the kids, there is no choice, isn't it? So So all the PPEs and everything, it's adequate, more or less for so. But we to এখন তো দেখছি তো you are in the clinic, but you are not wearing any PPE or anything. You are in the clinic, isn't it?
I'm not in the clinic. No. I'm at home.
Oh, right. I'm seeing this green curtain, so I thought it's in the clinic. Then I saw a board on the side, something written, so I thought you were in the clinic.
No. That's my board to-do list. I just chalk down my thoughts on it all the time.
Right. চল তাহলে তোর গান শুনি একটু. So there is another song which I'm going to play, and which you said this is for someone special. So I'm sure that someone special is watching it. Okay.
I hope so.
Yes. Otherwise, that someone special will be in big trouble. I'm sure. Dara.
This song is dedicated to someone very, very special. Here you go.
सागर किनारे दिल ये पुकारे, तू जो नहीं तो मेरा कोई नहीं है। ओ सागर किनारे, सागर किनारे दिल ये पुकारे, तू जो नहीं तो मेरा कोई नहीं है। ओ सागर किनारे, जागे नजारे, जागी हवाएं, जागे नजारे, जागी हवाएं, जब प्यार जागा जागी फिजाएं। ओ पल भर को दिल की दुनिया सोई नहीं है। सागर किनारे दिल ये पुकारे, तू जो नहीं तो मेरा कोई नहीं है। ओ सागर किनारे, लहरों पे नाचे किरणों की परियां, लहरों पे नाचे किरणों की परियां, मैं खोई जैसे सागर में नदियां। ओ तू ही अकेली तो कोई नहीं है। सागर किनारे दिल ये पुकारे, तू जो नहीं तो मेरा कोई नहीं है। ओ सागर किनारे,
থ্যাংক ইউ অশোক, ভীষণ ভালো লাগলো। শুনতে পাচ্ছিস?
Yeah, absolutely. So I hope guys and girls, you guys like it.
Oh yes.
That was my.
Now a question for you.
Thank you.
Would you like to share a
Yeah.
memorable incidents with us, non-COVID?
Mhm.
Non-COVID.
Non-COVID.
Yes.
Memorable. Okay. So I guess it would still be the time of birth of my first son. I have two sons, Vasudev and Ram, and it was Vasudev when he was born, um, and I was handed over. That was the feeling. I mean, that's most memorable. I mean, I do love my younger one also, Ram, who is this extremely mischievous guy. But then, you know what? The first one is the one who makes you dad for the first time. So that was probably the most memorable day, I would say.
Is Ram watching this? Otherwise, I will send it, the YouTube video, to Ram.
No, he knows it. He knows it. And he admits it. He doesn't mind that.
Okay, that's fine. Very sensible child. Very sensible child.
Yep.
Knows his dad.
বাবাকে দেখতে হবে তো।
খুব ভালো থাকিস অশোক. We will talk and
Yes.
we will meet when we go to India. And for this second song, I deserve a treat from you. Right? Remember that.
Absolutely. Absolutely. ইলিশ মাছ খাওয়াবো তোকে।
Very good. মনে রাখিস। তুই রান্না করে খাওয়াস। Okay. Bye. Bye. See you.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. Yeah, wonderful. Thank you.
It's a pleasure to have you here. With this, I'm going to call my another friend, again a friend of 32 long years, Dr. Joshumallu Banerjee, a general medicine specialist and also a radiologist from Calcutta. Hello, Joshua. শুনতে পাচ্ছিস? শুনতে পাচ্ছিস? Can you hear me? I cannot hear you. তুই ইয়েটা খোল. Just take the yes. Can you hear me? Right. I cannot hear you. So I will come back to you. Can you hear me? I cannot hear you. So there is some problem with Dr. Joshumallu Banerjee's connection. I will get him back. But in the meantime, I'm going to call our friend, our junior Dr. Rudra Prasad Boitarai, A&E consultant from Birmingham. Hello, Rudra, শুনতে পাচ্ছিস?
হ্যাঁ শুনতে পাচ্ছি, তুমি শুনতে পাচ্ছ?
হ্যাঁ, আমিও শুনতে পাচ্ছি। কেমন আছিস?
হ্যাঁ ভালো আছি। একটু কারেক্ট করে দিই, আমি ট্রমার অর্থোপেডিক্সে, এনিতে নয়।
সরি, ট্রমা এন্ড অর্থোপেডিক্স। ট্রমা এন্ড অর্থোপেডিক্স, হাত পা ভাঙলে তোর কাছে যেতে হবে।
হ্যাঁ নিশ্চয়ই।
সরি, তুই মেসেজ পাঠিয়েছিস, আমি না দেখে ভাবলাম, সুপার কনফিডেন্ট হয়ে গিয়ে ভাবলাম না আমি তো বলতে পারবো বলে ভুল করেছি।
না কোনো ব্যাপার না।
And congratulations in advance for tomorrow's 20th marriage anniversary and many happy returns of the day.
Many thanks, Gorpita di, many thanks.
And Momitaর কাছে তো শুনলাম that you are now proud owner of COVID antibody.
হ্যাঁ এক্স্যাক্টলি, আমি সেটাই বলছিলাম আর কি। ফার্স্টলি থ্যাংক ইউ ফর দ্য অপরচুনিটি, মানে আমাকে সুযোগ করে দেওয়ার জন্য এখানে।
What don't know of your COVID antibody status, right?
না ওইটা আর কি, I want to share, মানে মমিতা তো অলরেডি বলেছে, মমিতা has said already that she suffered a lot for more than 4 weeks and she had a lot of complications including myocarditis and all those things. But the problem on the back of our mind was that because Ritisha is our only child, so we were worried that if anything happens to us and because of our comorbidities, if we have to go to the hospital and then get hospitalized, because in this country, because we don't have any friends and families.
And we all cannot go to Durham.
Yeah, exactly. True. Yeah, we are not the privileged. Yeah, exactly. We are not the privileged ones. So that's why we thought, because of the social care services, if something happens and we don't want Ritisha to go into care or something like that. So though for a couple of days, I felt really bad. But the thing is, I had a surgery mid-March, and I was a lucky few to have that surgery, like elective surgery. And I was supposed to come back towards the end of April to the hospital to join work. But yeah, during that time, I was taking paracetamol and all that with all the analgesics. So though I felt really bad for a couple of days, but again, by the grace of God, it was all right.
No,
And later on,
absolutely.
just a week ago, we found out that both of us had antibody positive. So by God, God's grace, we were not in the hospital, and yeah, it
We
was
all will be queuing outside your house
always welcome. Yeah,
and you can sell it in black.
we always.
Because with this antibody, lot of people who were COVID antigen positive, they
Yeah.
were coming negative and they are obviously really depressed.
Yeah, exactly. Because there's so much discrepancy with the test. With the antigen positive, you're getting antibody positive, and as Momita said, and because the antibody antigen result didn't come back when she had the COVID symptoms, and now the antibody positive has come, antibody test has come back positive. So that's why it's a lot of discrepancy. But again,
Yeah,
yeah,
yeah, absolutely. তোর কবিতাগুলো আগে শুনে নি. You said you were going to recite two small poetry.
yeah, because because the one thing is because the kids have done very well during this COVID times. We adults have a social circle and everything, but Ritisha doesn't have any WhatsApp connection or anything.
No,
So
no.
her only way out was calling some friends and giving messages to the friends and getting the answers back.
No, that
So
is true. That is true because kids are probably the real hero because lot of thing has changed very, very quickly and they did not complain. They did not complain. And they just kind of said, okay, if we have to do that, we have to do that. Because I know for Arjo, for my son, suddenly O level got cancelled. And my father is here, and I just said, you cannot go out for 3 months for an 18-year-old to stay at home just communicating through virtual media, which is kind of unthinkable. But he has done it. And I think all the kids are the actual real heroes for
yeah,
COVID.
exactly. It's such a turning point for them. For Arju, as you said, it's A level, and those who are at the GCSE level, it's
Yes.
it's very difficult for them because it's a turning point in their career, that examination, and not giving that exam. It's a great mental issue with them. So it's the way they coped it. It's really
They just probably felt like this is the way the life is going to be, and let's do it.
exactly.
So I think we all parents, all adults, we are really grateful to the kids and
Exactly.
the way they have handled everything. They did not panic. They just
Yeah,
gone with
exactly.
the flow, essentially.
Yeah, and thank you to Essex Indians for providing them the platform, the Uttoshuri program you did with the kids.
I really enjoyed it. I
Mind,
really,
mind
honestly, I
blowing.
enjoyed it. And as I said, when it first came, I just thought, no, we are not going to have it this year. And I
Yeah.
was really upset. But
Yeah.
then it came back like, oh my God, 60 kids and young adults, they took part. And I was like overwhelmed with my emotions, which is very good.
Exactly, and 8.5 hours. I salute to you again.
Tora, Shobai, you all helped. Like
Yeah,
all the parents and everybody, they all helped. And plus the kids. So which is fantastic. So চল তোর কবিতাটা শুনে ফেলি
yeah,
এবারে। হুম।
sure. It's 2 points written by Ritisha again. So I
Oh,
just
wow. Okay.
wanted to honor her. She has written during the lockdown.
Okay.
So one is saying to two different aspects of human nature. One the present form and one the future form. So one is the crafter's hands. Eons of burning the midnight oil, from dusk till dawn he doth toil. The candle burns low, the night drags slow, yet the tireless labor fails to cease. Upon velvet paws creeps slumber deep. Mother Nature among all falls swiftly asleep. Night and day he walks away for the pitiful fruits of his labor. A leisurely lifestyle my father forewent, his sacrifice for the kin of his descent. My legacy is crafted day by day, each engraving carves my future. This is real beauty, the everlasting love inscribed stroke by stroke by the crafter's hands. And the next one is what they are seeing the future of the human population is a humanoid. A devilish grin placed on her metallic mouth, glossy eyes, that of a doll, gaze into space. Joints and muscles clunk like rusty gears. The mechanic winds the features into place. Wires spark and thread between the bones. A spanner's twist, a screwdriver assist, until all metal components are indistinguishable. From foot and ankle to hand and fist. Locked away like a solitary oyster, the mechanic creates the prototype at the fore of his mind. His callous hands are those of a long-worn servant, serving the advance of mankind. The horizon stretches into infinity. Days and nights pass in a daze of body part upon part, each inching a little closer to the completion. Sweat and blood for a humanoid heart. She arises like the dawning day that will never arrive. The final touches are placed upon her form. Mankind pauses for a brief moment. He has created this being against the norm. A humanoid, yet somewhat lacking. Where is the human nature we know so well? Where is her feeling? Curiosity for answers? It is irreplaceable. Time will tell. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rudra. We are blessed to have Ritisha. Her writing is so mature at the age of like such a tender age. মানে সত্যি মানে ভাবা যায় না. You must be a very, very proud father.
No, thank you very much. And boli ar ki life is a marathon. Still lots of paths to trod. মানে দেখা যায় কি by God's grace.
নিশ্চয়ই খুব ভালো হবে, খুব ভালো থাকিস আর সাবধানে থাকিস, and we shall meet যখন দেখা সব ঠিকঠাক হবে। ভালো থাকিস।
Thank you. Best wishes for the rest of the program. Thank you very much.
Thank you. এই সঙ্গে আমি আবার ডেকে নিচ্ছি ডক্টর যশমাল্য ব্যানার্জিকে। আমি দেখতে চাইছি যে whether his system works or not. হ্যালো যশমাল্য, শুনতে পাচ্ছিস? শুনতে পাচ্ছিস? হ্যালো, শুনতে পাচ্ছিস? হ্যালো, can you hear me? Can you hear me? There is some problem, I think, in the connection. What I'm going to do, Joshumallo Banerjee and Shomishta Banerjee, they're our dear friend based in Kolkata. So Shomishta and Joshumallo, they both sing beautifully. And Shomishta is a hematologist, and she is currently working at Kolkata, hematology consultant, dealing with loads of requests for the blood, but she's a fabulous singer. So I'm just going to play her song as well.
আসবে যদি শূন্য হাতে, আমি তাইতে কি ভয় মানি জানি 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 তোমার আছে তো হাতখানি আজি বিজন ঘরে চাওয়া পাওয়ার পথে পথে দিন কেটেছে কোনো মতে চাওয়া পাওয়ার পথে পথে দিন কেটেছে কোনো মতে এখন সময়গুলো তোমার কাছে আপনাকে দি আনি জানি জানি বন্ধু জানি তোমার আছে তো হাতখানি আজি বিজন ঘরে আধার থাকুক দিকে দিকে আকাশ অন্ধকারা তোমার পরশ থাকুক আমার হৃদয় ভরা জীবন দোলায় দুলে দুলে আপনারে ছিলেম ভুলে এখন জীবন মরণ দুদিক দিয়ে নেবে আমায় টানি জানি জানি বন্ধু জানি তোমার আছে তো হাতখানি আজি বিজন ঘরে
Hello, hello. I can hear Shormishta.
Hi, ball.
Shormishta, I can hear you.
Hi, sure.
So, can you can you put a bit more light because it's very dark.
Yes, I can.
Yeah, so I think I will talk to both of you together, Joshua and Shormishta. I think that will be easier rather than আবার আলাদা করে because তোদের কানেকশনে প্রবলেম হচ্ছে।
আচ্ছা বাবাকে ডাক।
Okay, so
বুঝতে পারছিস?
হ্যাঁ না আমি it's very dark. তো তুই আমায় বল শর্মিষ্ঠা হাউ মানে এখন ওখানে অবস্থাটা কেমন কলকাতায় how is things now and obviously Amphan and COVID everything was like one after another and COVID is still continuing. কি অবস্থা? We have
now after the Amphan and actually the thing is you can understand seeing how the net is, you can understand the situation after the Amphan and the COVID.
Yes,
you can understand that
yes.
it's very poor. After the Amphan especially, the network connection in our area is very poor.
Yes, no, I can see কিন্তু but একটা জিনিস কি হবে I can hear you. একটা জিনিস is very important যে তোর এবং যশোর I can hear both of your songs so beautifully and it's after a long time that I have heard both of you singing.
Thank you.
And thanks to Tini for sending all the videos and everything. Joshua, I can see you both as well. তোকেও দেখতে পাচ্ছি।
আমি সেইজন্যই এসেছি কারণ একসাথে পাচ্ছি না যখন আমি একসাথে করে নিচ্ছি।
হ্যাঁ no, which is very good. I think তোদের গানগুলো শুনতে পেয়েছি and I think the positive way তোরা এর মধ্যেও you have sent the songs আর সমস্ত কিছু সেজন্য আর কি মানে ইটস ভেরি নাইস ফর মি কি যে এতদিন বাদে আই ক্যান টক টু মাই ওল্ড ফ্রেন্ডস অ্যান্ড উই ক্যান স্টিল কানেক্ট। তো সেই আর কি খুব ভালো লাগছে।
Credit goes to my daughter.
হ্যাঁ,
The credit goes to my daughter. You know it very well. You know it very well.
And also to you people are so enthusiastic. You go on poking us. That is the thing. We need a triggering factor. That is the thing. You Anirban, you continuously you poke us, and we need a triggering factor. You know.
একটা কথা বলি, সেটা হচ্ছে যে সেম র্যাডারের লোকের সাথে আড্ডা মারতে খুবই ভালো লাগে, আনন্দ করতেও ভালো লাগে, কিন্তু আনন্দ করার মঞ্চটা তোরা তৈরি করে দিচ্ছিস। You are making the platform for us to enjoy with so many doctors around the world. That's very we are very much proud of it, and we also very much feel
we are very thankful to you.
Very privileged. We feel very privileged.
Like Amra, we know each other, as I keep repeating that we know each other for a long time. We are like more than friends. We are brothers and sisters. That's how we feel now. We grew up together and we share our joy and we share our sadness and everything. So খুব সাবধানে থাকিস, ফোনে তো কথা হয়ই, and সাবধানে থাকিস and stay safe. আর আরো আমাদের বন্ধুরা, they will be all performing that অনুষ্ঠানটা, and then we'll talk tomorrow over the phone when the
okay ঠিক আছে, okay bye
খুব ভালো লাগছে।
Okay, তোরা ভালো থাকবি।
Thank you.
Welcome. So as you can see, like yes, in UK with the COVID pandemic, we are getting a little bit better. But in India, the situation is still quite difficult, especially in Bengal, because Bengal has been really badly hit by a super cyclone Amphan following the COVID pandemic beginning in May. So we have got quite disrupted connection with few of my friends and few of my colleagues, and with that I'm going to call one of my friend back in UK. So I'm going to invite Dr. Molly Gupta, consultant pediatrician from UK, and we will share some moments together. And Molly is a keen and active member of Essex Indian charity as well. So please welcome Dr. Molly Gupta. Hello, Molly.
I don't know what to say.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Just say, how do I say?
Hello. Can you hear me, Molly?
No, I wouldn't worry about it. This happens in the...
I think Molly is trying to set up our system. So in the meantime, we are going to listen to her song, our really famous positivity acoustic song. So let's listen to that song.
जिंदगी कभी तो हंसाए कभी रुलाए जिंदगी कैसे कभी तो हंसाए कभी रुलाए कभी देखो मन में जागे पीछे पीछे सपनों के भागे कभी देखो मन में जागे पीछे पीछे सपनों के भागे एक दिन सपनों करागे चल जाए सपनों के आगे का जिंदगी कैसे कभी तो हंसाए कभी रुलाए जिन्होंने सजाए यहाँ मेरे सुख दुख संग संग झेले जिन्होंने सजाए यहाँ मेरे सुख दुख संग संग झेले और चल कर खामोशी यूं चल जाएगी कहाँ जिंदगी कैसे कभी तो हंसाए कभी रुलाए
Welcome, Molly.
Hello,
Can you
hello,
hear me?
Arpita. Thank you. Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you
Okay,
clearly.
okay.
So
Okay,
thank you
good.
very much for this beautiful Kishorji song. Why that song?
Manna De. Manna De song.
Manna De. Oh, sorry,
Yeah,
that's my
it's okay,
mistake.
it's
So
okay.
why
It's
that
okay.
song?
So yeah, I mean, I think we're sort of paying a tribute today, which is it's to doctors all over the world who have lost their lives, who have worked so hard 24/7, and the doctors that are still working hard. So this song is about life, and it's saying basically life is like a riddle. It's just 1 minute you have happiness, 1 minute it's sad. Nobody knows what's coming next. So I think, I felt like it would be good to sort of sing a song, something like that, to sort of
And
pay
we are
tribute.
kind of in the middle of a riddle, isn't it? And we are trying to solve
Absolutely.
it with the vaccine.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, before I go any further, I just want to say one thing. I'm really, really grateful for this opportunity because I think, Essex Indians is doing such a wonderful job. But today, especially, it's just so nice to be able to pay tribute to doctors all over the world. So thank you.
When we fix the date, it's like in India, 1st July.
Yeah, 1st July. Yeah, that's right.
Doctor's Day. And so that's why it's the next weekend. That's why we selected the date. And then when I was doing something in the Google and it came out that 4th July is actually a Remembrance Day. And I was I just thought, what a coincidence. And it's just so nice to say tribute in all sense because we were never been in this kind of situation, isn't it?
Absolutely.
It is very unnatural, very surreal that like as if we are kind of living a life within a nightmare. And so, but even then, I think as a medical fraternity, we have done extremely well. Not only that, we have supported in the hospital, we have supported community as well, isn't it? Any specific high points, low points during this COVID pandemic in your professional sector or social sector?
So, yeah, I would say, I mean, it's been 3 months now since the lockdown. So I think initially it was like, there was this thing that only the elderly are going to be affected, children won't be affected, our sort of age won't be affected. So I think there was a lot of misinformation. But as soon as the lockdown happened, because things started to, escalate, I think doctors, when the healthcare professionals, especially when I saw the first doctor die, then another doctor die, It was too much. It was really distressing,
isn't it?
It was really upsetting.
Yes, because
just felt...
I remember when all this news from Italy was coming, I was just praying myself, like, we don't want to be like Italy, but we actually
it just happened.
Worse than Italy.
Worse than Italy. Yeah, worse than Italy.
Yes, so it
I
was
think, it was. So that would be like, initially there was that low point, but I think there are some things, I would say, there have been some learning points, some reflections during this period. And, you know, because you get used to whatever life gives you, after a while, you get used to that. And you have to sort of find ways of, like, you know, managing, being positive, building up resilience. So I think the positives from there, I have been doing quite a bit of reflection, and my positives would be that, you know, it's given us time to think, what do we actually need in this world? You know, to stay happy, to stay healthy, what do we actually need? We need health, obviously, and we need the healthcare professionals to do it, to look after. I mean, there is definitely one positive out of this, that there has been more respect for doctors and healthcare professionals during this time. I would say last 20 years, I think doctors have been on a downward trend, where the respect for doctors, especially in India, but maybe all over the world as well, it just went down, and a lot of criticism for doctors. But during this period, they have been respected so much, and I think well deserved. You know, they've been there 24/7, doctors at the front line. So that reflection, and then how important is what do you actually need? You need health, you need your family, you need your close friends. And then you need shelter, your basic things, you know, you need some food, you need some basic shelter, you need some warmth, some clothing. But other than that, do we actually need the luxury that we want? You know, do we need it? Yeah. It just makes you think that these things, I mean, humans are not invincible. So at the end of the day, we have to think, what is it we really want from this life? Absolutely. And what are our requirements? I think living during this period has given us all the sense that actually we can manage. The shops aren't open, you know, we can't go, the children aren't going to school, children aren't going to university. Okay, everything's on a standstill, it's on a hold, but we are still alive, you know, we've got our family, we're talking to them. And again, thanks to your events, we are bonding. Another thing.
Essex Indians event, not my event.
Essex Indians event, but you and Anirban have to be taking the, you know, the maximum credit, because you are the one.
It is our responsibility, and we have got such a brilliant, supportive members group, and they support by performing, they sharing it. So these are the important thing as well.
Yeah, you're being humble there. So I would like to say, the thing is, at the end of the day, you're the one who sits there, does all the anchoring, you and Anirban, and you know, you're doing an amazing job. And one of the things that has happened because of all of this, we've been bonding, you know, the Antakshari, these events, all over the world, we're bonding, we're getting to know people, we're making friends. You know, I've met a few people.
True. I think that's a good thing has come out from the pandemic and going into so much of in the virtual reality, is that we are exploring different options to keep our clinical acumen going, keep our cultural acumen going. So we are kind of evolving as the days go, because I think 3 months back we never have thought that we will be doing this kind of things. And I remember how upset I was when things were getting cancelled.
I remember as well.
So, and I think now this has given us a boost in positivity wise, and I think together we can make it. And as today's day is, we are in it together. So I think thank you very much for lighting the candle in memory of the people and our friends and colleagues we have lost. Any memorable incidents which is non-COVID?
I mean, everybody has mentioned the birth of their child, so I won't mention that one. That is probably the most memorable, yeah, but you'll get fed up. So I think I would tell you about another incident. I mean, there's lots of incidents, but one more that comes into my mind straight away is when my parents had their 50th anniversary. So that was just a few years back, and we invited them here for that. And we celebrated it here because I used to live in the UK as a child till I was about 10, 11. So we have a lot of friends. My parents have a lot of GP friends in Yorkshire. So we did it in Southall. I got it. It was a surprise, sort of semi-surprise. They knew it was coming, but they didn't know what was going to happen. And I'm really sort of proud of it. Me and my brother, we did it, but I think majority of it I did at that time. I'll have to take it. So what we did was we got all their friends from the UK to come. And, you know, we'd seen them after so many years. And my parents got to meet them after so many years, because when they come here, they're living in Yorkshire, we are up here in Essex. It's quite a big distance. So unless we take them or they come, which they do sometimes, to get them all in one place was a big thing on one day. And we had a really nice time. We got them almost like remarried, not the full mantra and everything, but the Jayamala. We did what they do in India, you know, the 50th anniversary. And at that time, I didn't used to sing. I didn't actually know I could sing. So otherwise I would have sang for them. So I just did a speech. And then soon later, you know, I thought, oh my God, I should have sung for them. You know, I didn't think of that. But we had a really nice time. And all my parents' friends, their children, I've grown up with. They're my friends. I mean, at the moment, they're just Facebook friends. We don't get to meet much. But it was so nice. You know, childhood friendship is a different thing.
Absolutely.
So they all came, and yeah, it was just a really nice time. Memorable.
Thank you very much, Molly, for sharing these moments with us. We are really grateful. And we are kind of neighbors. You live in Chelmsford, I live in Bidderich, and I'm sure we will meet again very soon as things are slightly getting better within limitations, but we shall meet. Thank you. And
definitely. Thank you so much. Thank you.
With that, I'm going to invite one of my very close friends from India. Her name is unusual, and we call in our friends group, we call her Queen of Hearts. So with that, I'm going to invite Dr. Queen Aditya from Kolkata to my stream. Hello.
Hi. Hi.
Hello. Can you hear me?
You are looking so pretty today. Hi. Okay. Am I mute?
No,
I'm not mute. I'm not mute.
No, I have to dress up.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. I have to dress up properly because I have to match the queen. I have to match the queen, so there is no excuse.
No, you are looking so pretty. You're looking too pretty.
You are looking beautiful as always. So, should we listen to your song?
Yeah, you are. You actually are.
Should we listen to your song first and then we chat, or we chat first and then listen to the song? What do you suggest?
Okay, thank you so much. Okay.
I'm going to play the music first and then we will chat.
मुझको हुई न खबर चोरी चोरी छुप छुप कर मुझको हुई न खबर चोरी चोरी छुप छुप कर कब प्यार की पहली नजर है मुझको हुई न खबर चोरी चोरी छुप छुप कर कब प्यार की पहली नजर के पहली पहली इस आँख में चोली में बिन सोचे जा बैठी मैं लैलू की डोली में। अब लगता है मुझको डर चोरी चोरी छुप छुप कर कब प्यार की पहली नजर है ले गई 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 ले गई। बिखरी बिखरी जुल्फें ये बहकी बहकी चाह बिखरी बिखरी जुल्फें ये बहकी बहकी चाह हाल ये मेरा देखेंगे पूछेंगे लोग सवाल। अब जाऊं मैं कैसे घर चोरी चोरी छुप छुप कर कब प्यार की पहली नजर है ले गई ले गई ले गई ले गई ले गई ले गई। मुझको हुई न खबर चोरी चोरी छुप छुप कर कब प्यार की पहली नजर है ले गई ले गई ले गई ले गई ले गई ले गई ले गई
শুনতে পাচ্ছিস? তো দিল লে গই কেমন আছিস? Can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. কেমন আছিস? How are you?
Bas. Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah. So I know
Recognized at you today. I'm just looking at you.
चल कुछ तो मौका मिला. Queen is praising me.
Doing good, doing good.
So I know Queen, like in UK, things are settling a bit, but in India it is not. And that's
In spite of all the adversities,
yes, I know. And I know.
Today I hear you. You're looking so pretty. Yeah, I know. India is very bad. India is very bad. Not only Kolkata.
So I have lost Queen. I'm sure she is going to come back. There must be some problem with her Wi-Fi. As you can see with Amphan, the network system is still not great in some parts of Bengal. But with that, what I'm going to do, I'm going to get one of my very, very junior. No, Queen is back. So I'm going to call Queen back. Yes, I can hear you now.
Yeah. Yeah, hi.
Hi. So I think like in Calcutta, things are still pretty bad, isn't it? And it's getting worse, and we are getting such a bad news every day. So how are things? How are you doing?
Yes, it's a pretty bad scenario, and we all are actually quite devastated. the way things are happening, because every day you are hearing about the numbers increasing, both in cases of number of positive cases and as well as mortalities, you see. And when it comes to statistics, that yes, you know, more people are increasing, we are, you know, it's getting bad, that is one game. And when you are actually started to lose your own friends, people close to you, then it becomes a totally different ball game. And very recently this has happened to me, because I don't remember the date, maybe some 10 days back, within a span of 12 hours I lost two people very close to me. One is a very close friend's husband and another was my colleague. um, Friend's husband in Delhi, and colleague, my colleague and co-speaker in so many conferences, a co-singer. We sang so many times together on the gynecologist platforms in India. And he's from Maharashtra. And within a span of 12 hours, I lost two people whom I knew. So, you know, when you hear, you know, so many people have passed away, so many people are martyrs, that's a different story. When it's somebody you know, it's you. And for the first 3-4 days, I could not even believe it. That friend of mine who was from Kalyan, Maharashtra, I think he was admitted for some good 2 weeks at Just Look Hospital, Mumbai. But before that, we spoke over the phone. And when I was telling him, you know, Dada, you know, this is happening throughout the world, and India also, we are suffering big time. And then he told me that, come on, take it in your stride. We are healthcare workers, we are warriors. Don't even worry about it. Keep doing your job and all will be great. And then within 2 days of this, he tested positive and without any comorbidity or anything. And then finally he succumbed. It is so difficult to take it when people who are so close to you have actually become a martyr to this. You know, reading about things in the newspaper, on watching it on television, and actually facing somebody. And I, even till now, I can hear his voice in my ears. I can see him in front of me, and sometimes I can't even believe that yes, we've lost him. And very recently, maybe last Saturday, today's Saturday, last Saturday, we held a prayer meeting for him on a national level by a Google Meet. But you know, still we've had the prayer meeting, we've done everything, but it's still very hard to believe that we've actually lost somebody who was so dear to us. I sang with him so several times on several platforms. We spoke together, and even in the lockdown, 2 of the webinars we did together, we were co-speakers in 2 webinars. So can you believe it, that a person whom you know so well, wow, who's just one of you all, you've lost. So you know, then it's very hard to come to terms with such situations.
And not only that, we never thought that we will be, as a profession, we will be in that situation that going to hospital will give us some kind of disease which can kill us. We have never
Yes,
thought
true.
we will
Kill
never
us and kill our family members, because when I'm going to hospital, I'm petrified. I have, as you know very well, you call them Mashi and Mesho. My parents are 80 plus and minus, you know. Father is just plus 80, mother is just minus 80. So we have them. I have a small child, and you know, I'm responsible for their well-being. As one of your earlier speakers, friends had already mentioned, that she got it home and the child suffered for the same reason. So we are always, you know, have that stress. Working at hospital can cause us to bring it back home, and that can be, that is the guilt of that maybe had I not been to hospital, they would have been safe at home. So that is a threat, the guilt that we are always living with. It is really petrifying every moment. But yet, being a doctor, like suppose those of you who are in a service, you have to go to work, but we who are in private practice, we might choose not to go altogether. But being a doctor, you cannot do the same. You are answerable to yourself. Right, that being a doctor, I chose to be a doctor. I did not choose to be something fancy. I chose to be a doctor, so I owe it to my patients. So I have to go. Maybe I have restricted the number of hours or the number of days to a little extent, because I have the family members to take care of. That's why I've restricted. But it's not zero. Exposure may be minimum, but it's zero. It was 100% earlier, the amount of work we were doing. Maybe it's come down to something around 40% or so, but it is not zero. And we are always constantly at threat of bringing back the infection home. So more than we are concerned about ourselves, we are concerned about the people whom we have with us at home. So it really is, as you have mentioned, we would take pride in going to work. And now, okay, the pride element is still there, but the fear, the morbid fear is so high. And that stress that we are living in, it is difficult for the people at home who who are not medicos or who are not in that age group to actually understand what we are going through. And thereby the platform that you people from Essex Indians have laid for us is really, really something that we look forward to, because it takes that stress away from us at that time. And, you know, looking forward to the programs, looking forward to the Antakshari that we took part in, you know, 5-6 weeks of great fun, and the friends I met from Essex Indians. I will take a few names also. Molly, then Shalini, then Sanchita, Pradeep, Rupali, Ratna. How can I miss Ratna? I've become such good friends with them, and we're interacting over Messenger or on the Facebook and what all of this. Sue, and the beautiful video that she had made. So I mean, we've become friends with them, and I could not even imagine this maybe 2 months back. And so the platform that you have laid for all of us, and now I have a very big demand from you people. Once things all settle back to normal and come back to normal, you can't kick us out. We are very much part of your team now. So your web things are going to go on, and you just simply can't close the door. Or now things are over better, so you go back to your India, and we stick to our Essex people. We are very much now a part of your family.
Yes, Highness, all agreed. না রে, ভালো থাকিস, সাবধানে থাকিস, and I think we are all going through a roller coaster journey, and thank you very much for being with us. গল্প আড্ডা তো থাকবেই, but today I think we will all share our own stories and our own journey during this difficult time. খুব সাবধানে থাকিস কুইন, কথা হবে, ভালো থাকিস।
Take care, love you. Thank you so much.
Bye.
Bye.
So with the journey of a gynecologist who is managing everything, we go to another part of Kolkata where a junior who is working in one of the leading COVID hospitals. And he is a brilliant singer. I met him a few years back when he was a medical student. Then I became a fan of his singing. So let's welcome Dr. Shutirtho Bhattacharya from Kolkata. Hello, শুনতে পাচ্ছিস?
হ্যাঁ অর্পিতা দি, শুনতে পাচ্ছি। নমস্কার সবাইকে, নমস্কার। হ্যাঁ এখন একদম ঠিক আছি। আই এম ভেরি সরি যে আমি প্রপারলি ড্রেস করতে পারিনি, কারণ আমি জাস্ট কলেজ থেকে ফিরেছি কিছুক্ষণ আগে।
No. Completely understandable. মানে what you as the junior doctors, তুই এখন কি করছিস? What are you are based at CMC না, মেডিকেল কলেজ কলকাতাতে?
আমি এখন আমার ডিউটি নেই, এখন আমি বাড়িতেই আছি। আসলে আমাদের কলেজে একটু প্রবলেম হয়েছে, সেই কারণে আজকে যেতে হয়েছিল। আমাদের যত পিজিটি, যত হাউস স্টাফ, ইন্টার্নস সবাইকেই যেতে হয়েছিল আজকে, তো আমিও গেছিলাম। একটা আসলে আমাদের মানে ইটস আ মোর অফ পলিটিক্যাল ব্যাপার, সেই জন্য।
Is there a problem with the PPE?
No, they are turning the Medical College Kolkata entirely into COVID exclusive hospital, এবং তার জন্য আমাদের পিজিটি ইউজি যাদের যে পড়াশোনাটা, যে ক্লিনিক্যাল টিচিং এর পার্টটা পুরোটাই হ্যাম্পার হচ্ছে। সেইটা মানে অতটাও ব্যাপার না, বাট মেজর প্রবলেম হচ্ছে প্রচুর তোমাদের ফলো আপ পেশেন্ট থাকে, যেমন কেমোথেরাপি বা আইএইচবিটিতে থ্যালাসেমিয়ার পেশেন্ট। তো তাদের কোর্সগুলো মানে ট্রিটমেন্টের কোর্সটা মাঝপথে থেমে গেছে। তো দ্যাট ইজ আ ভেরি সিরিয়াস প্রবলেম। তো আমরা সেটা বারবার গভর্নমেন্টকে অ্যাড্রেস করছি যে আপনারা 4টে বিল্ডিং ফাঁকা আছে, সেখানে আপনি নন কোভিড ট্রিটমেন্ট স্টার্ট করুন। এইটা নিয়ে একটা সমস্যা চলছে।
কোল্ড এরিয়া করে and then proper safety and security and এই নিয়ে। So how is the PPE supply? তোরা কি adequate PPE you are getting যখন when you are doing?
না, স্পেশালি ওপিডি তে যখন 4 জনকে বসতে হয়, মাত্র একজনের পিপিই আসে। তো সেটা তো মানে কোনো মানে নেই। বাকি 3 জন যদি উইদাউট পিপিই পেশেন্ট দেখে, তো আলটিমেটলি ইট উইল ইনফেক্ট অল অফ দেম।
Yes, absolutely.
ইনওয়ার্ড এর ক্ষেত্রে পিপিই অ্যাডিকুয়েট আছে এখনো তাও।
সেই আর কি, মানে এখন সারা পৃথিবীতেই এই পিপিই নিয়ে মানে তোরা আমাদের থেকে অনেক ছোট। We have never thought, মানে আমরা যখন পড়েছি বা তোরা যখন জাস্ট পাস করেছিস, we never thought যে আমরা এই ধরনের সিচুয়েশনে পড়বো বা এই জিনিসের মধ্যে দিয়ে যাব। তো সেই আর কি, মানে সময়টা একটা অদ্ভুত সময়। তো সেটাই। তো তোর একটা মেমোরেবল ইনসিডেন্ট যেটা নন কোভিড।
আচ্ছা, মানে কিরকম মেমোরেবল?
if I say a memorable incident, what you would like to share with your friends and family, তোর মনে প্রথমে কি আসবে, তারপরে তোর গান শুনবো।
আচ্ছা, তো আমার একটা এক্সপিরিয়েন্স আমার খুব মনে আছে, যখন আমি অনেক ছোট ছিলাম, ক্লাস 4 এ পড়তাম। তো প্রচন্ড একটা ঝড় হয়েছিল এখানে, আমফানের মতোই। হ্যাঁ, তো পরদিন আমি আমাদের বাড়ির জাস্ট সামনের দোকানটায় গেছি। সেখানকার কাকু বলল, "একটা জিনিস নিয়ে যাবে?" বলে আমাকে ৩ টে কাঠবিড়ালির বাচ্চা দিয়েছিল। ঠিক আছে? মানে তারা গাছ থেকে পড়ে গেছে। তাদের মা-বাবার কোনো খোঁজ নেই। তো আমি তাদেরকে তুলে এনেছিলাম এবং আমার চেয়ে জাস্ট ১ বছরের বড়, মানে ক্লাস 5 এ পড়তো আমারই অ্যাপার্টমেন্টে উপরে থাকা এক দাদা। আমরা দুজনে মিলে ওই ৩ টে বাচ্চাকে খাইয়ে-দাইয়ে বড় করেছিলাম এবং শেষে তাদেরকে, তারা যেখান থেকে পড়ে গেছিল সেখানে তাদের দিয়ে এসেছিলাম। কিন্তু সেখানে মানে একটা খুব অদ্ভুত ব্যাপার লক্ষ্য করেছিলাম। ওর মাটা পরে খুঁজে পেয়েছিল বাচ্চাগুলোকে এবং আমরা যখন খাওয়াতাম, ওই মাটা আসতো বাচ্চাগুলোকে দেখতে। আমরা বাচ্চাগুলোকে দেখাতাম, তারপরে মা আবার চলে যেত। তো এই ব্যাপারটা আমার কাছে খুব মেমোরেবল যে আমি ৩ টে এমন প্রাণীর প্রাণ বাঁচিয়েছিলাম যে আমি সেদিন না গেলে হয়তো তারা হয়তো বাঁচতো না।
সেই মানে খুব সুন্দর একটা অন্যরকম ঘটনা বললি। তোর গানটা একটু শুনি, তারপরে আবার কথা বলবো।
নিশ্চয়ই, নিশ্চয়ই।
So with that, we are going to listen to Shutirthor beautiful, beautiful song. শুধু তাই নয়, you will hear his very powerful voice.
ছেড়েছ তো অনেক কিছুই, পুরনো অভ্যেস, অসুখ বিসুখ হবার পরে জিলিপি সন্দেশ। ছেড়েছ তো অনেক কিছুই, পুরনো বলচাল, পুরনো ঘর, পুরনো ধর, পুরনো জঞ্জাল। হাল ছেড়ো না, হাল ছেড়ো না বন্ধু, বরং কণ্ঠ ছাড়ো জুড়ে। দেখা হবে তোমায় আমায় অন্য গানের ভোরে। ছেড়েছ তো অনেক কিছুই, পুরনো সেই হাসি, সকাল বিকেল জানিয়ে দেয়া তোমায় ভালোবাসি। ছেড়েছ তো অনেক কিছুই, পুরনো সেই হাসি, সকাল বিকেল জানিয়ে দেয়া তোমায় ভালোবাসি। স্বপ্নগুলো ছেড়েছ তো কয়েক বছর আগে, আমার কিন্তু স্বপ্ন দেখতে আজও ভালো লাগে। হাল ছেড়ো না, হাল ছেড়ো না বন্ধু, বরং কণ্ঠ ছাড়ো জোরে। দেখা হবে তোমায় আমায় অন্য গানের ভোরে। আমারও তো বয়স হচ্ছে রাত বিরেতে কাশি, আমারও তো বয়স হচ্ছে রাত বিরেতে কাশি। কাশির দমক থামলে কিন্তু বাঁচতে ভালোবাসি। বন্ধু তোমার ভালোবাসার স্বপ্নটাকে রেখো, বেঁচে নেবার স্বপ্নটাকে জাপটে ধরে থেকো। দিন বদলের স্বপ্নটাকে হারিয়ে ফেলো না, পাল্টে দেবার স্বপ্ন আমার এখনো গেল না। হাল ছেড়ো না, হাল ছেড়ো না বন্ধু, বরং কণ্ঠ ছাড়ো জোরে। দেখা হবে তোমায় আমায় অন্য গানের ভোরে।
What a beautiful message রে সুতীর্থ, ভীষণ ভালো লাগলো। তা তুই তোর পোস্ট গ্রাজুয়েশন নিয়ে করতে চাস?
আমার ইচ্ছে এমএস অর্থোপেডিক্স।
আচ্ছা, এমএস অর্থোপেডিক্স। আমি একটা আমার ছোট মানে অর্থোপেডিক্স হাউস স্টাফশিপের একটা গল্প বলবো। সেটা হচ্ছে আমার সময় ডিকেবি ছিলেন, বুঝেছিস তো? ডিকেবি আমাদের হেড টিপ ছিলেন। তো একবারে ওই অর্থোপেডিক্স এর ট্র্যাকশন কাউন্টার ট্র্যাকশন দিতে হয় তো। তো একদিন এক পিজিটি দাদা কোলিস ফ্র্যাকচার, তাকে রিডাকশন করতে হবে। তো আমাকে বললো, শোন আমি ট্র্যাকশন দিচ্ছি, তুই কাউন্টার ট্র্যাকশন দে। খুব ভালো কথা। এরকম নয় যে আমার অর্থোপেডিক্স করতে খুব একটা ভালো লাগতো, তো দাদা তো ওদিক থেকে ট্র্যাকশন যেই দিয়েছে, কাউন্টার ট্র্যাকশন আমি কি দেব? আমি ট্র্যাকশনের ধাক্কায় আমি পুরো ফ্ল্যাট অন দ্য ফ্লোর। তোদের গায়ে নিশ্চয়ই মানে প্রচুর জোর থাকে, সেই জন্য তোরা অর্থোপেডিক্স করতে পারিস। আমি গাইনোকোলজিস্ট, একটু মানে মানে ঝামেলাহীন পাবলিক আর কি।
না না, গাইনিতে ঝামেলাহীন কোথায়? গাইনিতেও তো প্রচুর ঝামেলা।
তা আছে, কিন্তু উল্টে পড়ে যেতে হয় না, বাপরে।
হ্যাঁ
সেটা অর্থোপেডিক্স বললেই আমার এখনো সেই স্মৃতিটাই আছে। তা তোদের পরীক্ষা কবে? মানে এখন সবই তো একটু উল্টো পাল্টা হচ্ছে, তো তোদের
হ্যাঁ, কোনো কিচ্ছু জানাচ্ছে না, কিচ্ছু জানাচ্ছে না। অ্যাবসলিউটলি স্টপ স্টিল হয়ে আছে পুরো সবকিছু।
সো হোপফুলি, না হলে কি এবছরের শেষের দিকে হতো?
হ্যাঁ তাই তো, বা নেক্সট ইয়ার হবে, নেক্সট ইয়ারই ধরছি, নেক্সট
ইয়ার হবে। হ্যাঁ,
হুম।
তো সাবধানে থাকিস। তোকে কি হোস্টেলে থাকতে হয় না মানে বাড়ি থেকে?
না না না, বাড়ি থেকে। আমি নিজে ড্রাইভ করেই যাই।
ও ওকে ওকে, অ্যাট লিস্ট মানে ওই পাবলিক ট্রান্সপোর্ট এন্ড ওই সমস্ত জিনিসগুলো যখন আমরা ছিলাম, তোরা এখন নিজেরা ড্রাইভ করে যাস, আমরা তখন ভাবতেও পারতাম না যে হাউসটা গাড়ি চালিয়ে যাবো।
অবশ্যই। তোমাদের সময় কি কেউ এত সুন্দর একটা প্রোগ্রাম অর্গানাইজ করতে পারতো অনলাইনে, যেটা তোমরা পেরেছো?
সেটা তো দেখ, you guys are far ahead from our generation. আমাদের generation, we have learned everything. When we got a pager, we were so excited about pager. Medical college এ pager ছিল না, it was যে নার্সিং হোমে যেখানে কাজ করতাম তারা একটা পেজার দিত, আর আমরা কি এক্সাইটেড ছিলাম পেজারটা হাতের কাছে, যে মানে সামথিং, মানে একটা কিছু হাতে পেলাম, সোনার পাথরবাটি টাইপের। তো মানে খুবই ভালো লাগছে, কিন্তু তোরা সবাই খুব সাবধানে থাকিস। তো অবশ্যই ফেসবুকে যখনই পোস্ট করিস, আমি আমার ছেলেকে শোনাই, বলে দেখ এই দাদাটার গান শোন। তো তুই পিলান আর সুমনের যে গানটা একসাথে পোস্ট করেছিলি, হাউ মেনি মাইলস,
হাউ মেনি ইয়ার্স,
ইয়েস। তো সেইটা আমি আমার ছেলেকে শুনিয়েছিলাম। তো তোর গান হলেই আমি সেই গানগুলো শোনাই। তো খুব সাবধানে থাকিস, ভালো থাকিস। পরে আমাদের অনুষ্ঠানে যদি সময় পাস প্লিজ যোগ দিস, বিকজ উই অলওয়েজ উড লাভ টু হিয়ার তোদের মতো যারা মানে পজিটিভ ইয়াঙ্গার জেনারেশন অফ ডক্টরস। আর আমরা দাদা দিদিরা তো সব সময় আছি।
তোমরা ভালো থেকো, সাবধানে থেকো।
With that, I am going to, as you can see, হাল ছেড়ো না বন্ধু, কণ্ঠ ছাড়ো জোরে, and I think the whole medical fraternity is saying that. Stay safe, stay alert. Do not take things for granted, because this COVID pandemic has taught us a huge lesson. And I think general community, the community outside the medical fraternity, needs to hear that. Do not take things granted. If COVID, this disease hits you, then you will understand how serious it is. And we as doctors, we have felt it. We have lost our colleagues, we have lost our friends, we have been all very unwell. And with that, I'm going to call someone I deeply respect, Dr. Arnav Gupta. We call him Arnav Da, a fabulous singer and the lead for Thakur Pukur Cancer Center. Hello, Arnav Da, শুনতে পাচ্ছ?
আমি শুনতে পাচ্ছি. I've just come towards the terrace for the signal, so I hope I'm still audible. I was enjoying the program.
Thank you for being part of it. So Dada, how is Thakur Pukur Cancer Center now? Because you have gone through COVID pandemic, back to back, Amphan. So tell us about Thakur Pukur Cancer Center.
Right, it's a charitable hospital. But what happened with this corona, we tried to equip ourselves because we didn't have any experience like our previous speakers have said. So we tried to equip ourselves with PPE, which was not available. So we got hold of raincoats. But eventually what happened, on 14th of April, on Poila Boishakh, we had one patient who tested positive for corona. And then I realized the panic which, affected all our staff. তার আগে অবধি সবাই খুব bravely কাজ করছিল, but one patient corona positive, that too quite accidental, কারণ ওকে আমরা isolate করে রেখেছিলাম. And then everybody kind of started heroing the medical superintendent. A lot of people refused to work, and they stopped coming. And those who really wanted to come, I will just remember that particular night where we had out of 850 staff, only 10 staff and we had to literally push trolley. We had to almost serve the patients, their food. So that was a horrible experience. But after that, what happened, along with that, many staff who wanted to join the work, they were refused to, they were kind of restrained by the neighbors. They were refused any service in their local shops. So that was pathetic. So we got hold of the local political leaders, the policemen, and eventually they started coming in. So when things were gradually settling down, we had enough number of staff to look after all the patients. That's when we had this Amphan, and we had a damage worth of 25 lakhs. So we had a real bad time. So we are gradually recovering, but what is also happening is we are seeing a lot of corona positive patients. They're coming asymptomatic. We are doing all the screening at the gate, but when you are doing COVID testing on them, many of them are testing positive. So that's a bad thing, but I think everybody is going through the same situation. কিন্তু আমি just quite a positive message রাখতে চাই. Everybody has talked about all the bad things about corona. কিন্তু আমাদের মনে হয় we have to find out some good things from all the situations. So what has happened to me personally, that I have started coming home early. আমার আগে কোনোদিন I never used to sit down with my wife or my mother or my children before my dinner. So that's only when we used to chat, maybe 10-15 minutes. কিন্তু এখন now I'm back normally by 6 o'clock. I play cards with my daughter and my wife. মাও মাঝে মাঝে জয়েন করে, সো দ্যাটস এ ডিফারেন্ট এক্সপিরিয়েন্স। আমাদের পার্ট টাইম যে প্যাশন ছিল, হবিজ এন্ড থিংস, মেয়ে যদিও এখন এ লেভেল সরি আই মিন আইএসসি পরীক্ষা চলছে, জয়েন্ট চলার কথা, দে অল গট স্টলড অবভিয়াসলি, বাট শি হ্যাজ স্টার্টেড ডুইং থিংস উইচ আই নেভার নিউ দ্যাট শি কুড। ছবি আঁকা, গান গাওয়া, গান কম্পোজ করা। আমার বড় মেয়ে পারে, শি স্টাক আপ আনফর্চুনেটলি, বাট ওভার দ্য নেট, over there a lot of people are doing like what you are doing. They are doing composing songs, they're singing, which they are sharing with me, and the wonderful things that you people are doing. I'm sure without this corona you probably wouldn't have enough time to do engage us from Calcutta. So I really salute you.
We never would have had this idea that we can connect globally with the cultural platform.
Exactly.
We were would have thought about just locally. Just in medical terms, we would have connected with each other, but it's a friendship platform. I think this COVID pandemic has kind of created for us.
Yeah, আরো দুটো তিনটে ভালো খবর, যে করোনা মানেই যে মৃত্যু তা না। I have heard Queen's story also. It's very pathetic, but a lot of people are actually recovering. It's like mild flu. 90-95% of the people are just having that. আমাদের স্টাফেরও কিছু ইনফেক্টেড হয়েছিল, but they have come out without any problem at all. তো হয়তো ভয় পাওয়ার কিছু নেই, but at the same time some of my previous speakers have also told যে আমাদের ডাক্তাররা বড় ক্যাজুয়াল হয়ে যাচ্ছে, ইভেন নার্সিং স্টাফ যারা বললাম এত প্যানিক স্ট্রিকেন হয়ে গেছিল। These are the people who are not following any kind of protocols for their own safety, which is also bad. So I think we have to strike a balance. We should not be too afraid, and also deal with our patients more sympathetically, taking our own precautions. So that's one thing. And আরেকটা জিনিস ভাবছিলাম যে I think we used to spend a lot of time doing physical conferences, running around, and webinar, sitting at your own home comfort. You are listening to good speakers, and that's happening regularly. So that's another advantage, I think, which we probably realized. আমরা এটাও বুঝতে পারছি যে we are also very minuscule in front of Mother God, in front of nature. কারণ আমরা যেটা ভাবতাম যে সায়েন্স দিয়ে আমরা সবকিছু ভালো করে দেবো, ইনভিজিবল এক ছোট্ট ভাইরাসের জন্য the whole world is suffering. তো আমাদের যে ইগোটা যে ছিল, যে সায়েন্সের যে একটা বিরাট একটা আমাদের দম্ভ ছিল, that is gone now. So we have to be more sympathetic to our family members. We have to realize that we have to maintain certain norms like social distancing, our own personal hygiene. That's probably going to stay for the rest of our lives, which is probably good in a way. And we have to be more close to the family and our friends, rather than spending too much of time on unnecessary things, which we realize now. Nature has probably has had a chance to recover also. We are seeing a lot of flowers, rainbow. You can see the stars in the sky, which we never used to see in Calcutta. So those things have come back, but then I don't know how long this is going to carry on, this pandemic. We have to come out of that eventually, as soon as possible, for sure. We don't want any more loss of lives, loss of livelihoods also. A lot of poor people are suffering, I know that. And I'm quite happy to note that some of the NGOs are doing wonderful work, trying to rescue them, trying to do whatever is required to make them comfortable, to have their own basic necessities. So I really salute them. আর যেটা না বললেই নয়, আজকে ডক্টর বিসি রায়ের জন্মদিন, although it was on 1st of July. My full respect to him. He's our idol as a doctor. আর একটা আজকে সুন্দর দিন, 4th of July. Not সুন্দর in that sense, but Swami Vivekananda is also my idol. He passed away on this particular day, 4th of July. So two great examples to follow on this particular day.
অ্যাবসলিউটলি দাদা। তো তার সঙ্গে তোমার গানটা এখন শুনি আমরা, তারপরে আবার ফেরত আসছি, এসে আবার কথা হবে।
ঠিক আছে। এত ভালো ভালো গানের পর probably I don't feel like that you should be playing it anymore, but
একদম এটা নিয়ে কোনো কথাই
रुक जाना नहीं तू कहीं हार के, घाटों पे चल के मिलेंगे साहे बाहर के। रुक जाना नहीं तू कहीं हार के, घाटों पे चल के मिलेंगे साहे बाहर के। ओ राही 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 ओ राही। सूरज देख रुक गया है, तेरे आगे झुक गया है। सूरज देख रुक गया है, तेरे आगे झुक गया है। जब कभी ऐसे कोई मस्ताना निकले है अपनी धुन में दीवाना, शाम सुहानी बन जाते हैं दिन इंतजार के। हो राही हो राही हो राही हो राही। रुक जाना नहीं तू कहीं हार के, कांटों पे चल के मिलेंगे साए बाहर के। ओ राही 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 ओ राही। नैना सू जो लिए है ये राहों के दिए हैं। नैना सू जो लिए है ये राहों के दिए हैं। लोगों को उनका सब कुछ देखे, तू तो चला था सपने ही लेके। कोई नहीं तो तेरे अपने है सपने ये प्यार के। ओ राही ओ राही ओ राही ओ राही। रुक जाना नहीं तू कहीं हार के, घाटों पे चल के मिलेंगे साहे बाहर के। ओ राही 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 ओ राही।
I'm just going to bring Arnab back. Dada, what a wonderful message. Ruk jana nahi. I think that's the message as the doctors we all feel inside, isn't it? Whether
Yeah.
it's sadness or joy, we just have to keep going, keep calm and carry. So Dada,
Yeah, there's always a light. There's always a light at the end of the tunnel.
yes,
I'm sure you're not very far off from there.
no,
We have to live with a positive attitude. So I'm sure we'll be all fine.
yes. Thank you so much for being with us and Kolkata.
Thanks for having me again.
দেখা হবে আর
নিশ্চয়ই।
for Fantakshari relay team Fantakshari.
Yeah, thank you.
ভালো
Yes.
থেকো, ভালো থেকো. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Stay safe. With that, I'm going to call one of our junior, a fabulous singer, very known name in the singing circuit in Calcutta, a consultant pathologist, Dr. Anirban Dotto. Hello, Anirban, শুনতে পাচ্ছ?
হ্যাঁ, শুনতে পাচ্ছি।
শুনতে পাচ্ছ? তো কেমন আছো?
ঠিকঠাক
ঠিকঠাক চলছে।
চলছে।
আর কোভিড কি বলছে?
এখন আর এই মুহূর্তে তো লকডাউন কোথাও নেই, সবটাই তো আনলক হয়ে গিয়েছে,
লক ওপেন
হয়ে গিয়েছে। সত্যি কথা বলতে কি, আর আমরাও আস্তে আস্তে মেনে নিতে হচ্ছে যে এটা পার্ট অফ আওয়ার লাইফ এখন। সত্যি কথা বলতে কি,
অ্যাবসলিউটলি
মানে আমাদের চলতে হবে, এভাবেই আমাদেরকে প্রোটেকশন নিয়ে থাকতে হবে। হ্যাঁ, ডে টু ডে প্র্যাকটিসটার যে ওয়েটা সেটা বদলে গিয়েছে। মাস্ক পরা, ফেস শিল্ড পরা, গ্লাভস পরা,
which is unusual for a pathologist, isn't it?
হ্যাঁ, মানে ব্যাপারটা হচ্ছে সেইটা মেনটেন করতে হচ্ছে। সব থেকে যেটা বড় ব্যাপার, আমি মজা করে বললাম যে এই বিগত 3 মাসে যে পরিমাণ আমি হাত ধুয়েছি, এটা আমি আমার সারা জীবনে ধুইনি।
হাত ধুতে হবে, মুখে মাস্ক পরতে হবে, সবাই থেকে দূরে দূরে থাকতে হবে।
মানে মান্থলি বাজারে মাস্ক একটা তালিকায় ঢুকে গিয়েছে যে এই মাসে এতগুলো মাস্ক কিনে রাখতে হবে আমাকে আর কি, বেসিক্যালি। হ্যাঁ, এইটা ব্যাপার। মানুষ খুব টেনশন প্রথম দিকে করেছিল, এখন মানুষজনের মধ্যেও আর সেই মানে যে টেনশনটা সেটা আছে আমি দেখতে পাচ্ছি না। সবাই বুঝতে পারছে যে এভাবেই চলতে হবে,
এভাবেই চলতে হবে। as long as যে তুমি certain rules and regulation এগুলো মেনটেন করো, এবং hopefully you will be safe, but you have to maintain all those situations, তাই না? মানে এটা ভাবলে নেই যে আমি যা খুশি তাই করবো এবং কিছু হবে না, কারণ আমরা সবাই at risk, স্পেশালি ডাক্তাররা তো আমরা at very high risk, মানে যে প্রফেশনই হোক না কেন। তো সেই আর কি। তো তোমার গানটা শুনে নি আগে, তারপরে আবার কথা বলবো।
তো আমি আজকে যে গানটা গাইবো এটা বেসিক্যালি পণ্ডিত জ্ঞান প্রকাশ ঘোষের সুর করা, আর গেয়েছিলেন প্রথম অজয় চক্রবর্তী। তো যদি কণ্ঠ দাও আমি তোমার গাহি গান, যদি কণ্ঠ দাও, যদি দৃষ্টি দাও আমি নয়ন ভরি করি অমৃত রূপ সুধা পান, যদি কণ্ঠ দাও আমি তোমার গাহি গান, যদি কণ্ঠ দাও, যদি কণ্ঠ দাও, যদি কর্ণ দাও আমি অনাহুত নাদ শুনি, যদি কর্ণ দাও আমি অনাহুত নাদ শুনি, আর তারি সুরে সুরে প্রেমেরই জাল খানি বুনি, যেন তোমারই করুণায় আমারই রসনায় উথলে নাদ সুরধ্বনি যেন তাহারি ধারা জলে তপ্ত ধরা তলে তাপিত জনে করে স্নান যদি কণ্ঠ দাও আমি তোমার গাহি গান যদি কণ্ঠ দাও যদি কণ্ঠ দাও।
Thank you so much, Anirban, for spending time with us. ভীষণ ভালো লাগলো। আর তোমার গান তো আমি ডাক্তার এবং লিস্ট তো চলবেই। তো আমি এক্সপেক্ট করছিলাম যে তুমি হয়তো ওই গানগুলোর মধ্য থেকে গাইবে, কিন্তু এই গানটাও ভীষণ ভালো লাগলো, ভীষণ ভালো লাগলো। Any memorable incidents in your life which you can share with us?
গানের হিসেবেই বলি, এখন তো গান মূলত মানুষ শোনে না, এখন যে কোনো কন্টেন্ট ভাইরাল হয় এই সোশ্যাল মিডিয়ার যুগে বেসিক্যালি। হ্যাঁ, কিন্তু আমি যখন ইন্টার্নশিপ কমপ্লিট করে হাউস স্টাফশিপ করছি, তখন শিলিগুড়ি থেকে একটা, তখনও সিডির যুগ ছিল আর কি, তো একটা কম্বাইন্ড প্রজেক্ট হয়, মানে সেটা কিছু ইন্ডিয়ান সিঙ্গার কিছু বাংলাদেশের সিঙ্গার, সেই প্রজেক্টের নাম ছিল লেটার্স ফ্রম শিলিগুড়ি। তো সেটাতে রেকর্ড করা এবং তারপরে সেইটা কলকাতার মিউজিক ওয়ার্ল্ড তখনও ছিল, মিউজিক ওয়ার্ল্ডে সেটা রিলিজ করা, প্রথম আমার পেজ থ্রিতে ছবি ছাপে। সো সেইটা আমার কাছে খুব মেমোরেবল ইনসিডেন্ট ছিল, যে মানে আমার ছবিটা টাইমস অফ ইন্ডিয়াতে গিয়েছে, আমার গানটা 98.3 রেডিও মির্চিতে গানটা বাজছে। তো এইটা আমার কাছে মানে গান রিলেটেড সব থেকে মেমোরেবল এবং মানে খুব দারুণ একটা স্মৃতি আর কি।
Which is fantastic. আর
এক লাইন শুনিয়ে দিই আমার ফার্স্ট গানটা যখন কথাটা উঠলো আর কি, এটা আমারই লেখা গান আর কি। তোর চোখের ইশারাতে গোপন আশকারাতে ঘুম পড়িরা দূর দেশে উড়ে যায়, এক বিন্দু চোখেরই জল শুকিয়ে যাবার আগে এই তপ্ত বুকে শান্তি দেয়। কেন এত ভালোবাসলে বলো আমায়, হারিয়ে যেতে ভয় হয়নি তো আগে, হারিয়ে যেতে আমার এখন ভয় লাগে। থ্যাংক ইউ।
Thank you for being with us. খুব ভালো থেকো, সাবধানে থেকো, and stay safe. দেখা হবে।
ঠিক।
Namaskar, my name is Preetha Das Mahapatra and I am an obstetrician and gynecologist currently working in London. I'm one of the many Indian origin doctors working for the NHS and one of the hundreds if not thousands of Desi doctors who never really wanted to take up this profession. Honestly, I never really enjoyed studying biology, but my parents had this ambition for me. I was good in studies, managed to pass the medical entrance test in India, and here I am now. But boy, am I glad that my parents had this dream for me, because I totally enjoy what I do. I love being a doctor and there's nothing else I'd much rather do with my life, in spite of the orders, the stress, the occupational hazard of catching severe infections and possibly dying from it. It's being discussed a lot in recent days, so I'm sure it's no secret. But in spite of everything, this is where I want to be. And even with the COVID climate, I feel like all the years that I've spent in studying, in training, they have all culminated to this moment where I feel like I have a positive contribution towards mankind and society. Yes, COVID undoubtedly has made things extremely difficult for us. We all know that. It has been talked about a lot. For me, the most challenging bit is the barriers in communicating with my patients. I'm an introvert by nature, but as a doctor, I'm quite chatty. I do enjoy talking to my patients, but nowadays with the mask on, even with full PPEs on so many times, and maintaining 2 meters distance with my patients, it has become extremely difficult to, have that sort of a connection with your patients. And I find that especially hard. But this is where we are now. So I'm certain that we are going to get through this soon, and we are in this together. Like almost all doctors, I too need a creative expression. I have to have an outlet for all the stress that I keep on accumulating during my day's work. For me, the best way to do it is through dancing. I'm a practitioner of the Indian classical dance of Odissi, and I have got a little fusion Odissi presentation for you today. Hope you'll enjoy, and happy Doctor's Day. Thank you. Bye.
Hello? Rita,
Hello?
can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yes, I can hear you. I can see you as well. How are you, Rita? We have never met face to face.
No, we have not. We have only seen each other through Facebook, I believe.
Yeah, thank you very much for agreeing to come to this event.
Pleasure.
Thank you so much. And what a beautiful
Thank you for inviting me, for making me part of this amazing show.
No, it's fantastic because I know your dad because I'm a gynecologist, so I have met sir in different conferences, and the last time I met him long time back in 2000, I think 2008 or 2010 in Kuala Lumpur. It was a World Congress. It was a World Congress, and he was there. So yes, so it's wonderful to see you as his daughter as well, and you are colleagues in this country. So how are things in your hospital? Obviously, you are in London Hospital, one of those London hospitals. And how was things when COVID was hitting hard there?
Well, I'm sure you know that Kensington and that borough was one of the first hit areas in the country. There was suddenly a lot of infections that we could hear around, and a lot of our colleagues also started taking off sick. A lot of them went for ski holidays during the winter. They came back with cough and cold. In those initial days, we were not really sure what's going on, and then finally it hit us hard that there is a name to this, and this is what it's all about. But I have to admit, I've been pretty fortunate because in my hospital, there never was any dearth of PPEs. We always had good quality, and there was always proper SOPs in place, and staff safety was given priority. We were always told that your safety comes first, no matter what happens. So it was reassuring to work in that environment. It was a bit disconcerting to hear other people have other views, other experiences in their own hospitals, and you can definitely also in India. But yes, I consider myself quite fortunate. But we did have a lot of patients in ICU, of course. I think Chelsea was also lucky that even before all this COVID thing happened, they were constructing a second ICU. I think it was just a matter of luck that they had a second ICU under construction, and then COVID happened. They expedited work, and by the time UK reached its peak or London reached its peak, we already had loads of ICU beds, and we had all the rest of the things that all other hospitals are doing, like cancelling all elective work and virtual clinics, etc. I'm sure as a gynecologist you'll agree that it's not very often that we encounter sick patients, especially if you're not working in gynecology. It's not very often that, especially in obstetrics, we don't really encounter people who are about to die or who may die or who we are going to face the worst. But we had 3 of our patients who ended up in ICU with COVID, 3 pregnant patients. But I'm happy to say that all 3 of them recovered after spending a month in ITU. They were intubated for a month, but they recovered. They are all home now with their families, which is a very, very reassuring thing. And thankfully, as many of us have mentioned already, this is a note of reassurance once again to reiterate the fact that having COVID doesn't necessarily mean the end of the world, doesn't necessarily mean death. Of course, we all have to be careful because no one wants to end up in ITU or have the or face the worst. But most of the people who have COVID, they have flu-like symptoms and they recover. And it has happened to almost all my colleagues. I think I have been spared because of my NRS training days, although we have a WhatsApp group like most of the colleges. And as one of my athletes said, that শিয়ালদার রোডওভার চলে কুয়া থালায় হাত খাওয়া পাবলিক ওই রোডওভার চলে ঘুরেই হবে we don't want to be careless, but
yeah, no, absolutely. We have to carry on with the things what we are doing. We have to serve the patient. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Suddenly, yes, I can hear you now. Suddenly you have gone very quiet. Can you hear me now?
Hello?
Yes, I can hear you now. Yeah.
Yes.
No, yeah, absolutely. This COVID reminded me in around 2011-12, I think that time H1N1 came like this when we were not sure. And it's like same, it was not as bad as what COVID did to us, but that time I was working at Homerton, and it was like suddenly all these PPEs and patients, like otherwise fit and healthy pregnant women, are getting admitted in ITU, and all those things happened. But thankfully that was not as bad as COVID. But it's good to know that all the maternity patients, they were in ITU, but they all came back. Usually all pregnant patients, those who goes to ITU, that's the reassurance for us that mostly they're otherwise fit and healthy patients and they come back. Yes.
Exactly. For us, it's different. I was not in UK when H1N1 happened. I was still in India. So for me, this kind of experience is a first. I've never been in a state where we have to, learn how to don and off. We just take these things for granted. We used to, at least.
No, absolutely. Thank you very much, Pritha, for being with us. And also, it was wonderful to see your odyssey. Whenever you post something in the Facebook, I probably don't comment all the time, but I always watch, and your YouTube, those videos about fashion tips and babu bibis and things, and I always watch that. Because
I think people don't take me seriously as a doctor because they probably think, oh, has too much time to do her makeup and clothes and worry about her clothes and stuff.
Oh no, you don't know. Sometimes the kids, because I deal with the kids program and everything, quite a lot of time kids say, is Arpita auntie is a doctor? She teaches us drama, she teaches us dance, so she is probably
a doctor. That's surprise.
But it gives us good respite, like sort of
course.
Yes. So thank you so much. Stay safe. And we should stay connected. Thank you so much. And pass my regards to the sir.
Of course, I'll let you know. Thank you.
Thank you. Take care. Bye. With that, I am going to call one of my neighbors from Chelmsford. Let me welcome Dr. Vishal Agarwal. Hello, Vishal. Can you hear me? Hello? Unmute. Your speaker.
No.
Oh, yes. Yes.
Can you hear me, Arpita?
Yes.
Thank you.
How are you, Vishal? Because
I'm good. Thank you.
You face to face after our Diwali program when you danced really well.
That's the best compliment I've ever had, I have to say.
And after that, we have heard you as silent partner of Shalini for Pantakshari.
Yes, absolutely.
So how are you? How
I'm
is the situation in your specialty and how things are going on?
Yeah, no, I'm good. Thank you. And thanks for inviting me and giving this opportunity to talk to everyone. And we've been seeing the program since it started today. So it's been very nice. I have to say, I've lived in Essex all my life in UK. I haven't really moved anywhere. And obviously I'm a Indian by birth. And except for the passport, I'm an Indian. But I'm new to Essex Indian, sort of family, if you like. But it's wonderful. I mean, the people there, the events that you have, the how you organize it and how you encourage people to bring out their best, in terms of their talent, in terms of, and especially these COVID times, how you are supporting every weekend, and we are all glued to the computer screen, and it's really wonderful. And obviously a lot of credits to you and Anirban. And
as a community, I think we get a lot of support because we can, like as Essex Indians trustee, we can announce something, but if there is no community participation, then we cannot get on with that. So it's both ways. We have a responsibility to deliver something as a charity towards the community because it's in our constitution, but at the same time, community trusts us. So therefore, they kind of support us to do things. So I think it works both ways. And in Essex, I have to say, we have a fantastic community where people bond together and we become, from friend, we become more like family. So which is fantastic.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I'm loving this because it's really nice. But just coming to COVID, obviously that's on everybody's mind, and we are today talking about COVID, the ups and downs of it. And I think a lot of people have sort of echoed what we all have experienced. But I just want to touch just slightly on I'm a psychiatrist. I'm a consultant psychiatrist in Essex. So we don't have, of course, that acute interface with acutely ill COVID patients in that sense. But then, of course, the mental health side of things are also quite important. And once the physical health sort of gets over and treated, then, we have to sort of take over in terms of the mental health issues. And not to forget the families, the relatives, the children, all of those are affected. I mean, imagine people who are at home and they haven't had COVID, nobody has COVID in their family, and they are scared just to go out or to do anything because of it. Just imagine somebody having COVID and what about their family and everything, and the sort of psychological impact, if you like, on that. So that is quite a lot that we are dealing with. There's a lot of anxiety still with people among general population, and about it, what's going to happen. Of course, we have seen the downside in terms of people losing jobs, being furloughed, and not able to go back, not able to meet families, and all those kind of things. So there's lots of course, things that have happened. But I think I as a person like to focus on positives as well a lot. And as a psychiatrist, I have to, because we have to instill hope in people. So and there are a lot of positives. So we have been able to do a lot of virtual consultations, and psychiatry is relatively easy to do virtual consultations, because more or less most of the time we don't have to touch a patient. It's all sort of by verbal or non-verbal communication that you have to see the patient. So we have been able to do that. What I found is actually my DNA rate has improved a lot. My performance is increasing because trust is happy, because a lot of people are sitting at home, they don't have anywhere to go. So one, I can catch them at home when I want to, and two, they are more relaxed at home, they are less anxious coming, because there are anxious patients who don't come for that reason to our clinics. So I've been able to see them more often, or talk to them, their sort of relatives, to get collateral information, all of those things. So in that sense, it's been quite positive, and we have been able to do a lot for our patients in that sense. So that has been good. Of course, the other side is the positive, is what many people have touched upon, is being at home with your family, with your kids, and spending some time. And I mean, this is the first time, I think, one day I played carom in my garden. That's never happened before. So all of those things have been very positive. And one more thing that I feel I've done, which has been good, is that I have carried out a few seminars and few learning events online, like you guys have been doing, for people in India, sort of for non-medical population, to help them with anxiety, help them understand about depression. And you won't normally get time to do these things. So on Facebook Live and things like that. So I've got a small sort of charity organization, Claris, so through that we do it. So it's been really rewarding in a sense for that as well. And so yeah, that's been my kind of highlight, if you like.
No, thank you, because I think COVID has taught us a lot, and at the same time, COVID has forced NHS to go through digital transformation, which I think with all the doctors, because I remember in 2010-11, I did a pilot project for the fertility patients from Homerton, which was like a digital consultation. And I remember everybody was laughing, like crazy. You were talking about this virtual Skype consultation. But I think that saved NHS. That NHS has gone through such a quick metamorphosis with the digital transformation. And I think it's a very quick, it may be steep learning curve for a lot of people, but it's going to stay, and it will help people to save a lot of time, lot of fuel, and I think in the long run we will get benefit out of that.
Absolutely. Absolutely, yeah. Because I mean, I attend a lot of meetings, because of my other roles in the trust as clinical director. So, and now I can just move from one meeting to another without moving, literally, and it's so efficient. So it's really brilliant.
When you are thinking about the efficiency quotient, it's probably for everyone. It has gone so high up, and I think things we need to learn and kind of move forward with it, rather than going back to what we used to do in pre-COVID era.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much, Vishal, for being with us. And I will be shortly seeing Arushi and Shalini as well. And we will be hearing their thoughts as well. Thank you so much. And
My pleasure. Keep up the good work.
Thank you. With that, we are going to move in different part of UK, and we are going to listen to a fabulous singer, a doctor, consultant, sexual health and reproductive medicine consultant, Dr. Madhusri. So let me introduce her to the screen in the stream first, and then we will listen to her beautiful voice. Hello, Madhusri.
Hello,
Can
hello.
you hear me?
Yes, yes, I can hear you.
Hi. Okay. First of all, let me say that how fabulous you are looking with your gorgeous neckpiece.
Thank you.
Today as well.
Thank you so much. I chose to wear it because just to maintain that continuity. When you play my video, it should not look like from some another world.
You are a dramatist as well, so you know how to do the role play.
Yeah, trying to keep that hat on. But first and foremost, thanks to you, thanks to Essex Indians, thanks to Anirbandha for this fabulous job and for this invite that I really feel privileged to be a part of this global celebration of Doctors' Day and to pay our tribute to the martyrs of COVID-19. I really feel so obliged and thankful. I just can't express because this is like being a part of the fraternity. It was wonderful seeing my classmate from back home from Kolkata, seeing my senior Quindi from Kolkata.
I have to tell her as well.
Yes. We were like big admirers of her when we were in school. So
we are all admirer of Queen. That's why I said when I'm introduced that she is known in our friend circle as Queen of Hearts.
Oh, yes.
So I know you travel between two places, isn't it? Because you work at Gloucester and then you travel every weekend to Leicester. Is that correct? Is Leicester where first home is? So how was things when you are doing this to and fro journey over these last 3 months, and how was things?
I think roller coaster has already been mentioned. It perfectly describes this situation, and it has been challenging. Like during my first job, I was actually traveling to Wales, so Gloucester is slightly better. From 5 hours compared to 5 hours, it is 2 hours, so slightly better. But it has also made me realize what I was missing out, like because we have changed our rota just at the beginning of COVID. It was identified that as a sexual and reproductive health consultant, I work in pregnancy advisory service, and pregnancy advisory service was identified to be one of the essential services that needed to run. So we modified our rota between 2 SRH consultants and 3 GUM consultants. We modified in such a way so that not all 5 of us have to go to the hospital at the same time. So I was like alternating 1 week in the hospital, 1 week at home. So while working from home, it was actually playing dual role. I was not only the doctor, but also the mother. And this time I have to actually feed the family 4 times a day besides seeing my patients. So I think it was a double trouble, if I would put it that way. But yes, I could also realize what I was missing out, staying away, So that was something. And if you ask me about this COVID time, I would, like being a doctor, we always like to structure our answers, isn't it? So I have sort of classified into patients, then your role as a doctor and your role as a mother, as a wife. So from the patient's point of view, I would say it was quite challenging and heartbreaking too, because many of the patients, like working in pregnancy advisory service, it was quite heartbreaking to see that many of the pregnancies which started as a planned pregnancy had to be terminated because people were made redundant. Some of the terminations started, then halfway the patient changed their mind. So you can understand what the patients were going through. And as a senior consultant, you were not only thinking about running your service, but you also have to think about your team. You have to protect them. Like you can't expose them to unnecessary infection risks. So like constantly changing the policies as per the national guidelines. And my thing was, I would always add at the end, it's at the end of the day, it's the clinician's discretion, because I did not want them to feel I'm asking them to do a procedure which they did not want to do. So, you have to think all those things as well. And from a family point of view, I always thought, like, as Momita had mentioned, that you don't want to bring home any infection. My daughter will be doing her university entrance exam in a couple of months. I've got a 11-year-old son. and my husband is a typical like middle-aged Asian male, so he has inherited some comorbidities which you inherit by virtue of your ethnicity. So, and this bit I would want to say I want to say in Bengali, like, you know, like I would always let তোমাকে বাজার করতে হবে না, আমি বাজার করে আসবো, তোমাকে বাজার তুমি পেশেন্ট দেখো না, তুমি ফেস টু ফেস দেখো না, আমি সব করব, মানে এর, you know, that kind of a feeling you want to like a mother bird, you want to protect everyone. So these are the different facets, but I would also say that the COVID has taught me, which I never thought about myself. Like, I am a die-hard optimist. I always thought I was the worst pessimist in the world. Whatever I did, I always had a plan B in place, because I always thought that the plan A is definitely going to fail and I have to resort to plan B. But the COVID has actually taught me that to try to look at the brighter side. I've started to sing more, actually. Because of this work from home, I'm learning new songs, and I've actually started taking online music lessons. So attending music workshops and doing a lot of cross-country, cross-continent Shruti Natok. So I think it has inspired that creative and has sort of rekindled that creative side in all of us. Many people actually get bored, like whenever you are opening the Facebook, you have to listen to all this live singing, but you see, it is the positive side. You have to look at the positive side. People are trying to stay positive, and we are alive. I think we have to celebrate life. I think that is the most important thing. And what I have started is, like, every weekend I do a video conferencing home with my brother joining from USA. I'm joining from UK, my sister joining from Delhi. My parents are in Calcutta, confined, one 80-year-old and one 70 plus. And I tell my brother, sister, and my brother-in-law that you prepare one song and we sing every weekend for our parents. So this has become like a ritual for us. And I have also reconnected with my school friends where we had sort of lost ties over the years. But I think the COVID has given us that time to stop, think, and reflect. So that's how I would like to look at it, you know, from all aspects.
Absolutely spot on. With that, we go into your beautiful singing and we enjoy that together.
Okay, thank you.
বসিয়াছো কেন আপন মনে স্বার্থনি মগন কি কারণে বসিয়াছো কেন আপন মনে স্বার্থনি মগন কি কারণে চারিদিকে দেখো চাহি হৃদয় প্রসারে ক্ষুদ্র দুঃখ সব তুচ্ছ মানে চারিদিকে দেখো চাহি হৃদয় প্রসারে ক্ষুদ্র দুঃখ সব তুচ্ছ মানে প্রেম ভরিয়া লাভ শূন্য জীবনে আনন্দ ধারা বহেছে ভুবনে আনন্দ ধারা বহেছে ভুবনে দিন রজনী কত অমৃত রস উথলে যায় আনন্দ গগনে আনন্দ ধারা বহেছে ভুবনে আনন্দ ধারা বহেছে ভুবনে।
Such a beautiful song, Madhusri. I think it's like, yes, the joy is always there. And essentially, it's our responsibility to find that joy. And I think last week when we were doing a tribute to Irfan Khan, the last dialogue of his movie, when life gives you a lemon, just go and get a lemonade because there is no other choice left. There is no, like, we have to be, all have to be very positive because there is no other option left.
Yes.
So that is the only option for us.
I wanted to
Thank
read
you so
this poem. This was actually published as a part of an anthology called Vaidyokti.
Yes, you told me. Yes, you told me.
Yes,
Absolutely.
it was actually written by in 20 different languages by 18 doctors and one Ayurvedic doctor and one linguistic. And I was representing the Bengali doctor. So I'll just finish on this note because I would like to finish it on a positive note. So it's called in Bengali, Mohamari 2020 বিশ্ব জুড়ে মৃত্যু পরোয়ানা ভীষণ রকম জারি রাজা প্রজা ধনী গরিব একই নৌকায় সওয়ারি সকল গর্ব দর্প অহং হয়ে গেল চুরমার একটু কাশি একটু জ্বর মৃত্যুর ভয় দুর্বার মারণ জীবাণু কাউকে করেনি ক্ষমার নিরীহ বালক সেবিকা অথবা ডাক্তার পৃথিবীর আজ গভীর অসুখ জনতার কান পেতে শুনি শুধু অসহায় হাহাকার তবু আমাদের মনে জাগে দৃঢ় প্রত্যয় ঘুচবে এ ব্যাধি প্রতিপক্ষের হবে পরাজয় সাথে আছে ভগবান হবে জয় নিশ্চয় আজ থেকে 25 বছর আগেতে যে শপথ নিয়েছি মনেতে এসেছে রাখার অনুরোধ নই কন্যা ভগিনী জায়া বা গৃহকার একটাই পরিচয় আমি যে শুধু ডাক্তার কোথায় যে টিকা কোথায় ঔষধি প্রতিকার চোখে পড়ে শুধু অগুন্তি ভেন্টিলেটর গোনা টুপি মাস্ক এপ্রন এই শুধু হাতিয়ার তবুও বিশ্বযুদ্ধে জিতবো আমরাই ওগো করোনা হও হুঁশিয়ার থ্যাংক ইউ
Thank you so much, Madhusri, for sending this very strong positive message. দেখা তো হবেই কোনো না কোনো সময় এবছরের শেষের দিকে হোক সামনে বছরের প্রথমে হোক দেখা হতেই হবে ঠিক আছে ভালো থাকিস until then stay safe and continue with your driving backwards and forwards across the country.
Yes.
সাবধানে থাকবি.
Thank you.
Okay, take care.
Thanks.
Take care. Bye. to my neighborhood. So I live in Billericay. I am lead for world's first IVF clinic, Bourne Hall Fertility Clinic, and we have a clinic at Wickford. And I am going to call my neighbor from Wickford, consultant psychiatrist, Dr. Orgo Shorkel, whom I fondly call Orgoda. Hello, Orgoda. How are you?
Hello. Thank you. Thank you, Arpita. Thanks for having me.
It's bizarre that we are talking over this virtual media. Mostly this time we are all busy with Essex Indians live program, and we are meeting each other, having dinner together and everything. But okay, it's fine. So, কেমন আছো? How are you?
ঠিক আছে. I just want to start with maybe a few lines from our very own Tagore. We can't really avoid,
And you actually read my mind. You have actually read my mind yesterday when I was talking to you, and you said, I'm going to read this. And I just said, Orgoda, I was thinking I will request you to do that. But go on.
And this is for, I think, very right time. It's for the medical fraternity. And I think it just holds up the values and the philosophy. So it's called Prarthana. So I will do the Bengali only 4 lines, and then I'll do the English translation. So, চিত্ত যেথা ভয় শূন্য উচ্চ যেথা শির জ্ঞান যেথা মুক্ত যেথা গৃহের প্রাচীর আপন প্রাঙ্গণ তলে দিবস সর্বরি বসুধারে রাখে নাই খণ্ড ক্ষুদ্র করি. I'm just going to recite now the 4 lines. So the prayer, where the mind is without fear and the head is held high, where knowledge is free, where the world has not been broken up into fragments by narrow domestic walls. And that's where I'm finishing the recitation now. But I think this is the right time to start with a positive, difficult time. Yes.
Absolutely. I think we have gone through a phase of uncertainty, a phase of denial, but now I think it's the time for taking it in a positive stride. That yes, we have lost huge amount of people, we have lost so many colleagues, we have lost so many fellow workers, friends, but even then we are going to move on. So absolutely. How is like I know, because we talk to each other in our group, so I know we all know each other at what point we felt really low, and so anything which you would like to share, which is close to your heart.
Sadly, during this COVID time, I lost one of my very close nursing colleagues, and that was very sad, very tragic. Ordinarily, otherwise, probably I would have even gone to his funeral, even that isn't allowed anymore. So it was very, very tragic, and but managed to speak to the family members who have also gone through very difficult time. So, and it really came as a shock. And being a psychiatrist, it's almost really identifying different stages of bereavement that one goes through, and you only realize even more when it hits you personally. So I think it's important, and I think but on a positive note, I think this time gives us really the good values and the morals of being a doctor. It helps us to address the suffering, attempting to understand the suffering. I'm not saying we understand it well, but we attempt, and the idea of then resolving the problems. So although we deal with a lot of pathology, a lot of abnormalities, but actually our goal is to resolve the problems. So it's a very solution-focused approach, because at the moment the media is thundering us, pouring us with all sorts of information, and especially, as you know, the mental health pandemic is being talked about widely. So it's very important to, of course, we'll continue our best. And I think deeper I have gone into this journey of medicine, what I realized is a constant balance the health entails between the knowledge and wisdom. Any intervention we do, there are certain benefits, there are certain disadvantages, and yet the part of medical fraternity, we have to make the decision. So But as I said, that I've really turned that into some of the opportunities. So I'll start with very basic. I've started my morning walk. I would not have been able to do that if it was my 9 to 5 Monday to Friday, and I'm able to shed a few pounds which I needed badly to lose. So that helped.
So we'll see you as a dancer on stage for our regular EMW. So it's a promise.
All right. Thanks for the compliment. And yes, we do miss those days. And secondly, as Vishal already pointed out quite rightly, that whole consultation, especially in mental health, has been, I think, is really, really as a positive change, because for mental health patients, there's always a high DNA rates, and that has gone down significantly. It's flexible for the patients, flexible for us, and to my pleasant surprise, everyone had adapted to whole online video consultation so quickly. So I think that, hats off to not just us, but also our service users. The other thing, as you probably know, I've been involved with many, many talk shows, and my attempt really is to raise the awareness of mental health. That was my aim personally. So in fact, today also we had one about the movies and mental health. So it has given me some time to think about those things. So that's what I meant by turning this into opportunities.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I think as I felt like we do not have any other option rather than being positive, because during this whole journey, when as an IVF consultant, I have never thought that I will have to call my patient and say, like, I'm not going to do your embryo transfer, or I don't know what's going to happen with your NHS funding. And all those things has changed the whole perspective. At the same time, one day I open a WhatsApp message, I realize that I have lost an ex-colleague. And in the evening, I come to know that he is actually my son's friend's dad. So it's just that close. It's just that close.
Very tragic.
All in the same boat. Like, if it can happen to somebody else, it can happen to us in our own family.
Absolutely.
Thankfully, by God's grace, or I don't know how, like, so far we are all okay, and hopefully we will continue with this positivity. But it's scarred all of us quite badly, and I think being positive is going to be the only way out out of it. Thank you very much. Thanks.
No, and I know that you talked about some of the memorable events. I think yesterday we were discussing. I just want to mention briefly. And I was very fortunate. I was working in Calcutta at that time, 1997.
Oh yes.
So, and practicing psychiatry, and so you're told to go and assess few children who are homeless, and I didn't have a clue whom I was going to meet. So I went with my senior consultant that time, and we went to see these at least more than 100 children who are actually having food in a big plate. As soon as we went there with another person who was the head of the institution, and I'll tell you in a minute who she is, everyone, literally, children left their food and gave a big hug to that woman, none other than Mother Teresa. And I think this is, even when I talk about it, it gives me goosebumps really, because, that she showed what his kindness is. She has shown us what his healing is. And it's an amazing woman full of compassion, gratitude, thankful, and yes, she has gotten Nobel Prize, but she's well above that.
Absolutely.
So I mean, in the quote like is that what she talked about: be the living expression of kindness, kindness in your eyes, kindness in your face, kindness in your smile, and through the actions. So that is my memorable event in my life. I never forget that. So and I just want to finish off with I talked about what's my message for the medical fraternity. And there's a famous American bioethicist called Edmund Pellegrino. And the thing he's talked about, that medicine is the most humanistic of the sciences and the most scientific of the humanities. It's a powerful asset we have to practice medicine and serve as a profound tool for the patients, families, and the wider society. So that's my message to the medical fraternity.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Arpada. Thank you for being with us.
Pleasure.
And we shall meet soon, maintaining social distancing.
Absolutely. Yes. Yeah. All the best, and thank you so much for having me.
Thank you so much. Thanks a lot. With that positive note and with that memorable experience what Dr. Orgho Shorkel shared with us, yes, we have seen something along with this COVID pandemic. We have seen what is called kindness pandemic. We have seen people coming out of their way, helping others. People are sharing their thoughts, sharing their stuff with their neighbor who are in distress, or with their family members, or with community. But we have more song to listen. We have more friends who will be joining us in this platform this evening. I am enjoying my discussion, my chat with my friends and my colleagues. So with that, I'm going to call, this is an exception, because here I am getting two guests together. They are one unit. That's mom and daughter. Let me welcome Dr. Shalini Agarwal and a budding doctor, Arushi Agarwal. Hello. Hi, Shalini.
Hello.
Hi, Arushi.
Hi. I'm good, thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Yep.
Okay, great. So, Shalini, we have seen you on a regular basis, and then last week we have celebrated your great winning in Fantakshari. How are you these days?
Over the moon. My first win ever in life. So yes, thanks to you guys for giving that platform.
Chitrahar days worked.
Chitrahar absolutely worked. You know, these days 8 to 8:30, Chitrahar, black and white songs, Devanand and everything. It was brilliant. And I think Essex Indians provided that platform where we, you know, not only got to, take part in something which I am so passionate about. I really enjoy playing it. But also got to meet friends, all over the globe. And, like Queen said, that, we've made friendships all over the world with people. So that's really great. So thank you so much for the opportunity, and looking forward to the relay as well.
I knew that you were a dancer. I never knew until this Fantakshari that you were a great singer as well. So,
thank you.
Arushi, how did you cope during this last 3 months? Because you are a budding doctor. You are seeing your parents and all the medical fraternity around, all your courses and everything has gone online. You are seeing people graduating early. There are sub FY2. What is your reflection? What is your thoughts? And thank you very much for being with us with all these senior aunties and uncles and agreeing to be part of it.
Well, thank you for having me. It's been really different for me, I guess. Obviously, I can't complain too much because everyone on the front line and all the staff have been doing so much more than I am just kind of as a student. But we've missed out on kind of 3-4 months of being on placements and seeing patients. And I feel like now that I'm coming into my final year, it just feels like a massive kind of chunk of time has gone by and I haven't really been in hospitals at all. And it's just kind of made me realize, I guess, what priorities I have and what's really important as well. Because whereas before I'd be like, okay, like obviously it's important to go into hospitals and see patients and things like that. But I'd also be doing lots of other things alongside that as part of just being at university. But I feel like now when I go back to placements in September, I just can't wait to kind of see patients again and just pick up as many skills as I possibly can just from being around other people and like being in that hospital environment, because I just feel like that's, well, for me right now, that's the most important thing that I can do as like someone who's about to graduate next year.
Fantastic. Let's listen to mom and daughter song and your playing of guitar, and then we will come back. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Hello friends, I'm Shalini Agarwal. I'm a consultant psychiatrist and this is my lovely daughter.
Hi, I'm Arushi. I'm a final year medical student at King's and this is our performance for Doctors' Day 2020.
Hope you enjoy. मैं तेनू समझां तेरे बिना लगदा जी मैं तेनू समझावा की ना तेरे बिना लगदा जी तू की जाने प्यार मेरा मैं करूं इंतजार तेरा तू दिल तू यूं जान मेरी जान मेरी जान मेरी मेरे दिल ने चुन लिया नहीं तेरे दिल दिया राह मेरे दिल ने चुन लिया नहीं तेरे दिल दिया राह तू जो मेरे नाल तू रहता तुर पे मेरी साया जीना मेरा हाय हुण है तेरा की मैं करा तू कर एतबार मेरा मैं करूं इंतजार तेरा तू दिल तू यूं जान मेरी मैं तेनू समझावांगी ना तेरे बिना लगदा जी वे चंगा नहीं कीता बीबा वे चंगा नहीं कीता बीबा दिल मेरा तोड़ के वे बड़ा पछताया खा वे बड़ा पछताया खा नाल तेरे जोड़ के
Wonderful, wonderful.
Thank
So,
you.
question. Memorable event as mother and daughter together. Arushi, you go first.
Okay. My memorable moment is one time me and my mom went to India together, just the two of us, which doesn't normally happen. Like normally we go as a whole family. And I felt like I was having just a really fun day out with my best friend because we spent the whole day just like shopping, eating, trying on clothes, and then we just call my dad in the evening, like, yes, this is what we did. We had a really good time. And yeah, it was just like a really fun trip because yeah, when me and my mom are together, she's like my older sister basically.
Great. Shalini, over to you.
Well, I've got lots of memorable events together, but yes, I mean, there are, obviously this trip to India that, when we have no restrictions and
Vishal is hearing.
Yes, he knows how I'm bad with technology. So, I get muddled with the phones and everything. So he says, no, you do whatever you want to. So there's no restriction and I'm just doing whatever I want to. So that's really good. But I think the other thing was obviously when Arushi came into medical school, that was that was a very proud moment that I felt. And then last year we had, we are usually fond of, having road trips and all that. So last year we went for a 3-week trip to Switzerland. And I think most of the driving to all these high mountain passes and all that was done by Arushi, and that was wonderful. So yeah, that was really lovely. So
Fantastic. Because I do quite a lot of drive, and a couple of years back, I took a challenge and I was really scared. When I took the challenge, I was thinking, yeah, it's okay. It was like driving from Land's End to Jolo with my Toyota. And in the morning, I was starting around 3:30 in the morning, and I was really, really scared. Yes, but it gave me, like, when I managed to finish that time, and Arju was with me, he was sleeping in the car, and and it was like a complete different experience, driving so many miles together just on my own, just taking few breaks to fill up the petrol. Yes. So
add to that, I mean, we used to all share driving, of course, but I used to do the easiest leg. So first thing in the morning when I was fresh and alert, I would do the easiest bit. Wherever we were in the town and it needed parking into, short spaces, we would give it to Vishal. And towards the end, when we were returning home, when it was dark and people were tired, that was the time when Arushi would take up driving. So, I mean, she was a big asset to us.
you have to take responsibility.
Absolutely, which she's done wonderfully. So,
fantastic. Thank you so much. Looking forward to meet you, Arushi, face to face.
Yeah, definitely.
When the situation changes and the social distancing is going to stay, I look forward to listening to both of you together in a live session. Thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye. See you. So with that, a fantastic rendition by mom and daughter, and sharing moments of their memorable incidents, which is fantastic. And with that, I'm going to call my old friend, but he's not old. I'm just saying old friend because we have kind of spent quite a lot of years together in medical school in here. So I'm going to call Dr. Anshuman Dikpoti from Stoke-on-Trent. Hello, Anshuman, শুনতে পাচ্ছিস?
Hi, Arpita. Yes, very clear.
Okay, great. কেমন আছিস?
ভালো আছি আর enjoying the program. Fantastic.
Oh, thank you. So with that, should we, because I'm really fond of your recitation, so should we listen to your recitation? Because it fits so aptly with the current situation.
একদম. Go ahead.
Thank you.
সুচিকিৎসা, কবি সুকান্ত ভট্টাচার্য। বদ্রীনাথের সর্দি হলো কলকাতাতে গিয়ে, আচ্ছা করে জোলাপ নিল নস্যি নাকে দিয়ে। ডাক্তার এসে বলল কেশে, বড়ই কঠিন ব্যাম, এসব কি সুচিকিৎসা? আরে আরে রাম, আমার হাতে পড়লে পরে এক্সরে করে দেখি রোগটা কেমন, কঠিন কিনা, আসল কিংবা মেকি। থার্মোমিটার মুখে রেখে সাবধানেতে থাকুক, আইস ব্যাগটা মাথায় দিয়ে একটা দিন তো রাখুক। ইঞ্জেকশন নিতে হবে, অক্সিজেনটা পরে, তারপরেতে দেখব এ রোগ থাকে কেমন করে। পল্লীগ্রামের বদ্রীনাথ অবাক হলো ভারী, সর্দি হলেই এমনতর, ধন্য ডাক্তারি। নমস্কার।
What a fantastic, sweet, but very apt poetry by Shukanta Bhattacharya, that fabulous recitation. So I think during COVID, as friends in UK, we came much closer because before COVID, we just had our reunion and then we started holding this weekly meeting through Zoom, and which was kind of initiated always by you. But at some point we were sharing our low moments as well. And I remember that when all these PPE issues were coming up, at the same time we were hearing loss of lives from residential homes. You shared some memories. So would you like to talk about like your moments of reflections and what you felt?
Yes, of course. This COVID is something that we never experienced before. It was like absolutely facing the unknown. You know, as doctors, we are not worried about hard work, on calls, sleepless nights. We are okay with that, absolutely fine. But this is something every day, every half day, we are getting new information. Everyone was scared. Patients were scared. And you'd be surprised to know, I'm in general practice, so patients were very reluctant to come. They were like, we are doing so many telephone consultations now, but the patients were actually, they were initiating that. they were saying, no, I do not want to come. I do not want to go to hospital. You do something over phone. So that actually changed not only the general life, but also the whole face of general practice. We started depending on remote assessment more and more. We got better with each passing day. We got better confidently doing things over phone, over video consultation, though there were funny moments also, like there were a lot of people who were not good with phones and all this technology. So I remember I was doing a video consultation, and the gentleman was holding the phone in a way that all the while I was looking at his feet. So those things happened. But other things that happened was people, because of not knowing, like testing was not available. The guideline was to stay home if you have symptoms. So when this started, you mentioned the care home thing. So I used to go to a care home. Actually, that fell in my territory. So probably 2-3 times a week. And then one day I heard that a lot of residents passed away with suspected COVID. And that actually hit me very hard. Like I could not take it. Like I was very down, feeling very sad. But then realized that, yeah, no one in the whole world is prepared for this. So we were hearing about PPE crisis, all these. But if you look at the whole world, everyone was suffering from PPE crisis. They did not have enough masks, enough PPE. So it was kind of because of this sudden thing. We are never prepared for this kind of pandemic, this kind of enemy where we do not know, we cannot come to people, which was psychologically also. So this general practice again reflected that so many mental health people were suffering from anxiety. More than chest infection, it was anxiety, depression. So it taught us a lot, like still teaching us. But I was amongst the fortunate because my employer was very quick in getting PPE for us, setting up a shower room, change room, so that we can be safe, completely separate areas to see patients. So we were well supported, but not everyone, but we were. So that Zoom meeting and weekly Zoom meeting that we used to do, that was,
we still not used to. We are carrying on.
Yes, I mean, we are still carrying on every week. So it was. And can you remember how many birthday parties we had over Zoom?
Yeah, absolutely. It was like, otherwise, probably we would have, like in real life, probably we would have said, like, oh, sorry, I'm on call, I cannot come, or all those kind of things. But we made sure that we will all come back from work and then we will have that at least half an hour, 45 minutes time. And I think we all realized what are the priorities of life. Yes, we were rushing, we were running around, we are doing things which is probably not needed, which we can cut off. But at the same time, yes, we lost so many lives, which is probably, I don't know, probably not needed at that point.
No.
But it taught us a huge big lesson. Absolutely. Any memorable event, non-COVID?
I would not take the cue. So I would not tell you about one. I'll take very little time, but I'll tell you about 3.
Okay, sure.
So one was, I met my wife in Kanyakumari. So
whole CMC 88 batch is listening to it now.
Yeah. So okay. that was one of the. So I briefly met her in the train on our way to Bangalore, and from there, I knew that they are also going to visit Kanyakumari at some point. And then I went to my sisters, and then anyway, to cut long story short, we were in Kanyakumari, and then accidentally I saw her again. And that actually sealed my fate. So that is one of the most memorable moments that I met Antara there. Second one I'd like to say is I came to UK not very many years ago. So when I started my job, it was A&E. And I was like feeling like, absolutely rank outsider, because I was in Stoke-on-Trent. They speak English in a different way. And coming from India, I was thinking, did I used to speak English, or this is something else? So, and then the way the approach is different, the Indian way of, doing A&E and all. And I think after around 3-4 weeks, I was seeing, it was a night shift, and I was seeing lady in her 70s, and brought in by her son, who was in his 50s. And after taking, history and thinking about the plan, when I was getting out of the cubicle, I heard this gentleman saying to his mom, "Mom, isn't he the best ever doctor we've met?" And then I thought, yeah, I can make it here. I can survive here. So that was second. And third one was in February this year, and I came in contact with a few old friends from my college, and there was a reunion planned. I was not very sure they would be able to recognize me. They would be, how I would fit in. So I was trying to, planning like quick escape and all. But I also booked overnight stay. I went there and I met the most, kindest friends from college. And I could not believe, like, I was thinking of not spending more time with them. And that's you guys. And that's why the Zoom is ongoing. You changed my life. During COVID, I survived because of you guys. So that's the third.
I was thinking, if you don't tell that, when I meet you, then me and all our friends, we are going to beat you from top to bottom. But thank God that you have mentioned it. Nare, it was really, really nice. It was really, really nice. And I think our friends group, our friends circle made us go through this journey. And I think it's really valuable, and we all learned from it. That,
yeah.
Have I stopped you in the middle?
No. I'll after you finish, I'll say something else.
Okay, I've finished.
Okay, sorry. So because this is about Doctors' Day celebration, the COVID. I know there are a lot of people watching who do not follow Bengali very well, but I would like to say a few lines, the positivity from my end. সুচেতনা এই পথে আলো জেলে এই পথেই পৃথিবীর ক্রমমুক্তি হবে। সে অনেক শতাব্দীর মনীষীর কাজ। এ বাতাস কি পরম সূর্যকরোজ্জ্বল, প্রায় তত দূর ভালো মানব সমাজ। আমাদের মতো ক্লান্তিহীন নাবিকের হাতে গড়ে দেব আজ নয় ঢের দূর অন্তিম প্রভাতে। সমস্ত ডাক্তার সমাজকে হ্যাপি ডক্টরস ডে জানিয়ে এই লাইনগুলো আমি তাদের উদ্দেশ্যে নিবেদন করছি জীবনানন্দ দাশের সুচেতনা থেকে।
Thank you very much, Anshuman. কালকে আবার কথা হবে।
Thanks for having me. Thank you.
It's a pleasure. It's a pleasure to have so many batchmates and sharing the same thoughts, and we all share same wavelengths. So it's fabulous to have you all. So that's from my side, and thank you very much. Stay safe, and we shall see each other in our reunion very soon. Maintain social distancing. Bhalo thakish. Take care.
Bye.
With that, I'm coming back to my neighborhood again. So I'm going to invite one of my friends, a consultant psychiatrist, Dr. Suresh KP from Chelmsford. Hi, Suresh, how are you?
I'm okay. Thank you, Arpita. We've been really enjoying this live show. And,
thank you.
I think you've put on a great show, both you and Anirban. So thank you very much.
It's all together because until and unless there are participants in the show is going to be a flop. So the participants and the coordinator with joint action, I think we make it a great show, and we all enjoy, because it gives us a bit of a respite from our day-to-day activity with our medical work and the pressure and the stress. So how are these days from your psychiatry point of view, from your NHS, from patients, from family sides, and from singer Suresh?
The singer Suresh will probably come last.
Yes, I have got a music video to play.
All right. Yes. No, generally in psychiatry, as my colleagues have mentioned before, we did expect a bit of a surge, a mental health surge following the physical health surge, if you like. And we are seeing slightly different presentations on the wards, in terms of the symptoms that patients have presented with. Patients are more paranoid, more anxious, more depressed, probably as much because of the coronavirus as it is because of the lockdown, the effect of the lockdown itself. So we are seeing slightly different presentations, but I don't think we have enough data yet to say this is a particular coronavirus associated mental health syndrome. But in terms of the overall effect it has had, I think, being an optimist, I have to say it has had a positive impact. We are now, working much more efficiently and working in a way that we don't have to travel so much, for meetings. We are more environmentally friendly, and I think the environment has coronavirus to thank, for its regeneration and all that. And I think it has also made us realize what is really important in life. Like other people have said in the past, it has stripped away all the fluff from life. We were running around like headless chickens, from one meeting to another or from one place to another. But this has really made us realize what is the core important things in life, and therefore how you have to look after your own mental health. And I think, there's been a lot of focus on mental health in the media. Celebrities have talked about how it's important to go out at least once a day to improve your mental health, etc. And I think, it's important to have connections. I think this forum is one of those things that makes connections possible. I've certainly made very nice connections that I didn't think were possible online. So the lockdown...
Absolutely. We have learned a lot.
We have learned a lot. And I think the important thing is we need to continue to implement that learning and not lose it. Because, there is always the fear that we go back to business as usual and the world should start to look like how it was pre-March. I don't want to go back to that world, honestly.
No, absolutely. Very, 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 very aptly said. Because, yes, there are a lot of positive things. Yes, we lost so many lives. We have gone through a very stressful situation. We have cried. We have become very angry. We became very upset. But at the same time, we have kind of probably has come out, at least in UK, come out on the other side of the tunnel. And with Antakshari, we have made fabulous singers like you. So I'm not letting it go.
Hey, Bhagavan will never leave.
Oh my God, you won't believe. Last week when it was you were singing it, and I just said, because I was not supposed to make any noise because I am the scorer. So therefore I was laughing, like rolling in laughter. I said, oh my God, Suresh is kind of singing to get the point, but it was fabulous. It was fantastic. So should we play your song now? Is that okay?
Yeah, please go ahead.
So I have to remove both of us from the stream and then I will play. Yeah.
मजबूर करे जीने के लिए सागर भी तरसते रहते हैं तेरे रूप का रस पीने के लिए जीवन से भरी तेरी आंखें। तस्वीर बनाए क्या कोई लिखे तुझ पे कविता, रंगों छंदों में समाएगी, रंगों छंदों में समाएगी, किस तरह से इतनी सुंदरता एक धड़कन है तू दिल के लिए, एक जान है तू जीने के लिए जीवन से भरी तेरी आंखें। मधुबन की सुगंध है सांसों में, बाहों में कमल की कोमलता, किरणों का तेज है चेहरे पे, किरणों का तेज है चेहरे पे, हिरणों की है तुझ में चंचलता आंचल का तेरे है तार बहुत, कोई चाक जिगर सीने के लिए जीवन से भरी तेरी आंखें मजबूर करे जीने के लिए सागर भी तरसते रहते हैं तेरे रूप का रस पीने के लिए जीवन से भरी तेरी आंखें। Thank you.
Thank you so much, Suresh, for this lovely song. And I think its credit goes to COVID pandemic that we get to hear these lovely voices, because I knew you only as dancer in the fashion show, you know.
I have got multiple talents, as people probably realize.
Look, yeah. So you will not be excused at all in future.
No, I look forward to contributing to Essex Indians, but I've been, painting, gardening more, cooking more, giving Rupali a bit of a break.
So Rupali is showing off loads of dishes. So was it all cooked by you or Rupali?
Well, she's in the room, so I would probably have to say it's been cooked by her.
Okay, we will take that. Thank you so much, Suresh, thank you for being with us, and all the best for Relay Fantakshari.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I look forward to that next.
Okay, take care. Stay safe. Bye. So, as you know, we have got fabulous singers and dancers coming up in the show, and all you have to remember, the doctors are performers. We work hard and we play hard. With that, I am going to invite my junior colleague, a fabulous, beautiful pediatrician from Cambridge, Dr. Sonela Bosak. Hello.
Hello. I'm a gynecologist.
Oh, তুইও sorry. হ্যাঁ, কলিগ বলে তারপরে ভুল করেছি আমি।
Kindly observe. truly তোমার junior, একদম truly junior.
একদম. So for the program purpose, we will keep the conversation in English. বুঝলি তো, নইলে খুব বকা খাচ্ছি মাঝে মাঝে খুব বকা খাচ্ছি আর কি। তো
That's fine, absolutely fine.
So how are you? How was
Thank you very much. Yeah.
Obs and gynae side-wise at workplace? Are you getting PPE and things? How are things there?
Yeah, now it's absolutely fantastic, obviously. Now we are getting everything that we need to. But obviously we had passed through traumatic times of getting absolutely nothing and being told off for even wearing something that you could find yourself. So we have gone through that phase, but I think now it's good. It's good.
Okay, very good. Should we see your dance? Because I know you are a brilliant dancer. Should we see the dance and then we come back?
Okay, that's fine. Sorry, I couldn't do much because I just finished my hot week literally this morning.
I know. Sorry, I was quite demanding, not to worry, and I'm ever so grateful that you all joined together today in this platform so that we can all pay tribute to the doctors whom we have lost or the lives we have lost. So just give me a few moments. I will play the music.
তোমার খোলা হাওয়া
Beautiful dancing, and thanks to Pallav as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
And then you did it for this platform. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me on the platform as well. It was such an enjoyable show this evening. Absolutely.
Thank you, Ray. Any memorable incident, non-COVID?
I think most of my memorable incidents are related to traveling because we both love traveling. We are just avid travelers, love traveling, and especially we like going little bit out of the beaten path, like Siberia, trekking in around Lake Baikal, things like that. I think my most memorable was when we took our child out for the first ever our traveling. He was 3 months old. So it was quite daring for us. We haven't even gone to India. So we have gone for a traveling. And that too, we chose to go to Abu Dhabi and Dubai, that area. But just thought we'll give it a go. So I think it was everything that happened during that time. Lots of incidents, but things like we wanted to go on the desert safari. And the people were just absolutely shocked. You have a 3-year-old? Oh, no, we don't allow 3-year-olds because it's like 10 years. Then we said, no, we have a 3-month-old. They were like, shocked. So I think those lot of little things that happened during that trip, that's the most memorable thing I would say, obviously. Traveling with an infant of 3 months old. Yeah.
Fantastic. So you have put the
He's now an
wheels
agriculture now.
you have put the wheels under his feet from 3 months onwards. There is no excuse.
Absolutely. And now he's saying, Mommy, 3 months, we haven't even got out of the house. When are we traveling next? So
No, thank you so much, Sonela. Thank you for being with us. And surely we will meet in Cambridge Puja, ICS Puja, and we will see each other face to face. Thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you again. Thank you very much.
Take rest. You need well-deserved rest after your hot week of Obs and Gynae.
Back on Monday, though. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Thank you. Bye. With that, from Cambridge, I am moving a little bit further in the country, and I am going to get a really, really glamorous hematology consultant who is a fabulous singer, fabulous dancer. I have seen her performing in the fashion show as well. So let's welcome Kosturi. Hello.
হ্যালো অর্পিতা দি, হ্যাঁ তুমি কেমন আছো?
হ্যাঁ আমি ভালো আছি রে। How are you?
I'm all right. I'm fine, thank you.
Because I was reading your Facebook post and things, and yes, you have suffered from COVID, isn't it? Because you put a post that you suffered quite badly.
Yes, yeah. Yes. Although physically my symptoms were not that bad, luckily, but I caught it very early because, as you know, that Midlands was one of the areas outside London which had actually the highest incidence of COVID. So I caught it pretty early on towards end of March when I was doing my week on the wards, and at that time the PPE guidelines were not really formulated well. So we did not have enough PPE, and we were not testing everybody. So we were testing a few, and although we were wearing PPE for the known COVID positive patients, there were a lot of other patients, especially in our field in hematology, because we have got a lot of immunocompromised cancer patients. It turned out that contrary to what we initially thought, all of them were not showing many symptoms. So you were not having the classical symptoms of fever and cough and shortness of breath, and they were just coming in with mild symptoms, or even maybe coming in for their elective chemotherapy, and then actually, whereas they were actually carrying the virus. So I think that's how we got it. In our department, over 60-70% consultants got it. But luckily, I could manage my symptoms at home. And my husband got it. One of my 3 daughters showed symptoms. Interestingly, the other 2 didn't. So I don't know whether they actually had it or maybe asymptomatically carried it.
Right. No, it's a quite a worrying time, I suppose, because all of us here we live with kind of in a nuclear family unit and dependent on the friends surrounding. So it's quite a kind of troubling time.
Yeah, and it's very difficult because for people like me, I've got a large family. I've got 3 children. My youngest is a toddler. It's not difficult. It's impossible for one parent to manage. And if both of us are unwell, luckily we both escaped with mild symptoms, although we still found it very, very, very hard because it's 3 kids, and my youngest is full of she's in her terrible 2s. So although we found it very hard, I don't know what we would have done if the symptoms were more severe.
No, absolutely. Thank God for that. And it's good to see you back in full bloom. And I have enjoyed in our special group, I have enjoyed your dancing, all those dance videos. And I know you have given a disclaimer in your singing, but I have to say it was beautiful singing. I have never heard you singing Rabindra Sangeet. I have heard your little ones singing, and I really love listening to their singing. And I pledge to donate for the charity fundraising. So I'm openly saying I pledge to donate. So I will do that.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you. Yeah, but thank you for actually getting me to sing. It is truly my first solo performance since my medical college. So, and my voice is naturally, it is quite high pitched. So I never had problems singing in higher pitches. Whereas I was so sad because I could feel my voice breaking and it's not like how it was before. And my 10-year-old who was videoing me actually told me, "Don't worry, mom, it happens. It's because you're old now and you can't sing like you sang. You used to sing before it happens." That is exactly what she said.
So you have to prove her wrong now. So you have to prove her wrong. So yes, we will do something together where mommy will go before the kids. Okay, so I will play your singing now. So both of us will come out of the streaming platform and we will play the video. Okay, so we'll see you back after that.
নমস্কার, আমার নাম কস্তুরী। আমি একজন হিমাটোলজিস্ট আর আমি উলভারহ্যাম্পটনে থাকি। First of all, I would like to congratulate everyone from my fraternity for showing amazing grit and determination during this COVID crisis and managing their patients as well as their family with equal determination and multitasking all the time. I think we have showed the world what our fraternity is truly made of at heart. And what better time to celebrate this than Doctors' Day? I would like to thank Essex Indians for giving me the opportunity to perform, and I must put in my disclaimer that this is my first solo performance since my medical college, which would be some 20 odd years ago, so please excuse any mistakes. এইটুকু বলেই শুরু করছি। আমার মন মানে না দিন রজনী, আমার মন মানে না দিন রজনী, আমার মন মানে না। আমি কি কথা সরিয়ায় তনু ভরিয়া পুলক রাখিতে নারে, ওগো কি ভাবিয়া মনে এ দুটি নয়নে ফলে নয়ন বারে, ওগো সজনী, আমার মন মানে না দিন রজনী, আমার মন মানে না। সে সুধা বচন সে সুখ পরশ অঙ্গে বাজিছে বাঁশি গো, সে সুধা বচন সে সুখ পরশ অঙ্গে বাজিছে বাঁশি, তাই শুনিয়া শুনিয়া আপনার মনে হৃদয় হয় উদাসী, কেন না জানি আমার মন মানে না দিন রজনী, আমার মন মানে না। ওগো বাতাসে কি কথা ভেসে চলে আসে, আকাশে কি মুখ জাগে সখী, বাতাসে কি কথা ভেসে চলে আসে, আকাশে কি মুখ জাগে, ওগো বন মার মরে নদীর ঝরে কি মধুর সুর লাগে, ফুলের গন্ধ বন্ধুর মতো জড়াই ধরেছে গলে, দিন রজনী আমার মন মানে না। থ্যাংক ইউ।
What a fabulous singing, Kosturi. আমি কোনোভাবেই মানবো না যে it happens with the age and all these things. So tell Orpita aunty, your ex-Bengali teacher is denying that fact.
Ex-Bengali teacher is denying that fact.
Yes. Because I still remember their video, Mashire Mashi, Pache Hachi, you did when they were very young. I remember they did a video and you sent it to me. So I have fond memories. Very nice. It's very nice to have you here. And I'm sure we will meet during Durga Puja. Hopefully we will be all be able to do Durga Puja. But stay safe, stay healthy. That's the most important thing. খুব ভালো থাকিস, খুব ভালো থাকিস, সাবধানে থাকিস। Okay, take care, take care. Bye, bye. From Midlands, I am moving up and I am going to get a fabulous singer from Liverpool, and he needs no introduction as a singer. He's an A&E consultant and deals with quite a lot of acute medicine. So let me welcome Dr. Ritik Roy with his fabulous voice. Hello, Ritik da. Can you hear me?
Hello. Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, sorry for being late, Dada. Please, sincere apologies.
No, it's all right. It's a part of the game. That's all right. Don't worry about it.
So much, Dada. How are you? How are things in Liverpool?
Well, I'm in Manchester, not quite in Liverpool. So I'm actually a consultant in Manchester, not quite in Liverpool.
You are at Oldham Hospital, isn't it?
That's right. Yeah, that's right.
No, sorry, my geography knowledge. I'm always poor in geography. Sorry.
No, so am I. Don't worry about that.
No, so I know you mentioned that you suffered from COVID, and obviously A&E is a very vulnerable area for the physicians to work during this time. So
that's right. Yeah.
So what was your kind of overall experience during those days?
So basically, I work as a medical consultant who do A&E Enrich. So I see lots of COVID patients every day, and I did in the last few months. And while doing so, I got exposed to COVID and I got infected. Obviously, I got swabbed and I got tested positive. And a couple of weeks I was rather poorly. Unfortunately, I infected my wife as well. Thankfully, I was able to keep my kids infection free. But both of us got over it. We are there. We have won the battle, and here we are.
Did you got COVID antibody now? Are you the lucky winner of the lot?
I've got COVID antibody as well. I don't know what that means, but I've got COVID antibody.
So you are in a precious position of COVID antibody.
Yes, that's right.
So Dada, we are going to listen to your song first. Is that okay? And then we come back to you?
That's absolutely fine.
Okay, thank you so much, Dada.
जिंदगी कैसी है पहली हाय, कभी तो हंसाए कभी रुलाए। जिंदगी कैसी है पहली हाय, कभी तो हंसाए कभी रुलाए। देखो मन नहीं जागे, पीछे पीछे सब लोग भागे, कभी देखो मन नहीं जागे, पीछे पीछे सब लोग भागे, एक दिन सब लोग आए, चल जाए सपनों से आगे कहाँ जिंदगी, कैसे न पहली हारे, कभी तो हंसाए, कभी रुलाए। जीवन सजाए यहाँ मेरे, सुख दुख संग संग झेले, ओ जिन्होंने सजाए यहाँ मेरे, सुख दुख संग संग झेले, वही चुनकर खामोशी, चल जाए अकेले कहाँ जिंदगी, कैसे न पहली हारे, कभी तो हंसाए, कभी रुलाए, जिंदगी कैसे न पहली हारे, कभी तो हंसाए, कभी रुलाए, जिंदगी।
Thank you so much, Dada, for this fabulous
Thank you.
singing. Really, really. It's like
Thank you.
so.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for being part of this event. We are really grateful. We are really, honestly, really grateful that we could
Thank you very
have
much.
all in this platform. So, Dada, the next question: a memorable incident in your life, non-COVID, not COVID, non-COVID.
Okay. I would briefly mention two. You started with an institute called Calcutta Rescue with one of your colleagues. Actually, I worked for Calcutta Rescue for 4 years, and I came to UK after working for them for 4 years in 1997. It was an excellent experience because they worked alongside other voluntary organizations, including Madame Teresa in Calcutta, and I was one of the medical officers who worked with them. I used to work in the leprosy clinic, which is one of the areas where people don't want to work, actually. So Jack Prager, who is the founder of the thing, he was very close to me. He was one of the godfathers I had, and that was an amazing experience I had. So that's the one thing I would like to mention. The second thing I would like to mention is non-COVID is I had an amazing experience of going to the Rashtrapati Bhavan in India. In 1979, I won a prize in painting, and I was in Rashtrapati Bhavan in India with Nilam Sanjeev Reddy. So that was an international painting test where I came as group third, and I went to New Delhi with my dad. I went to Nilam Sanjeev Reddy's Rashtrapati Bhavan. I met him. I had dinner with him. So that was an amazing experience. And I think you can actually see a picture behind me.
I was just going to ask.
Yeah, that's painted by me. That's
wow.
painted by
We didn't know this side of you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
That's
Because
very kind of you.
obviously
That's very kind of you.
Ritika as singer. We know Ritika as doctor. And as you know, one of my brother-in-law lives in Liverpool. So we know about you singing your as a doctor and everything. But I didn't know that you were a painter. Fabulous. Thank you, Dada, for sharing these
That's very kind
moments
of you.
with us.
That's very kind of you.
It's
That's very kind of
really
you.
really fortunate to have you here. And I'm sure I will get the opportunity when I go to Liverpool and Manchester, because my husband works there as well. We will be able to listen to you live, and
And he's a
also
fabulous
when you.
singer as well.
Oh, I don't. Okay, I take it.
He's a fabulous singer. I honestly mean it. He's an excellent singer.
Okay, thank you. I take the credit because I'm kind of with him since my medical college days, so I have inspired. So I'm the inspiration behind it. Okay, Dada, thank you so much, and
Thank you.
stay
Thank
safe, stay well, Dada. Okay, and lovely talking to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye bye.
With that, we are still staying in up north, and I have got a senior Dada, Dr. Roger Banerjee, who has got the blessings of Manna Dev. So, Namaskar, Roger Da. Can you hear me, Dada?
হ্যাঁ আমি শুনতে পাচ্ছি আমি হেডফোনে শুনছি আর আমি তো প্ল্যানটা একটু চেঞ্জ হয়ে গেল সো দ্য প্ল্যান চেঞ্জ আই থিংক আই শুড কমিউনিকেট ইন ইংলিশ and what I'll do is I will take the headphone off when I'm singing because I'm a natural singer. I can't sing with headphones or tracks or anything of that kind. But the show has been going on very well. So you can ask a few questions and then I'll go on to singing and say goodbye.
All right. So,
what do you want?
So obviously, because I know you as singer. I know you as singer.
Thank you so much.
Yes, I know you as singer.
That's my pleasure.
I know you are in our fraternity, and thank you very much for being the part of this show. And sincere apologies that I'm running a little bit late, but you know,
no,
I'm
it's all right.
enjoying.
It's all right. It's all right. You are really doing a great job because you know the way you are conducting the show for so many hours. I do it so many times on professional stages, so I know what it takes to just sustain there for so many hours. That itself is credit indeed. And
but you know,
you have been doing a fantastic job.
I'm a gynecologist and obstetrician, so
Oh,
therefore,
yeah, you've been waiting for
ready for waiting. We do have prolonged first stage, prolonged second stage, even sometimes prolonged third stage. So I'm using that experience. But with that, Dada, obviously the COVID has hit us all.
Yeah.
So what is your medical side? What is your experience? High, low? How was it?
My experience in COVID is very different because I'm an anesthetist and I used to be in the front line. So one fine morning when I came back from India, actually, I lost my father last February. And when I came back, the lockdown started. So I was, I have never been uncomfortable in my job because anesthetics, I think I do it in the spinal level. It doesn't reach my cerebral cortex. But one day they said that we have to lock down and the whole theater changed. So we have 7 theaters. They converted each theater into 3 beds, 3 ITUs, and suddenly it was army action. Over a week, the whole scenario changed. And the ECT room, where you do cardioversions and ECT, that became the induction room. And we were taught about the donning and doffing, horrible experience. But I just kept calm, whatever comes. But I was diagnosed diabetic last year. So my GP wrote a letter to the trust that take care. And I have been recently having a few bouts of asthma as well, you know, chest tightness, because I had birds in my house. So that is the scenario which changed almost my life. And then suddenly the whole floor of my hospital where I work in became a COVID. They prepared for 51 beds. The whole recovery where there was sort of 8 beds changed into a 14-bedded ITU. So it was ITU all over and the respirators and ventilators purchased. But luckily, you know, I would say lucky that my mask didn't fit. And I went for a COVID screening clinic, which was probably even more dangerous. And I then spoke to a few virologists, and being an anesthetist, I do nasal intubation very often. So that was not a problem. So I learned how to do screening and doing a GP kind of a job, just screening them, sending the samples, phoning the patients all day long. And that was it. So I have been doing this for the last 3 months. Nice and easy life though, and no risks involved. And I think I'll be going back to the orthopedic theaters. I mainly do joint replacements. So the surgeons have been poking me, when are you coming back? When are you coming back? I said, you bloody open the theaters, then I'll be back. So I think they'll be opening the theaters shortly and I'll be back in full form. But that has given me to do more practice. I do sing every day just to keep it going. And I just got a few more hours every day to go a bit deeper into the subject I am into. And that's how I changed my plan. I thought I'll just sit there and relax a few questions, but it turned on to a performance. So I changed on to my studio. So now I'm here ready.
Let's listen to your fabulous live singing, Dada.
I don't know if it is fabulous or not, but I'll try, okay? So I'll take the headphone off for a moment.
Yeah, sure. No
After
problem.
I have done the song, then I'll take the headphone on again to listen to you, all right? Thank you.
Sure, thank you.
पूछो ना कैसे मैंने दिन बिताई, पूछो ना कैसे मैंने रैन बिताई, एक पल जैसे एक जुग बीता, एक पल जैसे एक जुग बीता, जुग बीते मोहे नींद न आए, पूछो ना कैसे मैंने रैन बिताई। उतजल दीपक इत मन मेरा, फिर भी न जाए मेरे घर का अंधेरा, उतजल दीपक इत मन मेरा, मन मेरा मेरा, उतजल दीपक इत मन मेरा, फिर भी न जाए मेरे घर का अंधेरा, भोर भी आस की किरण न लाए, पूछो ना कैसे मैंने रैन बिताई। उतजल दीपक इत मन मेरा, फिर भी न जाए मेरे घर का अंधेरा, उतजल दीपक इत मन मेरा, फिर भी न जाए मेरे घर का अंधेरा, करपत कर सत उमर गवाई, पूछो ना कैसे मैंने, पूछो न कैसे मैंने, पूछो न कैसे मैंने रैन बिताई, एक पल जैसे एक जुग बीता, एक पल जैसे एक जुग बीता, जुग बीते मोहे नींद ना आए, पूछो ना कैसे मैंने, पूछो ना कैसे मैंने, पूछो ना कैसे मैंने रैन बिताई। Thank you. Shall I sing another one? Is the time remaining?
Yes, yes, that's absolutely fabulous, Dada. Thank you.
Okay. Because usually, you know, we have, I have musicians with me, and I am greatly reliant on the tabla accompaniment because on which I dance. Now, this corona has taught me to sort of sing single-handedly for 2 hours. I've been doing few live shows here and there, online, of course, and they have been a few hours. And without tabla, which is very difficult because everything, all these intricate designs of the Manade songs are based on the tabla itself, at least, if not the melody. And then I have to play the interlude, prelude, everything, the chords in the harmonium. So that itself is difficult. So I was actually thinking of singing the song, which my friend Ritik have stolen because I did not know. Ritik is my friend, so he just sang Zindagi. Then I was flipping on the pages, and then I thought, well, he has sang it, so I'll let it go. So how much time do we have? Time
For
for
another song, Dada. One more song. Thank you.
I'll take the headphone off for the time being. The previous number I sang was written by the great poet Neeraj, I think, I forgot, but it was tuned by Sachin Dev Burman. I'm singing a Shankar Jakishan number which was written by Shailendra. Everybody knows it. When I sing it on stage with when I sing it on stage, I ask the audience to sing with me. And I think anybody who is from India knows this song, and usually I get the vibration back from the audience. Let's see how it happens here. You're welcome to sing at home if you know this song. I'm sure you know it. In case I get lost the chords, which is the chords, new thing has come now. तू प्यार का सागर है, तू प्यार का सागर है, तू प्यार का सागर है, तेरी एक बूंद के प्यासे हम, तेरी एक बूंद के प्यासे हम, लौटा जो दिया तूने, लौटा जो दिया तूने, चले जाएंगे जहाँ से हम, चले जाएंगे जहाँ से हम, तू प्यार का सागर है। मन का पागल पंछी उड़ने को बेकरार, उड़ने को बेकरार। पंख है कोमल, आँख है धुंधली, जाना है सागर पार, जाना है सागर पार। अब तू ही से समझा, अब तू ही से समझा, राह भूले थे कहाँ से हम, तू प्यार का सागर है। इधर झूम के गाए जिंदगी, उधर है मौत खरी, उधर है मौत खरी। कोई क्या जाने कहाँ है सीमा, उलझन आन परी, उलझन आन परी। कानों में जरा कह दे, कानों में जरा कह दे कि आए कौन दिशा से हम, कि आए कौन दिशा से हम। तू प्यार का सागर है, तू प्यार का सागर है। तेरी एक बूंद के प्यासे हम, तेरी एक बूंद के प्यासे हम। लौटा जो दिया तूने, लौटा जो दिया तूने, चले जाएंगे जहाँ से हम, चले जाएंगे जहाँ से हम। तू प्यार का सागर है। आ, 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 ओ, Thank you.
Thank you, Rajita.
Hello.
Hello.
Was it all right? Did you hear it well? Because this is
Fantastic.
new digital technology. I'm just.
But you have nailed it. You have nailed it. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you for being with us today.
Any more questions? Any more questions?
এখন আর কোনো প্রশ্ন নয়, because I want to relish this singing. Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dada. ভালো থাকবেন. Stay safe.
Yeah, everybody stays safe as well. Yeah.
Look after yourself. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Bye.
Bye. With one anesthetic consultant from northeast of England, I moved down to London. And I'm going to meet one person who is the first Bengali consultant I met when I moved from Northeast to London. So let me welcome Dr. Shotipada Das, our favorite Shotida. So I still remember, Dada, that when I came from, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, absolutely. I can still remember the day I was doing ectopic in theatre in North Middlesex, and then you from the top end telling me, "Tumi Bangali." It was such a nice to hear. It was really nice to hear someone talking to me in Bengali when I have moved from Newcastle, completely new to a London hospital, which is very busy, and I was completely overwhelmed as a final year registrar. And you kind of gave me, oh my God, I have found someone who speaks my language.
এক্স্যাক্টলি তা আমরা কি আজকে বাংলায় কথা বলতে পারবো না ইংরেজিতেই বলবো?
ইংরেজিতে বলতে হবে, কারণ আমি 2-1 বার বকা খেয়েছি। প্রথম দিকে আমি বাংলায়
তাই
বলছিলাম,
নাকি?
আমি
শিওর,
বকা খেয়েছি।
নো প্রবলেম।
So Dada, you know, North Middlesex, I have worked and I know you work there, so I know how like caseload wise how busy and how horrible it could be. So I have to be very honest, when first this COVID pandemic hit, and I was thinking about the people who work in those busy London hospitals and specialty, and we at home, we talked about you and we were thinking, oh my God, Shotita is in North Middlesex, and we were hearing all those scary stories. And how are you? So it's lovely to see you here.
No, I'm fine now. As you know, my previous speaker, Dr. Banerjee, Rajat Banerjee, he said, so we had the similar situation in North Middlesex, as you know. I just came from, we went to Kathmandu for a holiday, and we just came back on 16th of March, and then the lockdown started. And this, as is a whole hospital been transferred, it's a big ITU. And with me not having done ITU for 14 years, I became overnight, I became an ITU consultant. And it was quite a stressful situation for all of us, as you know. And with this donning and doffing and all this, and it just kind of like suddenly we into like in a wartime situation, and we thought this we would never see this in our lifetime, which we have seen. And for me, it was hard part was the making difficult decisions. Sometimes some of these patient, we decided no, not going to ventilate, we kind of put an oxygen, and we knew that this patient is not going to survive, but we have to take those kind of decision because you didn't have enough ventilator, you didn't have enough ITU bed, you didn't have enough place for the patients to go. Whole hospital became like a big COVID hospital. So some patient, you just know that if you don't intervene, if you don't ventilate, this patient is going to die. Knowing that, we have to decide, no, he or she not going to ITU. And that was kind of very difficult decision. Just, are we playing God at this time because we don't have resources? Because there's very limited resources. So you need to find out whom you're going to give that ventilated bed, whom you're going to give the oxygen, and who is going where. So it was really one day after a whole day shift, I literally cried. I just broke down. I could not really take it anymore. I just came home and said, I am not going next day. Obviously, next day you have to go again. But as I said, it was not pleasant at all. It was not pleasant.
No, honestly. Yes, because being a IVF consultant, I didn't face all this. I didn't face all this. Honestly.
I know, because when people say there's doctors on the front line, and being the ITU consultant initiative, they're the front line of the front line. So, you know, and you are so close to the patient's aerosols generating in the kind of that area, you just kind of back of the mind, you're always just so worried and so anxious all the time about your own safety, about the patient's safety, bringing it home. At some point, to tell you honestly, I mean, it sounds silly now, you know, your body made me even to kind of literally stripping off in the porch with all my clothes and jackets and everything, and then run to the shower room to have shower, because she was thinking that the whole family is going to get affected and everybody is going to die. Luckily, we all are here. So hopefully with God's grace and all of your good wishes, we all survive. Hopefully we'll survive. Before I go any further, I just want to say one thing for you and Anirban to organize this event. It is absolutely wonderful. And you are very much junior to me, but I have got utmost respect for both of you, because for your enormous energy and enthusiasm. I mean, nobody can do that without what you two been doing. So thank you.
It's like, it's amazing to have you here, because it's like, as I said, in between my phone crashed, and honestly speaking, I lost all the numbers. So then I got to manage because I was searching. I said, no, I can't find the number. And then I just asked Upada and said, like, can I have Shotita's number? And he didn't even know that why I'm asking. I said, I have got all the numbers. Please send me.
As you know, living in East London and this area for so many years, and I can't really hide. You will find me.
No. It's like this year we will be missing the barbecue in your fabulous garden.
I know.
Yes, but then it's the situation that
that garden actually kept us alive, and then kind of we've been all the time doing gardening and everything. COVID has also, in a different way, taught us lots of things. Then when you have got some time and you're not going anywhere, you're not running around, then you can hear the birds singing, you can hear the squirrel moving around, you can see the flowers coming, the plant growing. So world has got so much to offer, and we are just running all the time, just like a headless chicken. So COVID also given us the opportunity to at least do some time to sit down and just kind of take a step back and think about yourself, enjoy the world, and see this how the nature survives with all the hustle and bustle. So that's quite important to observe. So that is what we really is my thought, really.
Absolutely, Dada. Should we listen to your beautiful singing?
Well, it's after hearing Rajat singing, probably it won't be that good, but
we are all unique and we all sing from our heart. And that's very, very important. And you don't have to share. I know তুমি খুব বিনয়ী এবং বাংলায় আমি বলছি বিদ্যা দদাতি বিনয়ম, but I have heard you sing. So I'm not taking all this.
Okay, ঠিক আছে.
আমি এখন তোমার গানটা শুনি. We both have to come out of the stream and then I will play the music. Yeah.
আকাশ জুড়ে শুনিনু ওই বাজে আকাশ জুড়ে শুনিনু ওই বাজে তোমারি নাম সকল তারার মাঝে ওই বাজে আকাশ জুড়ে শুনিনু ওই বাজে সে নাম খানি নেমে আমার ললাট দিল ছুঁয়ে সে নাম খানি নেমে ধুয়ে কখন আমার ললাট দিল ছুঁয়ে শান্তি ধারা আপন আমার আপনি মরে লাজে ওই বাজে আকাশ জুড়ে শুনিনু ওই বাজে মন মিলে যায় আজই নীরব রাতে তারায় ভরা ওই গগনের সাথে মন মিলে যায় আজই নীরব রাতে তারায় ভরা ওই গগনের সাথে অমনি করে আমার হৃদয় তোমার নামে হোক না নামময় নাম আধারে তোমার আলোর জয় গভীর হয়ে থাক জীবনের কাজে ওই বাজে আকাশ জুড়ে শুনিনু ওই বাজে তোমারি নাম সকল তারার মাঝে ওই বাজে আকাশ জুড়ে শুনিনু ওই বাজে
Thank you, Dada. And it shows how positive you are. The choice of song, it's like fabulous, because it couldn't be any more apt than current situation. We all have to stay positive and move forward, isn't it?
Exactly. That is the main thing. We have to stay strong, positive, and because we never know, there could be a second surge of this virus, and there could be more days of lockdown to come.
Yes,
and what we do, we cannot stay at home and keep getting depressed. We just have to keep going. And we are doctors, and we have to carry the flag, and we cannot say no, I'm not going out, I'm not going to go to work. And we take risk. We have taken risk all our life, so we will just keep going about it.
Yeah, absolutely. And thank you so much, Dada. Hopefully during Durga Puja, Dada will do the social distancing, because I think social distancing is going to stay at least for a year in this country and all over the world.
Exactly. So I'm very worried whether Durga Puja will happen this year or not, but
hope for the best.
Let's see. বাঙালির দুর্গা পুজো হবে না, এটা ভাবতে গেলে মনটা ভীষণ কষ্ট পায়, মানে বুকটা ধক করে ওঠে যে দুর্গা পুজো হবে না।
না, একদম না, হবে, নিশ্চয়ই হবে, probably in a different way, using different means, কিন্তু হবে।
Exactly. সবাইকে আমার নমস্কার। Everybody take my salute. It's been fabulous to meet and to listen to so many doctors, and thank you you and Anirban to organize it.
Thank you, Dada. Thank you. Bhalo theko, shabdhane theko. Pass my regards to Bodhi as well. Thank you so much.
Of course.
Thank you.
দেখা হবে।
With this, I'm moving more to close to our Essex Indians doctors, and then we will go across the Atlantic, because it's kind of early morning or midday there. So essentially, I'm going to call someone from my own household. So I'm going to call Dr. Anirban Mondal, trustee of Essex Indian and consultant plastic surgeon at Liverpool. So welcome, Anirban. Hello.
Hello, namaskar. Thank you very much, and thank you, Arpita, and for a fabulous hosting. And obviously, as a trustee of Essex Indians, we cannot thank ourselves, of course, but we're really grateful for all your blessings and all your well wishes towards Essex Indians. And it has been a fabulous journey. So I've been listening to all of you, all the performers, all evening. And I have to say, it's a really, very, very nice experience for all of us. And as doctors, as human beings, we have all gone through this tides. And as Shotida just said, that it's not yet over. We may get a second wave. We need to be prepared for that. So the high points, I think, if we go for the high points for this COVID, first of all, tomorrow, 5th of July, is the 72nd anniversary of NHS. So let's give a standing ovation and a big clap for probably the best health system in the world. I'm wearing this, you can say better days ahead. and rainbow for the heroes. So this is all dedicated, all this Thursday claps for our NHS heroes, and I feel really proud to be a part of NHS. Second thing, as a plastic surgeon, a lot of people think that plastic surgery means only cosmetic and aesthetic surgery. But in essence, the cosmetic surgery is only 20% of full-fledged holistic plastic surgery job. So we do a lot of trauma, microsurgery, burns, which is entirely in plastic surgery. And I'm very proud to say, during this COVID-19 situation, we were fully open from our burn centers. We are a burn center plastic surgery center. And these were we have got, full, burns unit open. Yes, there were like a new normal. We have to adapt to a lot of, situations, a lot of precautions in terms of PPE, in terms of, testing, social distancing. But the burns unit was fully open and fully functional. Then trauma, we did a lot of microsurgery work, including free flats for the trauma, for patients who can't really wait. And these are like urgent emergency procedures. And we had to arrange for the emergency anesthesia, go for the safest option, vigorous testing. Things are quite difficult in the March, and early April, where the testing was not really clear. We as a trust, I think we were quite fortunate to get the full PPEs and the full precautions to undertake these procedures. And third, I'll go for our trust. A lot of NHS trusts have actually functioned, as I think Sonela said, and Kasturi, a lot of Madhusri, and then Momita. So it's like preparations beforehand as the best we can. We know that it's unprecedented and it's difficult to predict everything, but at least to get the pathways right, to make sure that everyone is nice and safe, and do the best for our patients, because at the end of the day, it's all about our patients. Everyone is worried, a lot of anxiety in the staff, a lot of our own staff in the burns unit and plastic surgery unit with the background asthma, the background sort of diabetes, immunosuppression. We made sure that they are shielded, they are not in the front line. So these are the positive experiences, I'll say. And then if we go from the office, another thing is the bonding. We were just doing sort of the consultant colleagues the other day, and our clinical director said very few moments before COVID, we are having maintaining social distancing, of course, but we are having coffee together. We are having a chat together. It literally didn't happen every day. You're busy either in clinics or in operation theaters, looking after the patients all day. But here, you just, as Shatida said, you take a step backward and think that we are also human beings. We have our own emotions, and we need to look after ourselves as well. And it really worked. I mean, the whole unit, not just doctors, but the nurses, medical secretaries, healthcare officer workers, everyone really came together. And we worked as a team. There's no senior doctor or consultant, registrar. Everyone was working together, especially in the sort of early April and throughout the April. So that was a really nice bonding, and lots of Zoom meetings, team meetings. Fantastic. I mean, it's a feeling everyone felt that, we are working as a team. And that was really, really, really nice experience. And then we go for the non-office, whereas we came to our neighbors, there's a neighbors bonding. Fantastic. I mean, unbelievable. I'm pretty sure it happened where everyone they actually came to know their neighbors. They all came together. We did the birthday street parties, maintaining social distancing. It worked really nice. So we came to know as a human being, each and every one, and the family as well.
Absolutely. No, thank you very much.
Obviously the positive, and I like to definitely stress on the positive experience rather than the anxiety and depression.
Absolutely. Knowing how positive you are in everything. So let's listen to your song. Is that okay? Yeah, thank you.
That's my tribute to NHS.
Thank you. So happy birthday in advance to NHS, and Anirban's song is dedicated to NHS and to everyone who is fighting this COVID pandemic all over the world. So let's enjoy that.
एक प्यार का नगमा है, मौजों की रवानी है। एक प्यार का नगमा है, मौजों की रवानी है। जिंदगी और कुछ भी नहीं, तेरी मेरी कहानी है। एक प्यार का नगमा है, मौजों की रवानी है। जिंदगी और कुछ भी नहीं, तेरी मेरी कहानी है। एक प्यार का नगमा है। La 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 la, la 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 la। कुछ पाकर खोना है, कुछ खोकर पाना है। जीवन का मतलब तो आना और जाना है। दो पल के जीवन से एक उम्र चुरानी है। जिंदगी और कुछ भी नहीं, तेरी मेरी कहानी है। एक प्यार का नगमा है। उधार है नदिया की, मैं तेरा किनारा हूँ। तू मेरा सहारा है, मैं तेरा सहारा हूँ। आँखों में समंदर है, आशाओं का पानी है। जिंदगी और कुछ भी नहीं, तेरी मेरी कहानी है। एक प्यार का नगमा है। La 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 la, la 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 la। तूफान को आना है, आकर चले जाना है। बादल है ये कुछ पल का, छाकर ढल जाना है। परछाइयाँ रह जाती निशानी है। जिंदगी और कुछ भी नहीं, तेरी मेरी कहानी है। एक प्यार का नगमा है, मौजों की रवानी है। जिंदगी और कुछ भी नहीं, तेरी मेरी कहानी है। एक प्यार का नगमा है।
Thank you very much. Now the next question, a memorable incidents in life. COVID, choose carefully.
Yes. Sorry, excuse me. Obviously, as everyone said, your wedding day, your birth of first child, these are always, these cannot be compared with any other memorable incident. These are always fresh in your mind, in your heart, for everyone, not just for me. So, of course, they're there. But the incidents which I'll let you know, and it's still very fresh in my mind, it is professional, it is work related. I was on call few years ago. I was on call over the New Year's Eve, and New Year's Eve and the New Year's Day, very very sort of busy on call, we had to do a replant all night. So replantation is basically the thumb replant. So the thumb was completely chopped off by a circular saw. So circular saw injury, and then it's brought to the plastic surgery department, and he's a 51-year-old guy, and has got 2 sons. Mom was not there, so the 2 sons actually brought his father, and was admitted around sort of 8 o'clock in the evening, and we took him to theater around just before midnight. And it was an all-night operation, and it was a successful replant. So we managed to do all the microvascular, and everything was working nicely. So we finished around sort of 6 o'clock, and then I went, home, and then came back to see the patient around 10 o'clock. It was a Saturday, Sunday, so it was a Sunday morning round. And as I'm entering the round over there, obviously the boys were not allowed to enter the ward at that stage because they have got specific visiting times. So I've seen this young son was holding a flower in his hand, and they said, "Mr. Mandal, this is for you." When I was walking on the corridor, I said, "Well, we have just done your operation. Well, thank you very much, but for any replant, we have to wait till 2-3 days. It is working very well now, but we don't know. There are lots of things can happen. It can get what you call congestion." And then he said, this was a guy. I still remember his name. His name was Sultan. And he said, I know, Mr. Mandal, I have full faith in you, and I know this is going to work. And this was something like, it instantly, brings tears, because a young, like that, around sort of 20-year-old. And then after a couple of days, and when it's really working, and he said in the ward round, you see, I told you, it's going to work, and you have saved, because his father was a manual worker, and his, right hand dominant thumb, it's just gone. It's an unprecedented for the family. It's a crisis. So something I just thought, well, I mean, this is like it's like something feeling which can't be measured by anything else. And the smile in the I still remember, and he was because obviously for a replant, we have a long-term follow-up, and he was under my follow-up for quite a while time. And after that's about a couple of years and things, I think he was all right and things, but he used to send contact my secretaries and then send letters, and I still remember things. But this is something we thought that this is going to stay forever and fresh in my life. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Anupam. Yes. I think it's the trust and belief. I think that makes a lot of difference, and that makes us going as well. And in this trying time, that is something which we all need, that believe in yourself, believe in others, and building a good bond along with that. Thank you very much for being with us.
Thank you.
And,
thank you very much, everyone, and all viewers for supporting and watching.
Yes, absolutely.
We still have fabulous performances coming up.
Yes,
thank you.
Absolutely, because people will be joining from our locality.
Yes, and USA.
Doctors, and as well as our friends across the Atlantic. So stay with us. Thank you very much, Anirban. See you soon. Bye. So with that, Essex Indian is doing this celebration of life virtual events, and this is our 6th episode, and we have got lineup of events coming up, which will be like relay team Fantakshari, something very unique, Essex Indian Productions. We have got tribute to Sushant Singh Rajput, a tribute to him, a Bollywood tribute, and also we will be celebrating diversity of India. So celebrate your state. So stay tuned with us. And with that, I'm going to call one of my favorite Dada, who is a consultant psychiatrist in Chelmsford. I'm going to call Shumanda. Hello, Shumanda. Can you hear me?
Hello, Sita. Can you hear me?
No, I can't hear you. Right. Yes, can you see me? But I can't hear you. I cannot hear you. The last time I can hear you. Can you hear me? I cannot hear you now. So there is some problem with the Chumunda's connection. So I'm sure he will be back soon. In the meantime, I'm going to get another Dada of mine. That's Dr. Pial Shen from London, who is also a member of our Essex Indian charity. So welcome, Pialda. And hello, Pialda.
Hello, Arpita. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Dada. Yes, I can.
Great. Okay, great.
So, high points and low points, because we have been, because of Moho's Bengali club, we have Bengali classes, we have been in contact every week over the last 3 months. So,
that is true. And actually, what you said yesterday, we had the discussion, it really made me think, Orpita, about the positivity, which is very, very important. So I really feel like the bowler bowling the kind of slog over who's come on, batting for England. And after that, of course, we'll move over to the Atlantic. So I'll certainly try and keep this positive message going. But actually, on a serious note, I think that is what we are here for. There is the whole COVID-19 is a negative event. There is no pretending otherwise. But what we have to try and find is the positivity within it. And that's the important bit. So I was reflecting after yesterday's conversation in terms of what our, the personal life events which have happened to me over COVID-19, from which you can draw a positive message. So certainly in terms of people we've lost, I've certainly lost, somebody who was like family. My mother-in-law's very close friend. He was, unwell, but he was doing well. He was a cricket fan. He loved discussing cricket with Moho. He passed away over this period. He developed COVID-19 and he passed away. And the tragic part is, of course, you can't even go to his funeral. You have these virtual funerals, which are very, it felt very, what's the word? It felt very incomplete to be doing.
Surreal experience must be, because we are not prepared for this. We have never thought in our life this kind of thing will happen.
Absolutely, absolutely. So it felt very incomplete, but of course, we did our best to pay homage to his memory. But the bit I really want to talk about, my personal experience, is a colleague of mine. And this is, you're moving from somebody who was at the other end of life, if you like, for Prodhi uncle, he was in his 70s, onto somebody who was at the other end, and a young man. One of my colleagues, she works with me, her son passed away, not due to COVID-19, mind you, but again, I'll just explain what happened. We actually literally saw her. We were, in the morning meeting together. It was on a Friday. She said that I've got, 4 boys at home, meaning 3 of her sons and her husband. And she was expressing some worries about it, which, all of us can understand. With wives who complain about us, we can fully understand that. So she then, of course, on her way back home, she got the call to say her second son, he had been inside the house for about 2 months. He had popped out for the first time. He had popped out with a friend after lockdown restrictions had been lifted to see a dog. And a car ran them over. So just imagine an 18-year-old about to go to university, and this happens. There is a COVID-19 link. I'm sure if he had not been locked up for 2 months, he would have got out. There was an element of, freedom, a bit of running, perhaps, all of that. But, this happened. And how can you console? How can you even react to a mother or a father who goes through that? Having said that, we went to this 18-year-old's funeral, and that's the positive message I was going to say. My colleague, this was a Nigerian funeral. It was in a church, and it was all very uplifting. But her speech really made me think. So she said that, I found it very, very difficult after this happened, really difficult to accept. But then, and I was asking God, how could you have done it? And I was losing my faith in God. But then what happened the day before the funeral, her sister, who lived in the United States, she wasn't even with her, had a dream. And in the dream, the sister saw the son, the departed son, saying that actually, I'm having a really good time here. I'm in heaven. And, I've got, people, I've got, granddad here. I've got another cousin of his who had passed away. And you know what? I'm having a really good time. And at the end of the dream, winked at, his aunt and said, and let mama know there's no shouting. It's really good. So this was the dream. And this, my colleague, she said that actually made me question this whole notion of grief. That, what I hadn't thought of before, grief is quite a selfish reaction. That, we feel bad for whoever's gone. So in that sense, it's quite selfish. We are feeling bad for ourselves. But she was saying, hearing this, when I started to think, actually, he is perhaps in a far better place, that made me as the mother feel better. And a message which was backed up by the reverend who came on. And I thought that was a very good way to frame, a life event for which, there are no words to console. But I was really inspired by this colleague of mine as to how she drew comfort, and this fact about grief being a kind of completely selfish action. I hadn't thought of it ever that way, which it is, of course. I have lost my parents. I feel very bad, but then I feel bad for myself. But if somebody tells me that they are in a better place and they are doing well, that would offer some comfort. So again, that I thought was a COVID-19 related anecdote, which I should share with you, which again brings that message of positivity on from events from which it's very hard to draw positive, notions from. So yeah, so that was one. Well, non-COVID I can go on to, but I'll defer to you to ask
I think, Dada, you said something. I have been very unfortunate to attend funeral of 2 little child, both of my friends' kids. It was very, very difficult situation going through the journey. And I remember in the second one, when we attended the mom, we didn't know what to say. When we just approached her, she just said, "Let me give you a tight hug." And that's all she said. And I just felt there is a lot to be done. There is a lot to learn. And I always say, like, I'm in a CPD program, which is continuous personal development. And I think what you just said, it proves it again. So with that, I think I'm just going to go to your beautiful recitation. Is that okay?
It is. Shall I just mention something about the recitation in terms of the content of it?
After the recitation.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay. Thank you, Dada.
No problem.
Dear Mrs. by Johnny Cash. Dear Mrs., though we've never met, I know very much about you. I know that you've got hair that shines like the morning sun. You've got eyes that hold the blueness of the sky and of the deepest sea on a clear day, and a smile that has the sparkle of a diamond. I know that because I've heard him say those things about you. These are the thoughts and the words of a man who spent many heartbreaking years behind prison walls. The father of your children, the man who worshipped the very ground that you walk on. He had a picture of you, Mrs. It was old and faded and torn, but you could tell at a glance that he never exaggerated in his thoughts and visions. He never left his cell without first checking to see if he had your picture with him. He was a young man when he first came to prison, and he talked a great deal about you. But as the years passed, he talked less and less. And during his last year here, I don't believe he ever said a word to anybody. He had the appearance of a man much older than he really was. He walked with his head down and his shoulders sagging, and the walk itself seemed to take a great deal of effort. He never received a letter or had a visitor while he was here in prison. But never did he stop looking and waiting. Every day at mail call, you could see him standing close to his bars with the look of a child awaiting a reward. Even after the mailman had passed his cell, his pleading eyes would follow, begging. As always, he'd feel in his shirt pocket and then just stand there, staring at the emptiness. And as always, I could somehow feel the lump in his throat and the burning in his eyes. You know, Mrs., like just before you start to cry. Well, I thought you might like to know that they buried his body today just outside the prison walls. They buried him there because nobody cared enough to claim his body. You know, there was even a couple of old convicts there that actually cried. No, not because they cared for him, but for what he died from. They cared for loneliness. Every prisoner knows loneliness, but some know it more than others. The man that they buried today had died many times. Every day he waited, hoping and praying for a letter or a card or just a note or anything to let him know that somewhere out there somebody cared for him. That assurance never came. And today he died, Mrs. He died from loneliness, starved for love, a love that nobody ever wanted. You see, no man, woman, or child is immune to the needs of love or to be loved. No matter how terrible his crime might have been, the death he died from today was more inhuman. But his suffering is over now, and he's resting in a pauper's grave, in a prison suit, and in his pocket is an old, torn, and faded picture. Yes, of you, Mrs.
I have nothing to say then. It's just, reminded me something. During this COVID pandemic, we were watching news, and there was news from New York where mass grave was created because of the unclaimed body. So it's really hard. It's really
Let
hard.
me just turn the light on and just go back in a second.
So it is. The people.
Yeah, so I was just going to say, in terms of the message. I'll just wish to say, I mean, we were discussing this yesterday and whether the message is a negative message. And I just wanted to say actually, I took a huge amount of positivity from this piece, and I'll explain why. This, of course, just in terms of its history, when you mentioned it to me, I remembered this was something which in school, one of our teachers had shared this with us. And at that time, I quite liked the piece. It felt emotive and whatever. But only much later, I realized it was actually the words of a song by a singer called Johnny Cash, who actually was quite well known because his concerts, he would have concerts in prisons, and they would be, sold to the rest of the world. At one stage in the late 60s, he had more sale than even the Beatles. So he was that kind of, but I learned about this much later. But in terms of the message itself, certainly COVID-19 made me think about it. This issue about, dying lonely, the need for love, and most important, that last line where he's talking about that, picture in his pocket. And that's very important. I think we need to hold on to those bits. And in terms of talking about my personal reflections, you were asking us about, what are the positives in your life and what are the most non-COVID moments. And I was reminded of this. This is going back, many years, back in 1999, actually, more than 20 years back. As you know, as doctors, the more gray hairs you have, the more awards and letters get added to your names and all that. That is something which all of us know. But this particular award was particularly, I suppose, important for me. And I'll just explain the reason briefly. This is, you get a letter to say, this was the India International Friendship Society. They had this award called Bharat Gaurav. So for good or for bad, they decided in 99 that I was one of the people who'd be offered this. So fine. So I right till the end, I thought they'd made some kind of big mistake. And actually, they probably meant somebody else. So rather skeptically, I turned up. So they asked me to come to this hotel and whatever. I turned up there, where my worst feelings were, or trepidation, shall I say, was confirmed when I found I turned up on my own. There were lots of people there from all walks of life with lots of family and big tables booked in. And I'd done nothing of the sort. I'd gone from work on my own. So they, I think because I hadn't booked a table and things like that, they had kind of missed, my name was there, but they had missed writing a felicitation and all that you do. And of course, when they saw me, they realized, oh yeah, but actually, it's one of those classic, it happens, as you know, in our culture, things get missed. So then they quickly made things up, and the award was given to me, but they were extremely apologetic. What they said was, can somebody pick the proper plaque and all that up from Delhi, where we are based? And this was June 2019. June 99. As it happened, so fine. So I came away, whatever, and asked my parents. They were going for some medical follow-up to Delhi at the end of the year. So they went, and my parents, they went to the office, they picked everything up, and they brought it back home. Of course, all the bits that you get with the award. And then, February 2000, my mother passed away. But actually, it was that, which is, I get somewhat emotional talking about it, but in terms of the positive thing in it, lots of, things you go for, as you know, we immigrants, we go, our parents are often not there to see the award, to be with us. And that's often an issue when you're getting awards in a foreign country. But in this case, it was actually there. She saw it. And of course, in February, when she passed away, my father came to stay with me. And he brought the award with him. So actually, I felt almost it was a blessing from my mother. It's a bit like that, the prisoner saying that letter, holding on to that, sorry, not letter, the photograph in his pocket. So I value this award much more than other awards I've subsequently received. So there is a huge amount of positivity in it. And that's the way we need to see COVID. That, yeah, okay, it's a negative event, but I work with a colleague called Professor Neil Greenberg, and he's been saying for a while, that's his research, he's written the BMJ about it, saying that the mental health, well, actually the doctors, everybody, are going to need serious support over the next number of years, because what they've seen over COVID is going to hit them. Not just our patients, going to hit the doctors as well. But then there's a positive in it. Actually, doctors will get the support that they've always needed, but hasn't been offered, because we doctors always feel we can manage, we can cope. So there is actually a lot of positive in this, that we for the first time recognize things could be difficult, and we're asking for support. And that can't be bad.
Yeah, absolutely spot on, Yelda. And thank
So,
you so
yes.
much for sharing your thoughts and for that fabulous recitation. Thank you so much. And stay safe, and we shall meet surely.
Yes.
Yes.
Meet at Bangla class next. Absolutely.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you, Dada. Stay safe.
Thank you. Thank you.
With that, I'm going back to Shumonda again. I'm sure his link will be working now.
I hope so, Orpita. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Nada. I can hear you. And it's bizarre that seeing you now from virtual media after 3-4 months. I think we met last time during International Language Day celebration.
That is very true.
Yeah. So how are you?
I am doing fine, Orpita. And what I just want to say that I'm feeling very proud of such a fantastic program which you and Anirban are doing.
I keep correcting. It's Essex Indian. It's not Anirban and
I agree, but you are the, if you like, the driving force. So you should take the due credit of it for that. But I'm enjoying, and I'm feeling really proud of this fantastic program. Who knew that Kalu Suresh sings so well?
Look, you know your friends now through a gynecologist.
Yes, absolutely. That's fantastic. What I wanted to do, Orpita, is just to share with yourself and the medical fraternity of an experience I had.
Absolutely, yes.
With a view whether it can be of any help to any of my medical fraternity. It may not, but I wanted to share that with you with a hope that it may as well.
Absolutely.
I'm very much aware of the time. So what you said before, a COVID and non-COVID experience, I'll put myself only to the COVID experience. As you know, Orpita, I'm a specialist in particularly treating with psychotic patients. And during these 3 months, from the 11th of March, when the WHO described it as a pandemic, I've been seeing patients, and I will share one experience with you all. The details of it I am altering because of the purpose of confidentiality, but the main issue is about the underlying message. A few months ago, I saw this middle-aged man in the terminal stage of cancer. He had a colon cancer and he had a metastatic brain lesion. And because of this being treated with a high dose of steroid, he developed a psychotic illness. He has lived his life to the full, had 2 children, a very loving wife, a job he loved, and then it came all on a sudden about this serious illness. And along with it, like a double whammy, came the COVID-19 pandemic. Because of the psychotic illness, we were called, and I faced this man. What struck me when this man was talking about his struggle with the impending death, that rang something inside me, which I was also facing. And what I felt, all my colleagues, I covered 2 teams, a large area, other patients, everyone of our medical fraternity are dealing with this primal anxiety, the anxiety of death. It is like staring in the sun. Why stare in the sun if you can avoid it? But we couldn't. We still couldn't, because COVID-19 is still ongoing. When I saw this man, he spoke about the nothingness of his life, facing death and feeling down in the dumps to the lowest point where any man can ever reach. He has been tried all the things what a normal, if you like, a standardized mental health service can provide. And he has been tried with all this. Medications, loads of antidepressants, leading and being treated by a psychologist, all these things. Nothing worked. What this man just asked me, what after this? I feel that what I have done in my life, there is nothing, and I'm terrified. What will happen to me? What will happen to my loving wife? What will happen to my 10-year-old son? What will happen to the job? I gave half of my life to this job, which I dearly loved. And now this coronavirus, which is crippling me, because he loved to go to the local coffee shop, even with this terminal cancer. I didn't have an answer to this immediately. This man was a not very religious man. So religion or spirituality didn't work for him. What worked for this man, I'm just going to share that with you. One thought or argument and one action which gave solace to this man. The thought was not from me, but it was from a great Greek philosopher, someone called Epicurus. Epicurus was born 100 years after Plato died. And this is one of his concepts of symmetry. Symmetry. That means our life, he argued, is a chink of life between two vast seas of nothingness, two vast seas of darkness. Before we were born, we were not worried about that because we did not know what is there or whether I am going to be born. And death, in very similar way, another sea of nothingness when there is nothing. And our soul disperses after death. So if we are living in this chink of light between two vast areas of nothingness, why worry about death? Why are we not worried about our preterm or when we were not born? That was very similar. That was very similar darkness. This thought made this man think. Also, another thought, another action also helped this man. This is what he called, Epicurus called, the idea of rippling. Put it in a very simple way, the idea of rippling is, when you throw a stone in a pond, the ripples start from the center. It goes away, away, and away, but it never disappears. What he said is that when we are born, when we raise children, when we do whatever we want to do with our life, consciously or unconsciously, we affect them. So our legacy is with them. We may not have children, but we have friends, we have relatives, we have our colleagues. So our, if you like, legacy of our thoughts, of our actions, of our kindness, live in them. It is not nothingness. This is called the ripple effect. So this man understood that he will be living with his grown-up daughter and this 10-year-old son. And that gave quite a solace to this man. Once, Woody Allen quipped, "I'm not frightened of death. I just want to be there. I don't want to be there." What Epicurus said is that we are not there because death is something which is not easily perceptible. It is dispersible, so we cannot be, when we are dying, our soul also disperses. We cannot be together. This helped this man. What I thought is that as hardcore professionals who have been seeing, if you like, deaths, other things day in, day out, not all of us are religious, not all of us are spiritual, but these concepts, these ideas help me, help this man. I just wanted to share that with my fraternity. I stopped there, and that's what I wanted to say to you, say to my fraternity.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I think we all had time to reflect. We have all gone through what everybody said is the emotion of roller coaster, good things, bad things, worst thing. But I think we learned a lesson. We started looking at life in a completely different viewpoint, what we were doing. So thank you very much, Shumonda. It's lovely seeing you after a long, long time. And stay safe. And I'm sure we will meet soon.
We shall meet soon. And thank you very much to all of us. And the last talk about PL from PL was very heartening, very positive, and from every one of my colleagues and my fraternity. Thank you.
Thank you, Shumonda. Thanks a million.
Thank you.
With that, I'm now going across Atlantic, and I'm going to call one of my close friends, a college buddy. But before that, I'm going to play his song, which he did with lots of love for our virtual year group. So let me introduce Dr. Shantubhanu Chakraborty from Vancouver, Canada.
बड़े अच्छे लगते हैं. This is in a special reference to all his friends in this group. बड़े अच्छे लगते हैं क्या ये धरती ये नदियाँ ये रहना और तुम बड़े अच्छे लगते हैं ये धरती ये नदियाँ ये रहना और तुम.
So please welcome Shantubhanu. শুনতে পাচ্ছিস?
Ah.
Okay, good. Good to have you here.
Oh, it's my pleasure. Thanks.
Thank you very much. And what's the time now in Vancouver?
It's about 2 o'clock.
All right.
Afternoon.
So you had your lunch.
Yes.
And how is life there? Obviously, Canada has been really, really proactive. What we have been seeing in the news and everything. So like with all actions and social distancing, that's the news and what we were discussing in the group, that it's being proactive in taking all the measures and safety things. So what is your thoughts about this last few months?
Yeah, I this has been very interesting and self-illuminating as well. So, but before I start, I've been listening to and watching your program, and lots to learn. In a nutshell, lots to learn from everyone who has been talking. From our side, we feel very privileged, and in fact, everyone who is here today, we are a privileged group, right? So we are here, we can celebrate what we are celebrating, but we are also cognizant of millions of people who are not in that position, millions of people who have lost their jobs. They are not in good health. They are not feeling positive. They can't breathe because someone has got a tube down their throat. Some of them got a knee down their neck. So many things happening. So we are a privileged lot to be able to do this. But it's important for us to carry that baton of hope, so that our today can ensure a better tomorrow for our kids and our generation. So that is important. What I learned from this is you can change your destiny. You see, if you look into the US and Canada, the focus of the infection started in the West Coast, Seattle and Vancouver, which are very, very close together. Both of them have similarly ethnic compositions, and what we did here was very different to what happened in the States. And when we hear of all this suffering, a part of me feels unhappy and angry because so many deaths could have been prevented. At some point, I feel very disappointed that people talk about numbers. Today, I was looking into a tweet from the UK, so there are only 67 deaths today compared to, but every death is a failure of the system. It's not a death. It's their families are devastated, the friends are devastated, and
there's a family, there is a friends. It's just not numbers.
yes, and absolutely. And when people tend to dehumanize them by saying that there's only 100 deaths, only that many deaths, that is, it's sort of trying to wash over your responsibility from whatever we have missed. And I must say that in British Columbia here, we really worked together to prevent this from happening. So we are very proud.
Absolutely.
Now, when the thing started, though, I must tell you, I was very depressed and very afraid, and because we didn't know what was happening. And at some point, we decided that there must be something. We need to do something which needs to come out of this, which is positive. And it's interesting because my thought processes were a synthesis of what the previous speakers have talked about. And I can tell you the positivity in various levels. And I can't differentiate it between a personal or non-personal or work or COVID or non-COVID, etc. Because I think human life is a continuum. So you cannot be a different person in public life versus professional life versus this, because it's a continuum. You can't be a good professional person and a bad, like a person at home, and that sort of thing. So what we decided that whatever we do should have a purpose. And in reflection to what my previous speaker said, that this energy, whatever happens to me, so at some point, I was thinking that I could die. I'm being very honest, because we didn't know, and we are frontline and doing this and that. I was open to the fact that I might die, or one of or few of our friends would die, and it has happened. Like we all of us have people known to us who have not made it, and we wouldn't be surprised if it was us. We wouldn't be surprised. So in that case, I decided that we need to do something, even if I die or our legacy should live on. In the sense that our energy, so what my previous speaker said is what we do, that rippling effect is the energy that you have. You will be remembered, or we will be remembered by the energies that we emanate. Like if we believe in something, and if we tend to build our young and our society in such a way that they carry on what you believed in, then you are alive in that way. When you die, your body dies.
Absolutely,
But,
absolutely. You're spot on, Santo.
Because you may, exactly, right? You may live, but if no one talks about you or no one believes in what you're doing, you're sort of dead in one way. And we see a lot of people like that, leading very meaningless lives. On the other hand, you see, like, look at Swami Vivekananda. He died at the age of 39, but he's still alive in everyone's heart because what he believed in, and his energy and everything. So I sort of decided, we run a non-profit organization. There are quite a few kids there. We did several things. We did a research project. We got around 1,400 participants all over the world on COVID and CPR research.
I took part in as well.
Exactly. Thank you so much. Yeah, I mean, we have submitted it to circulation, and it's interesting. Like 20-25% of people are now refusing to do CPR on someone, and it's very profound, right? So if someone is dying in front of them, people who would do CPR on pre-COVID will not. They will rather allow that 25% of people die. And that is something very profound. We are working on that as well with ethics. So that's, that's something that we are looking into. Something again positive was I was able to motivate my daughter to open up a charity where they are teaching school kids free of charge, like through Zoom and others. Now they have got 200 kids now. So it's mentoringthestars.com. So they are pairing up school kids pairing up university kids who are teaching school kids, because many people have lost jobs, they can't afford tuition and that sort of thing. So that's something else which has come up, and that's so nice to see the young generation also taking responsibility and doing stuff rather than lament, oh, I've got COVID, I'm sitting at home and not doing anything, this, that, whatever. Do something which is sustainable and is a win-win for everyone.
Absolutely.
We have we have seen that they have done University of British Columbia is now teaching a course on COVID that the students now have designed, like making smart choices after the COVID era. So these are the positive things which are coming out of this. And the reason for this is it's up to us to decide what we want to do with our lives. I can decide to stay at home and sort of think COVID is a bad thing and do that. I can also decide to invest so that when I look back on COVID, everything will pass. Like if I'm living and the COVID will be a thing of the future, of the past, then I can look back upon and say, you know what? I am going away from this with these many positive things in my mind. So that is the way I look into it. Having said that, though, I do acknowledge that there are so many people we have lost because of this. And we are rejoicing Doctors' Day and thank you guys for doing this. But as I mentioned in my post, there will be so many families, so many doctors' families who won't be able to sing for a while because they have been lost, and it was unnecessary.
Yeah, absolutely.
It was unnecessary.
There is no justification. And if you remember when it was coming, and I was probably in our group, I was telling UK has a robust public health system, and I was saying that I was feeling really proud. And when things were not happening, I was feeling really scared when I was seeing things are happening in Italy and in Spain. And I remember I'm saying, I really don't want to be in the situation in which Italian doctors are or Spanish doctors are. But being an IVF consultant, I was never put into front line. So in that case, I am safe. But I know my friends, my colleagues, my other relatives, they are all part of that. And it was so unnecessary. And we lost
exactly
500,000 in a country where NHS provides free system, free health service.
Yeah, Orpita, and if you remember, in our group chat, when I started talking about this, there were several members who were downplaying it. And we are sort of saying, if you look at the Italy data, it's nothing to be sort of, we don't downplay it. No, and I can tell you something, what happened in British Columbia, why we survived, is even initially here, the government was downplaying it. And then we collected together. That's what I learned from COVID as well, that when you group together with, your guys, public health guys, and the administration together, work together, you can change things. It's sometimes difficult when an individual is talking in a group chat or whatever to change public policy. But here we were able to convince people. Talk about Bonnie Henry in British Columbia, that how she is and whatever. But she is good because she has listened to us and good sense. That's why, despite having similar demographics in the US and Canada, Canada has done so much better, especially British Columbia has done so much better than the other provinces, because all of us are in it together. It's not a vertical thing, it's very horizontal. Everyone knows that we have to do our roles, and we are really very proud. And at some point I'm going to die, but I'll be very proud of the stuff that we have done so far here. And people say that COVID is going to go away, but something else is going to come.
Absolutely.
It's not that. And this is a process, and this is a sort of a character that we need to build into our in communities and society to deal with the next one. And it also proves how fragile our so-called systems are. All these protocols, this, that, whatever, and really have to be flexible. You have to listen to everyone, listen to the grassroots levels, be flexible, devise a plan, be nimble, be flexible. And this is how it works. It's not a top-down approach. It's never going to help. And you got a lot of proof yourself. I don't need to say that. But it has to come sort of ground level.
With that, তোর গান শুনি একটু।
Yeah, so I'm not a very good singer, but I thought it was quite poignant to mention it because of the fallen heroes that we have had. And এই রবীন্দ্রসঙ্গীতটা কিন্তু চৌরঙ্গী সিনেমা এসেছিল। এই কথাটি মনে রাখো। I'll keep it short and cut me off anytime.
No, absolutely. Pleasure. গান শুরু কর।
এই কথাটি মনে রেখো, আমি যে গান গেয়েছিলে মনে রেখো, আমি যে গান গেয়েছিলে, জীর্ণ পাতা ঝরা বেলায় মনে রেখো, এই কথাটি মনে রেখো। শুকনো বনে শূন্য বনে আপন মনে অনাদরে অবহেলায় গান গেয়েছিলে মনে রেখো, আমি যে গান গেয়েছিলে মনে রেখো, আমি যে গান গেয়েছিলে, জীর্ণ পাতা ঝরার বেলায় মনে রেখো। দিনের পথিক মনে রেখো, আমি চলেছিলাম রাতে সন্ধ্যা প্রদীপ নিয়ে হাতে, যখন আমার ওপার থেকে গেল ডেকে, ভেসেছিলে অবহেলায় গান গেয়েছিলে মনে রেখো, আমি যে গান গেয়েছিলে মনে রেখো। This is true for all our healthcare workers who kept on working day in and day out, right? While the world was sleeping and they were criticizing the government and everything, they kept on doing, and unfortunately we lost so many of them.
Absolutely.
So I wish it didn't happen. I really wish it didn't happen.
Absolutely. ঠিক বলেছিস রে। And with that, I think I need to say goodbye, but thank you very much. Stay safe. And as you have last week won Irfan quiz, as I said, when we meet, a treat on us.
Yes. Thank you very much. Thanks. Keep on the good show. Thank you. Thanks. Bye.
You.
Bye.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Bye.
With that, I'm moving to America, to San Diego. But before I bring my guest, I'm just going to play a short video, what she felt during this journey.
नमस्ते। आजकल सभी लोग फ्रंटलाइन वर्कर्स को अपना हीरो कह रहे हैं। मैं भी कहती हूँ, मगर आज मैं आपको अपने सही हीरो बताना चाहती हूँ। मेरे सही हीरो मेरे बच्चे हैं। आपको भी मालूम है, जब ये लॉकडाउन शुरू हुआ, जब ये विपदा पैंडेमिक हम सब के ऊपर आया, no one was prepared for this. Just आपके प्रेसिडेंट ने या आपके गवर्नर ने या आपके जिला प्रधान जिसने भी एक मैसेज दिया लॉकडाउन, और उसने सजेशन दी कुछ स्टॉक अप कर लेना, आप सब ने भी किया, मैंने भी किया, आप लोग भी गए घर का राशन, पानी, एक्स्ट्रा वाटर, एक्स्ट्रा वाइप्स, सैनिटाइज़र, टॉयलेट पेपर, हम सब ने स्टॉक अप कर लिया। फिर क्या? बच्चों का स्कूल बंद, आप लोग परेशान होने लगे। टीचर का ईमेल आया, प्रिंसिपल का ईमेल आया, हम गूगल क्लासेस कर रहे हैं। आपने बच्चों को बोला फटाफट फटाफट करिए जी, गूगल क्लासेस के लिए प्रिपेयर हो जाइए। फिर आप जूम क्लासेस, स्काइप क्लासेस करने लगे। यहाँ तक कि आजकल तो बच्चे डांस भी, सिंगिंग क्लासेस भी जूम से ही कर रहे हैं। क्या आप जानते हैं, जब आप अपने बच्चों को स्कूल में ड्रॉप करते थे, before reaching the class, how many things they used to touch, how many people they used to talk. कोई झूले पर खेलता है, कोई पेड़ को हाथ लगाता है, कोई किसी दूसरे बच्चे को हाय हेलो करता है। बिफोर एंटरिंग द क्लास कोई रिडल सॉल्व करके जाता है। रोज अपने दिन में एक रिडल लेके जाता है, मेरा बच्चा भी। क्या आपने वो रिडल, क्या वो एक्टिविटीज आपने स्टॉक की? जब हमारे बच्चे स्कूल में लंच टेबल पर बैठते थे तो अपनी कुछ चीज़ें शेयर करते हैं। मुझे याद है, मेरा बेटा वो एक ब्रेड स्टिक लेके जाता है जो उसके दोस्तों को बहुत पसंद है, और वो उसको एक्सचेंज करते हैं, और वो पिक करता था, मुझे बताता है कि आई यूज्ड टू पिक कि मुझे किसकी चीज़ पसंद है, मैं उसके साथ शेयर करूँगा। क्या आपने वो सब एक्सचेंज करने वाले लंचेस, वो गुडी बैग्स, वो मे बी गमी बियर्स थे कि कैरेट्स थी, क्या आपने वो स्टॉप किया? नहीं किया। आपने सिर्फ बच्चे घर पे बैठा दिए और उनको गूगल क्लासरूम दे दिया, और वो कर रहे हैं, वो कर रहे हैं। हम जो बोल रहे हैं वो कर रहे हैं। दे आर ट्राइंग टू मीट द एक्सपेक्टेशंस। मेरे बच्चे भी खेलते थे, आपके भी खेलते होंगे। कितने प्लान्स होंगे उनके, आज मैंने इतने गोल करने हैं, आज मैंने होम रन करना है, आज मैंने ये वाला रिडल बनाया अपने फ्रेंड के लिए, आज मुझे वो सॉल्व करवाना है। वो सब बंद हो गया। क्या हमने वो सब स्टॉक किए? क्या हमने उनके रिडल्स, उनके गोल, उनके होम रन्स स्टॉक किए? नहीं किए। मगर हमारे बच्चे फिर भी हमारे साथ खुश हैं, वो इस चेंज को एक्सेप्ट कर रहे हैं। मेरे लिए मेरे बच्चे मेरे हीरोज हैं।
With that, please welcome Dr. Minu Sharma from San Diego, California. And thank you very much, Minu, for being with us. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Today is the Independence Day of America. How are you?
Yes.
Are you going to have some celebrations?
Not really, because our governor has again closed the beaches. So we were excited, but now we cannot go to the beach, and all those the fireworks, all those gathering, that has been cancelled because they were starting seeing little bit surge in the cases. But still, luckily, we are still lucky. My county, we do not have that many cases.
Right. But you look beautiful, because I have seen you in like Western outfits, but you look beautiful, Minu.
Oh, thank you. So nice of you.
And how was those COVID days? We are still in the first, we have probably come out of the first wave. How was the COVID days?
COVID wave, I mean, as I said, like I'm in San Diego, I'm in the North County of the San Diego. So far, we are doing very good. And it's all because, our we have to give it to credit to our governor, because our lockdown started way before the real American or even Italy lockdown started. We started during the March only, when they were, so I mean, that has saved us. And our schools were closed during the second week of March only. So kids were home. So the only people who were going out were the first line workers, like doctors, police officers, and essential health worker, grocery workers, even they also cut down a lot of their hours, and the people going, they decrease their number. So that's why our county so far is looking good. And like in my hospital today, we have only 13 positive patients, and only 6 are in the ICU. And we have 2 hospitals in my county. The second one, so far they have positive cases, but no one is in the ICU, no one is intubated, because people are really intelligent and they took it really seriously.
Which is very good to know. And I think I have to mention how we meet each other.
Yes.
Absolutely. I think we both are, being Indian doctors settled abroad. We are part of a group called Doctors and Saris.
Saris, yes.
Yes,
You're right.
Saris, and from that we make this connection. And I'm so lucky that I met you through that group, and you agreed to come to this show. And when I was listening to your message, what you said when you were talking to me yesterday, that it's like just random while you were at the clinic, but it's so honest and truthful. I think kids are the heroes in this pandemic, because the way they have taken it on their stride, it's like we adults, we didn't manage. We were stressed, we were angry, we were upset, we were trying to cope with our emotions. But the kids just took it like, okay, they have actually followed, keep calm and carry on, which we didn't manage to do.
No, we didn't. As I said, that's what I'm saying. That video not scripted. I was just sitting, and before that, everything happened. Like in India, also in your country, also, our country is little different, America. So like they applauded for the healthcare worker, first line worker, in all means, and we also did. We have a very strong Indian community also here, and we followed all the guidelines or the guidings of Modi ji. We did lit the lamp. Of course, we didn't beat the thalis, but rest we all did, and we are getting the respect. But this is a different country. It's like here, the first thing which went out of the shelf was the toilet paper, which other part of the world might be thinking what disappeared. So every country has their own speciality or their own thinking, what they think is the most important, and for them toilet paper was the most important.
Same here. It was the toilet paper was the first thing to go out of the shelf.
Yeah.
God knows why. And honestly speaking, we created our neighborhood group, and there I was putting posts. I was saying, look, guys, in India we never use toilet paper, so why people are rushing, I don't understand. Then it came out. Their senior generation was also talking like, look, why people are rushing for toilet paper, because as well, probably 30-40 years back, toilet paper was not the custom.
No, but the toilet paper, soap, and the sanitizer. Even when because there was no lockdown for us, we were going to clinics, and then my medical assistant and other people are talking, and I also start seeing on the paper, Twitter. Then I asked her, I said, hey, Lori, is this true? She said, yeah, Dr. Sharma, you didn't see? I said, I don't know, because, we might got from Costco. We already had a big one. And even I did gave it to some of my friends also. And I said, oh my gosh, so this is real. And then after like 1 week or 10 days after coming from work, I was the only one still now allowed to go to the market. So I went to my regular store, and I saw the shelf was empty. And I said, oh my goodness, people are right. They just took the toilet paper away.
Absolutely. With that, I will play your second video.
Thank you very
much. Thank you very much. I know I have kept you waiting, and thank you so much. I'm sure we will both stay in touch.
Sure.
Outside this virtual platform, and I'm sure I have visited San Diego, as I was mentioning to you.
Yeah, sure. Visit us.
Absolutely. I will not miss any chance if I have to go to San Diego. I will surely, you will get a WhatsApp message. So I will this.
Thank
And
you.
thank you so much for being with us. Thanks a million and enjoy your day. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. You
जब सब ठीक हो जाएगा ना, तो जो हम इस वक्त कर रहे हैं इस लॉकडाउन सिचुएशन में, इसको भी करते रहना। वो छोटी छोटी यादें, वो छोटे छोटे जूम की क्लासेस, वो छोटे छोटे जूम की अंताक्षरी अपने दोस्तों के साथ खेलना, वो भी करते रहना। इसको बंद मत करना। हमने छोटी छोटी खुशियाँ चुनी हैं, अपनी अलमारियों से साड़ियाँ निकाली हैं, हमने वो पहन के भिन्न भिन्न तरह की तस्वीरें खिंचाई हैं, वो करते रहना। हमने अपने बच्चों को रामायण पढ़ाना शुरू किया है, वो करते रहना, उसे बंद मत करना। हर एक बात में, हर एक परिस्थिति में जो अच्छी चीज़ खोज सको और अच्छी चीज़ को अपना सको, वो करते रहना, उसे बंद मत करना। ये परिस्थिति आई है, ये चली भी जाएगी, लेकिन इसमें भी अपनी खुशियाँ और अच्छी चीज़ें करते रहना। मुझे उम्मीद है मेरी सब दोस्तें, मेरे सब भाई बंधु जो भी अच्छी चीज़ इस दौरान सीखे हैं, वो करते रहेंगे। नमस्ते।
হ্যাপি ডক্টরস ডে টু অল। ডক্টরস ডে মানে ডাক্তারের দিন, এটা আমার কাছে ভীষণ তাৎপর্যপূর্ণ। অ্যান্ড আমি খুবই গর্বিত যে ডক্টর বিসি রয় চিলড্রেন হসপিটালে আমি পোস্ট গ্র্যাজুয়েশন ট্রেনিং পেয়েছি, আর তার স্বপ্নের সল্টলেক সিটিতে আমার বড় হয়ে ওঠা। তাই আমার জীবনে তার অনেক অবদান। এখন এই যে অবস্থার মধ্যে দিয়ে আমরা যাচ্ছি, সেটা সত্যি স্ট্রেসফুল সবার পক্ষে। কিন্তু রবীন্দ্রনাথের একটা গান আছে যেটা আমি শিখেছিলাম আমার ছোটবেলায়, আর এই গানটির মধ্যে যেন আমি আলোর সন্ধান খুঁজে পাই। আশা করি এই গানটি আপনাদের ভালো লাগবে। নিবিড় ঘন আধার জ্বলেছে ধ্রুব তারা, পুনরে মোর পাথারে হোসনে দেশে হারা। নিবিড় ঘন আধারে জ্বলিছে ধ্রুব তারা, মনরে মোর পাথারে হোসনে দেশে হারা। নিবিড় ঘন আধারে বিষাদে হয়ে ম্রিয়মান, বন্ধ না করিও গান। বিষাদে হয়ে ম্রিয়মান, বন্ধ না করিও গান। সফল করি তোলো পান, টুটিয়া মোহকারা। মনোরে মোর পাথারে হোসনে দেশে হারা। নিবিড় ঘন আধারে রাখিও বলো জীবনে, রাখিও চির আশা। শোভন এই ভুবনে রাখিও ভালোবাসা। রাখিও বলো জীবনে, রাখিও চির আশা। শোভন এই ভুবনে রাখিও ভালোবাসা। সংসারের সুখে দুঃখে চলিয়া যেও হাসি মুখে। সংসারের সুখে দুঃখে সরিয়া যেও হাসি মুখে ভরিয়া সদা রেখো বুকে তাহারি সুধা ধারা মনোরে মোর পাথারে হোসনে দিশে হারা নিবিড় ঘন আধারে জ্বলিছে ধ্রুব তারা মনোরে মোর পাথারে হোসনে দিশে হারা নিবিড় ঘন আধারে.
Good evening, everybody. I would like to thank Arpita and Anirbandha for giving me a chance to speak. Talking about Corona, this reminds me of a WhatsApp message which was circulated a while ago, and what it shows in the upper half, when the infection was small in numbers, the fear was huge, and now when the infection is very large in number, the fear is getting less and less. Well, I'm no different, and I think that's what is happening with the general population. In the beginning, yes, we were quite fearful. Me and my wife, in fact, we used to sit down in this garden and we used to talk what would happen if she's not there, what would happen if I'm not there, and who'll look after our children. In fact, we haven't had a discussion whether the wife is dispensable or the husband. All rubbish argument, as you can see. But yes, that did happen. Being an obstetrician and gynecologist, I don't come across corona infected patients. My closest encounter was when I had to do a cesarean section for extremely unwell lady, and for her it was a make or break situation. It was a tremendous effort on that day by the theatre team, the anesthetic team, the midwives, and all went well. And I was glad to know that 4 days later she was extubated and having a cup of tea. On personal front, because of the lockdown, though both of us, me and my wife, have been working, we did get some extra time, and we didn't sit idle. We painted one of our reception room because the painters refused to come. We have this garden. We're spending time on the garden, planting bulbs and seeds for the first time this year, and we have not been disappointed so far. On another note, I lost one of my batchmate. He's exactly like me, same age, also an obstetrician and gynecologist. Nothing much to do with the COVID patients. One fine day on 26th of June, he posted us on the WhatsApp that he's not well, and unfortunately in 2 weeks' time he passed away. Well, friends, this is a reminder for all of us that the danger is still present. Though the dar has gone down for some of us, it's not gone away. I mean, the fear is though the fear is less, the danger has not gone away. On this note, I would take your leave and leave you with a view of this, my favorite plant in the garden. These are jasmine flowers. Thank you.
Jasmine flowers. Thank you.
হ্যালো দীপঙ্কর দা, শুনতে পাচ্ছ?
হ্যাঁ রে পাচ্ছি আমি শুনতে I can hear you
হ্যাঁ ঠিক আছো
একদম ঠিক আছে
হ্যাঁ
আমি সারাদিন শুনছি আজকে
আজকে
খুব
তুমি
ভালো লেগেছে
হ্যাঁ তো ইটস সো
কতক্ষণ চলছে how long have you been now 6 hours
6 ঘন্টা 30 মিনিট 12 সেকেন্ড
well I can prolong it if you want I can prolong it for 2 hours but I won't do that because I think people need to go to bed
no no thank you it's been a roller coaster journey for all of us so what I will do before you start talking I will show a little video clip not of yours but of mine okay
sure.
It's part of our virtual yearbook it's 30 seconds
তুমি যখন ঘুম ভাঙা মাঝরাতে একা খুঁজে দেখো আমি আছি তোমারই পাশে তুমি বাতাসের মাঝে কান পেতে দেখো আমি আছি তোমার প্রিয় গানটির সুর হয়ে
So I think that's what we doctors are doing. We are trying to support everyone around us. So you have been through a huge journey with your acute specialty background, and you have seen a lot. And you have heard a lot today as well. And I think we needed this event. Thanks to Anirban for proposing that doing something for the Doctor's Day. And as a coincidence, it's the day where we say we together we are in it. And so you have the final words as the chairman of Essex Indian. Before that, I will just say thank you to Astral Studio for providing immense support in our virtual media and video editing and everything. So there are two young people, Boishali Bakchi and Shomrito Ganguly. They do a lot for us and keep this flow flawless and doing it everything. And over to you, Dipankota, for final words.
Before I forget, can I just start by thanking every participant? It is pretentious to thank you, Arpita, because we are, as Anirban said, we are all members of trustees, but I cannot thank you enough from a personal point of view for doing this and doing this so well. The best leaders connect people. They don't necessarily tell people what to do. And you have always been a great connector. And I cannot give a better compliment than calling you a connector, because connectors, people who network, they get the web done, which like World Wide Web is internet. There are many World Wide Webs, which are unseen which are connecting them. So I know I mean it. You got to listen to this. You got to listen to this because you deserve it. And you know I don't give undeserving compliments. I just can't do it. It's not in my nature. So that's what I would say is that I think this has been very fulfilling. I was a doctor's son. I grew up with medicine, and I will say something at the end about that. But can I just say my COVID journey has been actually an eye-opener, and I think for me it has been extremely positive. I'm a born optimist. I do not see any emptiness in any cup. I never have done. It's a big weakness of mine. So what I did is that I was plunged. I was given a great opportunity, great humbling opportunity actually, to support other doctors. And what qualification I've got? I'm not a psychiatrist. I'm a surgeon. I operate on cancers. But I think I did have one advantage and one qualification that, like you, I know a lot of people. And if you know a lot of people, you can harness the best bits in them and you can come up with something. So I came up with the 7 pillars of success and 7 pillars of support. So I could see that the doctors are supporting the patients, the nurses are supporting the patients, but who support them? And we created a net sort of mishmash of about 7 pillars. The first one was basic needs: food, sleep, break. There was a lot of presenteeism among the doctors. So there are some people who are hiding. They were actually less of a problem. The people who were being there all the time, they run the risk of exhaustion and all that. So basic needs was one. We did not do major psychological debrief or resilience training or anything like that. What we did do is peer support and what is called psychological first aid, immediately talking to peers about various things that people have gone on. Then there was a group of people who needed confidential support because they needed specialized one-to-one psychological support. Then there was a lot of ethical struggle that the surgeons, doctors faced, often with resuscitation that Shantavanu was talking about earlier on. And people are living with nightmares about the difficult decisions they made about not treating patients at some point. And then there is a legal fallout, which is going to happen and is not there yet, but I promise you it will happen later on. So we created some support on that. The second thing I did, which was very interesting, is actually a piece of work with NHS Estate. I was tasked to open a particular wing of a hospital, not me, but I was just there as a doctor advisor. And I went to this dilapidated building and I found, the task was to actually open this place, 132 beds, within 12 days. And I was amazed, and I told all these sort of construction company people who were there, I said, how is it possible? They delivered it in 10 days, which means that human beings can achieve anything if they put their heart to it. And this is going to hurt. It's a new marriage. Homo sapiens and coronavirus is a new wedding. It's going to hurt. It's going to cause few problems, and then we'll adapt and we'll live together. Asian flu has been there for a long, long time. It has not gone away. We don't even think about it. So I think it will happen. Till that time, we have to keep ourselves safe. We have to remain positive. Also, as a doctor, I really strongly believe that just because the big bully corona is in town, the other diseases have not gone away. And we have a duty to look after them and do those patients, because people are coming to harm with non-coronavirus situations. On a personal note, what did I do? Fearless me. I made a will. Because I thought that's quite important. That if I somehow top it, then it is important that my families stay alive, and they and you know, one of the worst things that can happen is that you can lose your pension. So then I will not live in peace, even if I'm dead. You know, if I'm dead, I cannot live. But still, you know, if I die, then I cannot live in peace if I don't have my pension. So I thought doing a will would be a very important thing. I cannot cheat death, but I can cheat the pension fund. So I did that. On another note, I have cooked a few times, which is wonderful. I have read a little bit, which is wonderful. But mostly, Arpita, my therapy has been just operating around the clock, and I loved it. And it is a great time, actually. In fact, in many ways, I really feel that a lot of good things are happening. Coronavirus has taken a lot of bureaucracy away. But more than anything else, we have seen the Black Lives Matter protest. We have seen that there is something in the air now. There is something in the air tonight, and I think something's going to happen. This is a Krantikal. This is a time. This time we'll look back and realize the world has changed at this point. And I strongly believe the world is going to change for better. What Shantavanu said about the generation next, I say the same. I see a lot of skepticism about this Black Lives Matters movement and many other things, etc., etc. So initially I thought that I'll not tell a poetry, but I'm going to, because it is important to finish with a poem. And with Essex Indian chairman, as trustee, what is our job? Our job is all about the next generation. So I will say, have hope in your children. Have hope in our children, the Homo sapiens of tomorrow. Your children are not your children. They come through you, but not from you. You cannot give them your thoughts, for they have their own thoughts. They live in the house of tomorrow that you cannot enter. And I believe the house of tomorrow will be a nicer place, and we will probably somehow have some sort of friendship with Corona when we will coexist, and things will get better. We're adapting. We are very adaptable species. I just want to say something which people forget. Do you know that there was about 3 million publications, 3 to 4 million publications on COVID-19? There is not a single disease, hypertension, diabetes, malaria, they have been with us for donkey's years. But from March till July, that's 4 months. Literally in 4 months, there has been, in fact, I told you a lie, almost 5 million publications. The medical knowledge has just mushroomed, and it's amazing what's going on. There's an explosion of knowledge. There are 150 human trials going on coronavirus. Of course, there is hope. We have handled many things as a species. Corona is nothing. It will go away. Yes, for any war, we pay prices. We have our martyrs. We have our heroes, and we'll remember them. But they're not dead. They're going to live on. And absolutely no doubt whatsoever, the world will be a better place. People will understand what's important in life. People will understand the value of friends, family, everything that we hold dear together in our heart. We took them for granted for too long. We felt, Arpita, I think you sent this to me. A billionaire's daughter wrote this. When my father died, he worked very hard to make a lot of money, and he made a lot of money. And this is a true story. I can't remember the name. And the daughter said, you know, when he died, the only thing he needed is free. That's the air we breathe. So we have to understand what Najrul said, and I said this in the second Essex Indian event, that, you know, the things that are simple, they're usually free, and they should be free. And I think this horrible capitalistic sort of worship of money has to go now, and we understand what is important. এই পৃথিবীর যাহা সম্বল, বাসে ভরা ফুল, রসে ভরা ফল, পবিত্র মাটি, সুধাসম জল, পাখির কণ্ঠে গান, সকলের এতে সম অধিকার, এই তার ফরমান. The reset button has been pressed. The world is rebooting. It'll be better. With that, you have a wonderful evening. You certainly deserve some sleep and some rest. And Essex Indian will be back next week.
Thank you
Please
so
be
much.
with her.
Thank you so much. And thank you for your lovely message. Stay safe, and we shall see you soon. Thank you. With this, we are from Essex Indian. We are going to say goodbye. It has been a lovely evening sharing our thoughts with fellow colleagues across the globe and paying respect to our key workers, to our medical fraternity, whom we have lost and we are still losing in different parts of the world. So stay with us, and I will just put this candle before I leave, because we are in it together, and we will keep calm and we will carry on. Thank you.